All right. Hey, guys. So it's been a little bit of a rough day here. We were planning to do this at 8 o'clock, but we are live, I believe, on the YouTubes. There's Serge. He returns. Hang on. There we go. What happened to you?
I don't know. I just rebooted just in case. So.
All right, cool. Couple of housekeeping items here. For those of you that are joining us, we thank you. We know that a lot of eyes tend to go over to heavy metallurgy with Marty and Alan, and they've got, I think, King Valley on there doing Iron Maiden tonight. So I imagine a lot of people will be watching this after the fact, but we appreciate you being here. I want to note a couple things. First off, sorry for being late. Had a battery issue with the car, and it fucked me up a little bit. But secondly, I want to say a very big thank you to a first-time Gas Mason's Hand Grenade alumni here. Dreadful Rick is joining us for the first time, and so is Necrotic Nick. Thanks for being with us, guys.
I'm Rickerfeld tonight.
What's that?
I'm Dreadful Rickerfeld tonight.
Dreadful Rickerfeld. Okay. Rickerfeld. I see what you did.
Is that a reference to something? I feel like that's a reference to something.
I think it might be.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, all right.
Is your middle name Lars by chance? Just asking for a friend. So we got Rick from Dreadful Minutes on, and we got Jimmy from the Future Ruins YouTube channel. Jimmy's been with me one other time for Rush, and I'm sure he'll be here for several more when we.
We did Porcupine Tree too.
We got Necrotic Nick from Thralls of Metal. Everybody knows that guy. He's fucking cool as shit.
Never heard
He's a piece of shit.
He's here, and we got Serge.
Somehow I have a T-shirt.
Yeah, right. And we got Serge from Black Room Photo on Instagram. Serge does not have a YouTube channel. We've been bugging about it, but he's kind of, I don't know, maybe. Serge has been with me, I think, for every one of these except for the Porcupine. No, you were with me at Porcupine Tree. Rush, you weren't with me for Rush. That's right. Speaking of Rush, that's a good segue. Jimmy reminded me of something today, a sad sort of thing to be reminded of, but go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's the 2-year anniversary of Neil Peart's death. Can't believe it's been 2 years. Yeah.
Didn't seem like it was that long, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was like maybe a year. Oh.
Yeah, Getty. I saw Getty posted on his Instagram today. I can't believe it's 2 effing years. I miss making this guy laugh, and man, it was like got me in the feels. You know, Alex has an Instagram. He just started a couple months ago, and he put a picture of him and said, "Love you, miss you, buddy." And so that was heavy. And a lot of the rockers out there like Portnoy and Craigslist Cicero and Charlie Benante. Charlie Benante actually put on Instagram a cover of YYZ, or not YYZ, Subdivisions that he did with Alex Skolnick and some keyboard player, Asian girl, and then the bass player from, I think, Suicidal Tendencies.
Yep.
I think.
Rob something.
Yeah, really good, man. Really good.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we miss you, Neil. We miss Rush. We miss Rush a lot. At least I do, anyways. And so we're going to dig into this deep. We're going to dig into this this prog death metal band called Opeth. You guys ever hear that band before?
It's like a progressive ska band.
I found out about them today. Somehow I got invited to this thing, but hopefully I do.
Yeah, progressive ska might kind of explain them.
Little pirate. Yeah.
I always thought they did pirate music for the most part.
Well, they certainly look it.
They play nothing but lutes, right?
Lutes, lyres.
Okay,
flutes.
all right.
They do flutes sometimes. So
There's a band with that fancy O too.
What's that?
The fancy O on their logo, right?
They actually have fancy O-shaped instruments, from what I hear. So there's a whole bunch of jokes there, probably, but we should probably just move on from that. I think.
Quick fun aside, though.
But anyway, so I usually do a quick. Oh, before I do the history thing, let's talk about how each of us talk about how we came into Opeth and what they've meant to us in our musical.
Just one thing. Anybody, if they can comment, if there's any audio issues, because I think I'm hearing little things on my end. I don't know if you guys do.
What are you hearing?
Like a fan or something.
Well, I
Like
always
a
have
little-
a fan.
I actually don't hear anything.
Okay.
I hear like it's very subtle. It's in the background.
I think that's
You
me.
hear
Let me. I've got a space heater because it's cold as hell here.
I don't think it's Jimmy because I have a fan next to me,
No,
so I can't.
because I hear
Let me try it here.
yeah, it's Rick.
Jimmy,
Is it me?
No, I think it's Rick.
oh, it's Rick.
Jimmy, come back on.
I can't really hear it. Is anybody else hearing it? I don't really hear it, so it's not bothering me.
Yeah, it's Rick, but it's not that bad.
Oh, Lee says there's a light fuzz. Is that better than peach fuzz?
It's too annoying.
All right. Are you guys actually hearing something? Rick, are you hearing something?
I just want to make sure it was clear before we began because
Okay.
I don't know how long this is gonna go.
Spaceman 13 says sounds good, so we're gonna roll.
All right.
So, Rick, why don't you start? We'll go around the horn. I think I'm saving Serge and I for last because we have a very similar entry point, similar entry time with Opeth, and very similar stories probably. So, Rick, why don't you give us what you got? How'd you come into Opeth?
Sure.
When?
You wanna blow me up, or I don't know how you want to do this.
I will do that. Yeah, hang on.
It's a very
I'm a little
personal
concerned because my laptop twice now, the screen went blank, and I'm a little worried about what that might mean. Because I'm 100% charged. I'm wondering. Just give me 1 second here. I'm gonna solo layout you, and we'll
All right.
keep an eye on it.
Well, first of all, I can't believe it's been this many years. I first heard about Opeth back in I want to say 98, maybe early 99, and I was still a teenager. And the thing is, I think everything from Mar Arms to Hearse and back, I did not associate with an album. And I think many people in that whole Napster era can probably relate. So I was downloading shit like crazy. And a lot of that Swedish stuff, all that Swano stuff. And it's cool. You know, I've discovered a lot of stuff. I think that Opeth was one of the more, everything was already pretty peculiar because coming from new metal and all that traditional stuff that was pretty popular at the time, I think it opened up a whole new world. Like just all this other music that I didn't have access to at the time. You know, you couldn't find in your record stores, and Opeth didn't have that much distribution yet. I know the releases were out in Sweden, you know, the rest of they were under Candlelight, so that stuff was not really prevalent yet here in the States. So here comes MP3 land, and I'm downloading these and remember, this is dial-up, so we're going to talk about 56K modems, and I'm downloading these 10-minute tracks, which was painful. But when I discovered a couple of Opeth songs, I wanted more. So the pain was worth it. I was just downloading more and more Opeth tracks. I mean, I eventually went out and got all the albums, but I remember, shit, man, I didn't even know what to call it. I was trying to describe it to my friends. I'm like, you just got to hear this. There's nothing quite like this. I mean, they knew about death metal and everything else. And this band was, I guess you could say, pseudo death metal, but it wasn't really, you know, it wasn't Cannibal Corpse. You know, it was something else. It wasn't even like the other Swedish guys. It wasn't like Hypocrisy. You know, it was like its own animal. And, you know, slowly but surely, I think that if I found a taste I didn't know I had, you know, and it really connected with me. It had that clean singing. Michael was really good at that. And it had that, you know, the harsh vocals. It was coming from the same guy. You know, that was the impressive thing. So, you know, I think like a lot of people who can also relate, who weren't buying the CDs at the time, were probably discovering those kind of bands during the MP3 era who were not actively buying them out in the stores. Or I was aware of Opeth when I saw the promo flyers eventually. And that's how I knew, okay, these guys are like a thing. They're like a big deal, or were going to be. As I was seeing them being more and more exposed. Obviously, when Still Life came out, that's when I knew, okay, you know. And then by Blackwater Park, it was, you know, it was basically the nail in the coffin. I was like, oh, I was already a huge fanboy.
So, do you remember the first song you heard, or the first one you downloaded that you listened to?
I can't tell you what the first song was. Also, back at that time, when I was downloading things, again, I didn't associate it with any albums because I was just downloading a bunch of random tracks until I knew what albums they went with. But this shit was like 10 minutes. I think one song was like, what is it? Black Rose Immortal was like 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Yeah.
I'm just like, you know what I mean? I didn't mind though, because it
What year was this again?
was like 98 or 99.
Wow. Nice.
Again, that was the heyday of the MP3 era. You know, it was it's
Right.
like I got in pretty early, and that was like, and that was right away. I went to the metal stuff, you know, and I got exposed to like that alternative stuff, you know, that I could not have gotten here. I mean, it was a matter of time, but it was cool, man. Like, and that completely changed my outlook on what I knew about death metal and how I could explore it. Again, I have a hard time calling Opeth a death metal band because there's so much layers and variety with what they do to just put them in one lump in one genre.
Yep, very, very good way of putting it. I'm gonna jump over to Jimmy here real quick, and we'll. How do I got dumb. I can't remember how to do this. There we go. All right, Jimmy, how about you give us your introduction next?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, same for me with Rick. I came in about the same time Rick did in 1999. I would have been my third year in college, and I was playing in a band at the time. I was playing drums in those days, and my guitar player, he was kind of like my source of new stuff, and he had the Morningrise CD. We were sitting at his house, and he was showing me some new riffs he had, and then some CDs, and showed me the Morningrise CD. I looked at the cover, was instantly like transfixed because I love that cover artwork, and it was kind of an exciting time for music, for metal, because you remember in the late 90s, you know, stuff was coming back with a full force, you know, after that sort of, you know, lull in, you know, when grunge was big and stuff was kind of like more of a focus on that. And then like late 90s, getting into 2000s when all this amazing metal music was coming out. And so, yeah, he put on Morningrise, and listening to Advent would have been the first track I heard, and obviously the first track of the record. And I remember thinking, you know, it was good until it got to the clean parts. And then I was like, wow, you know, this is something. I mean, this is just something else. Like Rick said, just something different and amazing. Right off the bat, I was instantly moved by the music. And so I ended up going to, you know, you think 99, I mean, this would have been right when we were kind of the beginning of the internet. So I think at the time we had Napster. I wasn't really doing that sort of thing yet. I went over to the Warehouse Records music store, and they happened to have My Own Hearse, the CD. So that would have came out, I believe, 98. So it would have just came out. And I literally just blind bought it and was, like Morningrise, completely transfixed by the artwork. Really just fit my mood perfectly. And, you know, upon listening to that record, was just absolutely blown away by that album. And I haven't looked back since, and I can't believe it. It's been 22 years or 23 years or whatever it's been since I first heard this band.
That's crazy.
You know, and overall, they've had an immense impact on my life, and well, you know, will forever for sure.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I could say something very similar, and I will very shortly here. One thing I wanted to add, and I started to talk about, but I think I got sidetracked when Serge disappeared. Joheezy says, killer thumbnail. Yeah, Rick is the fucking king. There's no maybes about it. This guy fucking blows everybody else away. And, you know, if you've seen some of my other gas masks and hand grenades, he came up with that logo, which, you know, we may see some shirts out of that. I don't know. I'll have to talk to Marty about that somewhere down the road. But Rick's just, you know, I will say Rick and I worked on this. Usually I give him an idea and say, hey, I got a concept idea. And, you know, like the one for Skinny Puppy, I was like, dude, I want to see if I can use Cleanse, Fold, Manipulate, and Hardwired. You came up with one for, well, I think I gave you the idea for PT too, with my face and all that. But Rick goes out and sources the images and the artwork and throws this stuff together. And it's just, man, I mean, this one, each one just keeps leveling up every time. And it's like you
spin a globe and you just pick a country. It's like, okay, tell me where to start. Throw the dart there.
And the funniest thing was that I didn't even notice that. If you notice, looking at the thumbnail, the peacock's beak is in my head and I'm bleeding, which you have to blow it up to see that, but it's bleeding. And when I first saw it, hang on 1 second. When I
asked for a photo of you. I asked for a photo of you in anguish. Of course, you didn't. But I had one of Nick. So I said, Nick's gonna be the one in anguish, getting pulled by the person on.
That's like every one of my thumbnails.
Looked at Nick's face. I thought it was. He's got his mouth open, but you got to blow it up to see it that way at first. And I thought it was Nicholas Barker, from Cradle, or not Cradle, whatever, who Dimmu Borgir, or whatever. Because Nick, you kind of look like him with the hair, without the hair. Like if you didn't have any hair, and the picture kind of obscures your hair. And I'm like, oh wait, his mouth's open. I'm like, even better. It looks so cool. And Jimmy's very aloof to the rest of us, who's like looking off, like fuck these guys, piss off. Serge,
that's the highbrow Prog side. Like, no, I'm too good for them.
Serge and I and all are
Opeth.
Very snooty.
Savages.
Snotty.
Yeah, so just a big acknowledgement to Rick, who does the sickest, badass thumbnails in the game, and I love him. He's a good friend, and thank you, Rick, very much. So, Dreadful Minutes. Hit him up if you want some artwork done for your YouTube page, but don't bother him too much because he has a real job.
I wasn't gonna half-ass it for Opeth, man. Michael has high standards. Didn't want to disappoint him.
Lee says, sick thumbnail, dude. And Robert likes to get off on tangents, doesn't he? He likes to talk about all kind of other stuff, right?
Yes.
You're right, though, Robert.
Long songs, Dream Theater has the long songs too, man.
I would kind of argue that Dream Theater kind of was doing the long song pretty early on, but there's this band called Yes that were doing some pretty long songs, and hey, there's even this band called King Crimson that was doing these pretty long songs a long time ago too, and you might want to check those out, Robert. They're not too metal, but I don't know, King Crimson's pretty fucking heavy, man. So even Yes has some heavy moments, but anyways, let's kind of move on. Let's talk. I'm not going to dig too deep into Opeth history because one thing I already noticed was I went to the Wikipedia page to cheat a little bit, and I think it was the Rush episode, Jimmy. We talked about Rocket 88, right? Porcupine Tree episodes. Yeah. We talked about the Rocket 88 book. Yeah. You've been on 3 of these, not 2. You've been on 3. I forgot about Porcupine Tree. And Rocket 88 does these really killer books, man. They're fantastic. And there's an awesome Opeth one out there, which now that I'm thinking about it, I think you own it, don't you, Serge?
Yeah, I do. It's a great book, yeah.
God damn it, I should have talked to you before this. I was thinking I was going to have to use another person that I was going to have on that didn't make it. And, okay, so let me first just say this. I'm looking on the Opeth Wikipedia page, and it's talking about some of the members. And of course, we should mention that Opeth were formed in 1989 in Oslo, Norway, and no one's going to say anything. No one's going to say anything.
It's because
Opeth were formed in Oslo, Norway, and no one is going to say a word.
I was thinking maybe you knew something I didn't.
I was waiting for Nick to go, or Rick to go, wait a minute, weren't they from Sweden?
Yeah.
I just wanted to throw that in.
Were all of them from Sweden?
I wanted to fuck with you a little bit. Serge was in on the joke. That's why he was hiding his face there a little bit. But, so Stockholm, Sweden, 1989. And if you look at Wikipedia, they talk about it, Opeth being formed by David Isberg and Michael Ockerfeldt. But technically speaking, I don't think that's entirely true.
Ockerfeldt wasn't even in a band in the beginning. Like,
Ockerfeldt wasn't. Isberg was the real guy that started the band, and he played in a band with Michael when he was only 16 as a keyboard player called Eruption. Mm-hmm. He then asked Michael to join the band as a bass player, but what he didn't do was tell the original bass player, hey, by the way, you're going to leave and we're going to bring this guy in to replace you. He waited until Michael got there and said, oh, by the way, I'm bringing this guy in to replace you, more or less. So Michael was brought in to replace. And essentially, that's where things got a little unusual because the two guys that were the primary driving force at that point were David Isberg and Michael Ockerfeldt. And it became very clear pretty early on that Michael was the predominant musician in the band, and he was the more, I want to say, the more serious, driven of the two in terms of
We
driving.
can't deny that was a bit of a dick move, when he did that. So, but he benefited from it. He kind of came in.
Yeah. So the other guys in the band quit, and then basically it was Opeth was essentially Michael and David Isberg, and then they brought some guys that they played Interruption in, who really are kind of peripheral. I'm not going to name every band member guy for this band because there's quite a few ins and outs. That's one thing they have.
I was going to say that was a. I was going to say that was a prelude to the semi-frequent, member drama for Opeth.
And I think we'll talk about the real prominent member changes, but I'm not going to get into every single guy that was in and out of this band.
They were still primarily a death metal band, that's primarily what they
were. At that point,
not like.
Yep. So, anyways, they add the two other guys from Eruption, and they start demoing and I believe doing some garage type gigs and things like that. And Serge, if there's anything here you want to add from reading that book that you remember, let me know. But at that point, at some point, there are demos that they were working on, which actually, if you look out on YouTube, you can find them. There are 2 or 3 songs, I believe, 2 for sure, demos out there that are pretty raw, but they show where this band was going. And you can find them out there, and I got to be honest with you, I did not look the names of them up because I'm not one of those guys that has to know about every iteration and demo and whatnot, but there are some songs out there on YouTube.
There's not much information though overall. Right. I try to find live footage. There's not really a whole lot out there either. I don't know if they just took them down or whatever, over time.
You talking about live
That's probably for the best.
You talking about live footage of the original band with Isberg in it and everything? Yeah, I don't
early
know
90s.
that there is live footage of them from that era. The first stuff I recall seeing was Milwaukee Metal Fest and some gigs in the UK, where they did some early gigs around the Orchid Morningrise period. And then their big thing was coming over to Milwaukee Metal Fest for, I believe, My Arms, was it? Or was it Still Life at that point? Might have been Still Life. Well, we'll get there. So their demos made it into the hands of Candlelight Records, which was a small metal label out of the UK, and they offered them a recording contract. And
the rumor is that Samoth, of what?
Lee Dorian?
No, Emperor. I think got a hold of the demo and sent it to the dude at Candlelight.
I think you're right.
The story goes, and he liked what he heard. I forget what song it was. Triumph of the Apostle. What's the one song? I think that's the one that he heard, and he liked it. So that's officially the first Opeth song, I guess, that hit at Candlelight, and through that song is where they got signed.
Yeah, and I forget the name of the guy. Is it Hammy? Is that his name? Hamish?
No, that's the dude.
Or is that Peaceville? Is that Peaceville?
Yeah.
That's Peaceville. Okay. I forget who runs Candlelight or who started Candlelight. You guys recall who that is?
Shit.
I was thinking it was Lee Dorian. I was thinking it was Lee Dorian.
No, Lee Dorian. No, he runs that. He runs that other label. It's like a Doom label. Rise Above. That's his label.
Okay. Hang on. Let me pull this up in here.
I don't remember anybody being that notable from Candlelight. I mean, you hear about
I'm sorry. It's Lee Barrett. Lee Barrett. He was the former bassist for Extreme Noise Terror, and he started the label in. Looks like. Doesn't really say. They've had a division in the U.S. since 2001. It doesn't say when they started.
I just didn't always go by Candlelight.
Pull this up here real quick. Guys, I'll get to your comments in a little bit. I want to get moving on with some of our in-depth stuff here. But Candlelight gives them, I believe, a 3-record recording contract, and they put out this album in up here. And of course, I've got crazy fucking glare. Orchid, which was released on 5/15/95 in Europe, and it didn't make its way out in the U.S. until June 24th, 97. And that, oops, and I want to show one other quick thing. I don't know if any of you guys have these. Serge might, but I don't remember. Somewhere around the early 2000s, Candlelight reissued a million. I don't know how many reissues they've done of this. My Orchid is an original Candlelight OG, but they also then did a special metal tin version of this. Did you guys ever see this?
No, that's actually kind of cool.
I've never seen that. No.
I saw it on Discogs. That thing is real, huh?
It's real what?
I saw a picture of it on Discogs.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
As you can see, the Opeth is embossed, and then they made 2,000 copies of these. So there are 2,000 of these of the first 3 albums. So these came out, I want to say, in like 2000, 2001, maybe 2002 when they took off with Blackwater Park. I don't know how rare these are or how valuable they are. I've seen them for, I don't know, 40, 50 bucks, something like that, I think. But they each have that, and then you can see they have the disc artwork's all the same. It's sort of a portion of the O on a little sliver of soft, like foam that's inside there.
I have a DVD copy of Total Recall like that.
Yeah, and then it came with a big Opeth sticker, which was kind of cool. So I have all 3 of those first albums in those metal tin versions, which is kind of cool. I have to say, we didn't finish up I got sidetracked, damn it. So I kind of screwed up. We're getting back to Nick, and we're finding out how Nick found out about sorry about that, guys.
No, it's okay.
We didn't talk about the album yet.
So we're going to go back to how Nick got into...
Spoiler alert, the first album we're going to talk about is Orchid.
Sorry, man.
For Opeth, honestly, it was courtesy of metal magazines. I was picking up lots of like Metal Edge, Terrorizer, Metal Hammer, like whatever ones I could find. And it was around 2002, and I kept seeing ads everywhere for Deliverance. And I'd heard of this band, but I'd never actually jammed them before. And at this point, I was really getting into melodic death metal. Like I discovered At the Gates, In Flames back when they didn't suck, and Hypocrisy. So I just went with the one they were currently advertising. I went to a media play back when those existed, and I found a copy of Deliverance, and I was becoming a fan on Wreath, but holy shit, the title track instantly made me a fan. I went out and I found Blackwater Park not too long after that. That also blew me away. I think not too long after Damnation came out, definitely a little bit different, but there was just something about this band. Like, I don't think I'd heard songwriting like that in anything that brutal before. Like, it was heavier than hell when it was like going for that sound, but it could switch gears in an instant and play some of the most beautiful melodies and these great clean vocals from a guy that could belch forth hellfire from his fucking throat. Like, it was remarkable. It easily just blew me away almost instantly. Like that was like one of those bands that I think I'm instantly a fan of. And it was 2002 is when I became a fan. So
2002, okay.
20 years, Jesus Christ,
crazy, isn't it? Crazy.
Oh.
And what was the first album that you heard?
Deliverance.
Okay.
So I mean, and the favorite track, it's still Deliverance. That's possibly my favorite Opeth song across the board.
Well, we're gonna get there.
Yeah.
Hang on to that. Save that a little bit because we're gonna talk a lot about
all right.
it when we get there, I'm sure. Serge, I'm gonna go to you because you and I tie in pretty. I gotta believe we tie in almost.
Yeah, I think we have a very similar story. Sure.
Yeah.
So I got into Opeth through a PT Pork Pantry when Stephen Wilson collaborated on Blackwater Park. At that point, I was basically checking out every single project Stephen did, which was a bunch. And I wasn't into extreme metal at the time, so I wasn't I wasn't sure, and I definitely wasn't into death metal vocals. But you hear the album, and it's, I mean, you even if you're not necessarily into those that type of vocals, the clean sections are amazing, and it instantly drew me in, man. And that was somebody mentioned Gateway album before. Yeah, absolutely. Like all the extreme metal that I got into after that was absolutely due to Opeth and specifically Blackwater Park. So, yeah, that was, and then eventually they did a co-headline tour with PT. We got to meet them, and that was a whole thing.
Did you see that? Was that the first time you saw them? Was when they did the PT tour?
I believe so. Yeah.
So you didn't see them on the Deliverance tour a little bit before that? When
man,
they had Paradise Lost and Tapping the Vein with them.
Up in the Vein, really?
Mm-hmm. That Philly band, Tapping the Vein.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different Tapping the Vein, I think.
Well, they were Tapping the Vein was kind of a gothy sort of band, like Paradise Lost around that time. Yeah.
Right. So, were they from Philly? I didn't realize.
I thought they were from Philly or New York, but actually the girl singer ended up marrying. The girl singer ended up marrying Gregor McIntosh from the guitar player and main writer for Paradise Lost. They met on that tour.
Okay.
But they opened for Opeth on Deliverance, which was the first time I saw them live.
Okay, I don't think I saw the Deliverance tour.
Okay, all right.
I don't remember Paradise Lost. I would have definitely remembered seeing Tap in the Vein for sure, because I do like them.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so Serge and our stories converge a lot because Serge and I knew each other really well back then. We met in '99 at a Porcupine Tree show, and he and I were super deep into Porcupine Tree. We were associated with the band, as some of you probably know. We knew the guys really well. We went to all their shows, which weren't a lot, admittedly, back then. But
this was literally when we were technically running the street team here. So.
Yeah, we started running the street team. That was around 2001. You're right. So at that point, I was always talking to Steven Wilson via email quite regularly, and I turned him on to Frontline Assembly, which is an electronic band that most of you know, I believe. And Serge and I, obviously, go check out the Frontline Assembly deep dive from Gas Mask and Hand Grenade, please. But Serge and I were big fans of Frontline, and that's how we actually met at the Porcupine Tree show. And Steve and I were talking, and he's like, yeah, I'm kind of digging this. And Bill has a processed kind of evil Bill sound to his voice. And Steven knew I was into metal, and he's like, hey, you should check out this band. I just produced their album. They're called Opeth from Sweden or Norway, wherever you're from. And long story short, I went and listened to it. I'm like, dude, the fucking music is godlike. It's insane. I'm like, but those vocals suck, man. His clean voice is great, but those death vocals are just awful. Now, keep in mind, at this point, this is late 2001, mid 2000, whenever the album came out, which I don't have it memorized. I knew about Death. I knew about Cannibal Corpse. I knew about Morbid Angel. I knew about Deicide. Those were the bands I was starting to see in Kerrang and some of the British magazines as death metal was starting to build. I knew about Venom. I knew about Bathory and Merciful Fate. And taking Merciful Fate out of that, I tried a lot of these bands and I just couldn't get the vocals. How the worm turned a few years later. And, I started to listen to Blackwater Park, and man, the song structures, Nick, I think the word maybe, if I could put words in your mouth here, and that's all I'm going to put in your mouth, just words.
Okay, well, all right, don't be a big tease then.
I think the word that maybe I think about is I've never heard complexity in a metal context like that for a death metal type band, okay? It just seemed like they were so complex. Yes, Death was pretty complex. They got more and more complex as the 90s went along. Yes, Morbid Angel is fairly complex, but I'm talking about the juxtaposition of light and dark.
Dynamics.
heavy, the dynamics and the heavy and acoustical, ethereal, haunting, and you're going to hear those words: haunting, ethereal, ambient, dark. You're going to hear those words as we start describing albums as we go along, because that encompassed Opeth. All those descriptors encompassed what I started to hear in Opeth, and I started pulling these things out, and I'd be like, God damn, how fucking amazing is that vocal line, or how complex was that guitar riff? And then he somehow managed to shoehorn in this gorgeous chordal sequence that it's like, how do you think of that? Like, I play guitar and I couldn't have thought of that. And I think I'm a pretty good guitar player, and I'm like, man, you're not really good because you can't write something like that, And so, little bit by little bit, we came in, I did, Serge, I believe as well, said that we came in at Blackwater Park, and I went backwards because there wasn't anything to go forwards to, obviously. And I believe Still Life was probably my second, and then I grabbed all three of those, the Candlelight records, and it was. Oh, we lost Serge again. Serge, jump back. Oh, there he is. And I just started to become, I will say, as enamored with PT as I was at the time, there's no question that Opeth became my second favorite band. I just couldn't. I really couldn't. I couldn't listen to much else other than Opeth and Porcupine Tree for 2001, 2002, 2003. Yes, I listened to other stuff, but that was my main stuff. And so that's where I came in. And I think I'm not going to dwell on the history stuff.
The sound.
I think it's Serge.
Serge, I think you might have, when you pop back in, you brought an echo. Do you have the
Hold on.
chat up? Hello?
Yeah, is that better?
Oh,
We're
much
good.
better.
Oh yeah.
It switched devices on me for some reason.
So what we'll do is we'll start with Orchid, and we'll work our way around. And as I said, Orchid came out in '95, and it was produced with Dan Swano, and I'm sure, or Swano, however you pronounce it.
It's gonna be.
I really don't know how it's pronounced. I'm not gonna lie. It's
Well,
probably not the
I think if you're not Swedish, you're forgiven. You can just say
right.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure if it isn't Swano, he's just pretty much embraced. It's like, no, that's what they call me across the pond, and I don't care.
Real quick, let me just catch up on a few. Guys, if I can't get back into the chat comments further back, I apologize. Kellen just jumped in. Kellen, good to see you, buddy. He's saying hello to everybody. You got Brian. Thanks for being here, Brian. Yeah, I would imagine you probably did learn about PT through Opeth, man. That makes a lot of sense. I agree, man. Has one of the best good cop, bad cop vocals in the game, for sure. Somebody
Good
saying
cop,
hello to
demon
Nick there.
cop.
William Cantrell. You're not related to Gary, are you? Just say.
pretty good all the time.
He's one of a kind
Ryan's
in
in
name.
here. All my friends who love Opeth also love PT. Yeah, well, that's kind of almost makes a lot of sense, right?
Brian, I love that interview you did with Jimmy here. Awesome. Not an interview, but live stream.
Guys, hang on 1 second here. I turned.
Yeah,
What the fuck is
Opeth
going on
and PT
in
go
my
hand
house?
in hand pretty much.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Especially like later day Opeth, because like I learned about Porcupine Tree from Opeth, whereas Jeff is saying he learned about Opeth from Porcupine Tree, so that's kind of an
I think a lot of people crossed over one way or the other way.
Yeah.
You know?
I think I learned about Porcupine Tree separately. Like, I knew someone that was really just talking about it. Was around Deadwing, and I picked that up. And then, when I looked at the notes on the liner notes on Blackwater Park, like, that guy's got the same name as this guy. I wonder if it's the same guy. It was the same guy.
I mean,
Spoiler alert.
the symbiosis between those two bands is, Michael and Steven are extremely good friends. I think Michael was Steven sang at Michael's wedding, and Michael was at Steven's wedding here a couple years ago. They're good buds, and they of course have done the Storm Corrosion project, and Michael's sung live and guested on different various albums, and Steven of course did all the production for a bunch of albums we're going to talk about. And I'm going to get you guys going on Orchid here real quick. I'm going to throw a few facts out, and then I think we'll just do the same circle with regards to how we talk about each album. But I got a a technical issue I gotta look at here for a sec. But so yeah, it came out 95 in Europe and 97 in the US, produced by Swano. I kind of went through each album, listened to it carefully, made a lot of comments on each track. If we go through that every album like that, we'll be here until 6 a.m. So we're not going to be able to do that. I think what I want you guys to do is talk about the album a little bit, and then kind of maybe highlight some specific tracks that stand out to you, what stands out about the album to you. I think the one thing that stands out about it to me is that it always reminds me of a crossover between death metal and new wave of British heavy metal. There's a lot of nods to Iron Maiden on this album. There's a lot of the twin guitar attack. Michael really utilizes the octave on a guitar, and anybody else a guitar player here? I know Serge plays bass, but Rick, you play a little bit of guitar.
Yeah, define guitar player, because I mean,
Yeah.
I have one I play, but I'm not like great.
When you play guitar, there's a thing on the guitar called, when you're playing the same note in different octaves, you're playing.
Right.
So that's an octave right there.
Put a
And if
cable
you
on it,
listen
even further.
Could you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you listen to Opeth's music, there's a shit ton of octaves in the chordal sequences that Michael uses, and especially the very early first 3 or 4 albums, first 4 or 5 albums actually. He really utilizes that in a pretty unique way. It's actually a jazz. It's usually something that is used in jazz a lot, the octave, but Mike really uses it in a pretty fucking cool way in the heavy metal sense. So, and I'm sorry guys if I can't keep up with comments. I'm trying, but it's kind of hard for me to do and run the show here. But I guess you guys are talking amongst yourself, which is cool. Yeah, since when I was pioneering death metal. That's, you know what? I think you're right, man. I think you're very right, and he used it a lot in Edge of Sanity, exactly. But I think it's really critically important to look at what Dan Swano did for the production on these first 3 albums, because it's a cut above a lot of production out of that era.
Well, I think that Swano was so impressed with Ackerfeld, he brought him over for the Edge of Sanity on that Crimson album.
Yep.
It was just like, dude, whatever you did there, do it here.
Yeah, which Edge of Sanity would be a great deep dive band to get into too. So I'm going to make 1 or 2 quick moment mentions here and then go attend to that issue. The only thing I noticed a little bit with this album in particular, and Morningrise a little bit too, is the production sounds a little tinny. It has the richness and fullness that Opeth achieves later, particularly under the watchful eye of Steven Wilson, who's a master in the studio. You start to feel the fullness of Michael's compositions, which you don't quite get, I think, in the early albums. They're still amazing, but there is some disconnect. And
it was a different lineup too. Like, like the Martins weren't in the band yet.
Right.
And,
Sure.
Swano's production was what was going on at the time. People were familiar with like the Peaceville bands. They were kind of making their name, and
Yep.
Yep. Even Michael's voice was higher register, even with his growls. Then
Sure.
came down later. It's more the death metal familiarity. It was more black metal kind of sounding.
I was just gonna say, I think on Orchid and Morningrise, there is much more of a black metal edge to his voice than it becomes later. When he gets to Still Life, Blackwater Park, and Deliverance, man, I don't think anybody in death metal is doing the growls better than Michael Ockerfeld. It was just his. To me, he was the gold standard, and just unreal. So, Rick, why don't you talk about Orchid a little bit? I'll blow you up here, and I'm going to get this sorted out on my end.
Yeah. So this is not one I returned to like a whole bunch like all the other ones, but I do really like it. I think that like some 20 years later, going back and really exploring all the tracks. I mean, there's some interlude tracks, but I think that if I were to pick a favorite, would probably be Under the Weeping Moon, just because it's probably the darkest one. to me. It's probably the most black metal sounding. If you were to, kind of compare what he's done, what the band has done since then, with the more death metal oriented sounding kind of stuff. But if you were to pick something that's more kind of black metal like, I think Under the Weeping Moon, maybe even parts of Forest of October. I don't know if you guys knew this, but I read an interview with Swano, and the recording that you hear in Forest of October, which is what is it, the fourth track on here. Michael didn't know that was recorded. That was supposed to be a practice run, and Swano was recording this without Michael knowing this. And Michael actually stepped out, and he's like, "Man, that was a really good take. I don't know if I can even nail this again." And it's too bad he didn't record it. So Swano was like, "Yeah, well, guess what?" So that was I don't know how many takes. The impression I got out of the interview was there wasn't really that many takes. I know that, and this is the thing a lot of people probably should know if you didn't know already, is that during the production of this, I know that Swano pretty much rented an apartment for these guys. They had like no money. These guys were like a up and coming band, and they didn't have a name for themselves yet. I don't know if this was delayed like a year, but I know that Swano said he was like a fanboy of this band before anybody knew who they were. He's like, "Man, I'm like the 5 people in the world who's like a fan of this band." Obviously he's working with them, so he'd be. But the thing is, Michael was so nervous the whole time, and it's hard to imagine that now because he has such a presence. He has such a confidence. He goes on stage, and as rightly he should. Because being as talented as he is, But at the time, they weren't this worldwide known band like they are now. So he was nervous as shit, and he wanted to make sure that he nailed this. They didn't have quite an established style like they do now. At least that's recognized. But I think that Swano, love him or hate him, as far as those early albums, he was very pivotal, and not only getting the sound and all that right, but just the overall confidence, that they really needed to get that boost, for them to really expand, from here on out. And we're talking about back in '95. So,
yeah.
Shit.
It's hard to believe it's that old, isn't it? It's hard to believe it's that old. Man.
Yeah. This one here, I don't know if the original OG of a pressing had this, but this one has the bonus track, Into the Frost of Winter, which is the last one there. Oh, man. That is rough. That's you're gonna hear that's gonna be so jarring because that's a very death metal song from their older. This is before '95. Before
that was an original demo.
It was. You can tell it's very tacked on. So it'll throw you off if you're not ready for it.
I'm surprised they put it on there, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know what he. I guess maybe that was Candleligh's decision or whatever. I don't see Michael making that decision to say, yeah, that really needs to be on there. Like,
if I was him, I'd be like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, it's pretty rudimentary, you might call it.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall the theme is pretty much very similar, other than that last track. Which, again, it's a bonus track, so it's not really part of the album per se. But again, Under the Weeping Moon and Forest October is my favorite. But I think overall, revisiting this album, I have a very newfound appreciation for it, especially now that I have more context to the time period, than the blurry times it was. But even when I downloaded the MP3s back in the day, I knew this was something special. The vocals were a little jarring just to get used to. I liked them, but it was not like what other bands were doing at the time. The thing that you said, Jeff, was that there were proggy kind of sounding death metal bands. Again, you had Death, you had Cynic, and even like Pestilence was out doing their thing. But you also had the vocal element too, that had sort of dichotomy kind of going on.
Exactly.
At the time. So I thought that was really interesting. So not just musically, but also vocally.
I think I think in a lot of ways, Rick, for me, what finally nailed things shut for me as far as their importance for me, because I will tell you straight up, I didn't say this before, but I'll say it now. There's no question at this point in my death metal cred, this is the band that started my pursuit or decline, as it were, into death metal. I mean, this is the band that made me go, oh fuck, I've been writing that shit off as garbage, even though I thought the music was worthwhile. I couldn't do the vocals because I came from Yes and Geddy Lee and John Anderson and even fucking hair metal bands where guys could sing, some guys, not all of them, but there were some decent singers. I was coming from that angle or that coming from that sphere into this sphere, and I just I couldn't get it. I just didn't get it. And Opeth was the band that made me get it. It was the band that transitioned me into this and made me go, hey, there's something here I was completely writing off and completely not allowing myself to be exposed to because I had some preconceived notion and I had some bias toward it. And this band kind of blew me away. And it was really the juxtaposition of the harsh vocals with the clean vocals. And as I said, man, Dan Swano is a good example, but there are very few guys in the death metal game that do the clean vocal and did the harsh vocal like Michael did. And we'll talk about that because he's not there anymore, and we'll discuss
even
that
the
later.
flow of the songs, like the song Requiem, it's just simple picking, kind of just melodic, like only a minute long, but it goes by very smoothly to the next track, and I do enjoy.
What you got on this, man? What you got on Orchid?
Yeah, so here's my original CD copy, bought probably like in early 2000s or whatever, and then I upgraded and got the vinyl. This is a Back on Black pressing, and
nice.
Back on Black, they get kind of, some bad, a lot of people down their shit, but this is, it sounds great. I just love this picture right here. So what I decided to do, in just kind of like breaking down the albums is, to me, Opeth is a very moody band, and every record for me kind of represents a sort of feeling. So for Orchid, to me, this is the In the Open Fields at Dusk record, which is kind of what's happening here in the picture. But I truly feel like the music kind of is very representative of an image like this. And I wrote some notes just because it's a little easier for me. So I wrote that they entered the world with an immediate statement in Orchid. While already a well-established and familiar blend of melancholic death with folk acoustic and classical influence, this would arguably be the only record by the band that flirted with black metal elements, mainly in the song titles. So Michael, along with Peter Lindgren, completed a stellar lineup along the rhythm section with Johan Dave Farfalla on bass and Anders Norden on drums, who also contributed to the amazing classical piano piece Silhouette. Seriously, that track is it's like rock or something.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
This early sound, I think, indicated that Michael really intended to let each of the instruments of the band have its own voice. For me, this is a stunning classic debut that introduced the world to this great band that only had amazing things in store to come. For me, the acoustics on the album are what did it for me. They contain those sort of like Crime Stopper, oh shit moments. That for me, this is still one of my favorite Opeth records. And I like the sound of it. I like that it still sounds like an underground band, and you can tell that they're sort of finding their voice, finding what they're going to do. But I mean, you can already tell from the get-go that this is a very special. This is very special music for sure. And this one's really special to my wife as well. We were actually just jamming it before we came on here. But you guys, I love this one.
Cool. Jim, can I ask you a big favor?
Yeah.
Is there any way you can bounce your volume up a little bit? Are you able to adjust that on your end? Because I can't on my end. And I got to tell you, I am deaf a little bit, and I'm having trouble with hearing you.
Okay, I'm just going to try and talk a little closer to the camera.
Okay, that might work a little bit better.
Okay.
I apologize when you're jumping
worries.
in. I wanted to comment on some of the things you were saying, but I missed about half of it. So
okay, for sure.
And you always give great commentary, so I want to be able to, interact with you on that front. All you guys, remember, I'm the very, very old man here. I am the very old man. 56 in March. Remember, so help an old guy out by talking loud. And I wanted to say, Jimmy, that picture is so fucking cool. I love probably my favorite backdrop or the back cover of any of their albums. So cool.
Yeah, and this one has the demo track as well. And it's
Does it?
Yeah, I like just the vibe of this. You know, it's not so much like I guess there's some black metal elements in here, but they've never really done that before. And I think that's something they didn't really want to do after they did this record. But even like mostly in like the lyrics and the track listing or the track titles, you get that sort of that sort of feeling, you know. And to me, like this was the start of a band that cares about nature, that cares about you know, just sort of ethereal things, you know. Just and to me, it's very, very escapist, and what I would be looking for, you know, a lot of bands.
Yeah.
I think if you were to ask them if they were a death metal band, they would not have even put that in a category. Even their lyrics, all their content had nothing to do with.
Very much so. I agree. Very much so. They're not in that typical vein of frost and winter all the time with regards to, you know, like the black metal scene, the Nordic black metal scene. Michael is very. And I was going to talk about this later, but maybe I'll drop it in now. Michael's lyrics are very prose dominated, and they're very much sort of. They allow you to visualize a lot of stuff. They allow you to kind of come up with. He's often talked about, like on Deliverance, he was like, I don't even know what I write about a lot of time. There is no real, you know, actual story. This was early on. He was like, I always struggle with lyrics because I never really knew that what I was writing was any good, and I struggled with what I was trying to convey. A lot of times it was just putting imagery out there, and sometimes it was, you know, he wasn't doing the carcass thing where it was all, you know, stuff about surgery and corpulence and rot and, you know, all that putrefaction.
Ryan just said in the comments, I think he nailed it. You know, like they're very intentionally gothic, but without the cheesiness. Like you have those undertones in there. Definitely.
That's a real good way of putting it, Ryan. Man, it's very, in a lot of ways, his lyrics are almost esoteric in a cosmic sort of way. There's lines that he writes, for example. Some of the things that he says in certain, and I'm going to note that in some of the tracks I talked about coming up, there's lines that he writes that I'm just like, man, that is such poetic genius. And other stuff he writes that is kind of nonsense. It doesn't make any sense at all. But, you know, we can't all be Bob Dylan. They can't all be Bob Dylan, or they can't all be Neil Peart. You know what I mean? There's sometimes writing lyrics is not a simple thing to do. As a songwriter, I've struggled with that all my life, and I feel like I'm a pretty good speaker and writer, and I've struggled with that. So really good point there, Ryan.
Chris Barnes has got it down. I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
What's that?
Chris Barnes has got lyrics down. I'm just going to go ahead. He makes it look easy.
Yeah. Hammers. What's that? Chainsaw gut fuck? No, that's somebody else.
Zodiac. I'm just going to say it over again.
Nick, you want to chime in on this one?
All right. Okay. This one is a little bit lower for me in terms of like the giant Opeth totem of awesomeness. I like it. I mean, it's a good first effort. I feel like these songs feel long-winded versus like, you know, later on when they, you know, throw in more progressive movement throughout. The songs became like real interesting journeys. These are just kind of long songs, but they're still pretty damn good. Under the Weeping Moon is probably my big standout, just because that black metal feel to it. And it's cool you guys brought up the gothic thing, because I want to say like the first time I heard anyone classify Opeth, they said, oh, it's like gothic metal. I was like, it feels kind of accurate, but again, it's not like cheesy gothic. It is semi like romanticized, but it still feels kind of a little bit headier, I guess. Again, it doesn't feel like you're just going through platitudes, even though I think on the Roundhouse tapes, when they go into Under the Weeping Moon, he calls it, this song has some ridiculous black metal lyrics.
Black metal nonsense. That's what he said.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's still really good. It's just, you know, this is one of those bands that I think they kept progressing as they kept getting on, you know, further on their career. But yeah, Under the Weeping Moon is probably the one I listen to the most. The Twilight is My Robe is still pretty good.
Love that song.
The Apostle of Triumph also really good. I do like that bonus track because I have that bonus track edition into the Frost of Winter, whatever it is, something shit. Yeah,
the Frost of Winter. Yeah.
I do like that, but I'm a big.
Hey Nick, what do you think of that part in Apostle Triumph? It's like this weird eerie part. It's like it sounds like a violin, but I think what he's actually doing is like a volume swell. It's like a guitar.
It's volume swell.
I thought it was a violin. I think did I even say that in the ranking?
Well, actually, real quick to add a point in there, real quick, Rick. One of the things that Michael did a lot on the early albums, particularly these first two, like Advent and April Ethereal, a lot of the Night in the Silent Water, which we're going to get to those quickly here. He would do a lot of volume swells, and you're right, it sounds like a wah 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 wah. You get that almost mystical, weird sounding, dissonant sort of thing, and that you're right, it was a volume swell. Really, really cool effect.
It was another way of doing something cool without using like going all Zach Wild or something. Like it's just another guitar technique.
a really good example.
No pinch harmonics?
Yeah.
A really good example of volume swells, though, guys, going back to 1977, the very beginning of the song Xanadu by Rush. That's volume swells. He's using a volume pedal to increase and back off the volume, and you get that really almost like haunting, chilling sort of vibe going on. Really cool shit. Go ahead, Rob.
Honestly, like this is one I don't come back to as often, but I still appreciate it. I think it's still a pretty good album. I mean, honestly, there's probably one album I'm gonna trash a little bit, but it's not this one. So.
Yeah, I want to add to here what Philippe just said. I think you're right. We talked about a little bit that Mike's vocals on this album in particular, a little bit on Morningrise, are kind of different. His death vocal is different than it becomes on My Arms going forward, and it's more of a. I got a note in here when I get to mine. It's more of a black metal rasp.
Yeah, more black metal vocal. Yeah,
exactly. But it's not really black metal because you can still make some of the words out. There's a lot of black metal vocals I can't make any of the fucking words out in, and I don't even try.
But that's what's so great about it, because it's still scathing as hell. I mean,
right.
You throw the appropriate amount of reverb on there, and make it sound like he's screaming into a bucket. It's gonna be fine.
Anything else on there, Nick? Any other tracks?
That's pretty much my whole spiel on the Orchid.
All right, cool. Serge, what you got, my man?
So it probably took me a while to get into this album, just going back in their discography, because for a while I was just going forward, right? I think it's it's pretty good for a debut album. It sounds like a debut album to me. I think it's kind of cool that even from the first track, In the Mist She Was Standing, you can kind of it already kind of shows you what Opeth is. That mix of
right out the gate was brutal. Like as soon as you put on In the Mist She Was Standing, like
yeah, but you also have those like pretty moments in there. So like they already kind of tell you what kind of band they're going to be. So I appreciate it for that. I have to say it's not one I go back to often, if at all. I don't know. Production to me is not great. It's again, I think it's just partially just that's the that time, and it wasn't quite optimized yet in terms of recording that kind of music, and just kind of like early Metallica, the bass is kind of shitty. So that's the bass player, but annoys me.
It, dude?
What was that?
Is that it? I'm having trouble hearing you too. Christ, I got to get fucking hearing aids, man. Are you kidding me?
Is this better?
No, I don't know what's going on. Like I can't hear like I normally.
The rest of you guys can hear me, or?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, you guys hear me? Okay. I'll tell you what. I killed the fan. That might be part of it. My bad.
But yeah, like so. Yeah, in general, I think it's a cool album, and I think it's a good kind of foreshadowing of what they're going to become. But it's just not one I come back to often.
That's a good word, foreshadowing, because I think that's what this album sort of sets the template for where they're going to head. But it's it's kind of the origin. And obviously, it's their first album, but it shows what they're capable of. I think in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and like Serge said, I mean, it's you can tell that they're trying to figure out what they're gonna do, what their sound is gonna be. So they're kind of like you're hearing them figure it out, but you can already tell off the bat they're killer musicians. You know.
I think with what Brian said earlier with the gothic impression, like even that Orchid on the cover, like
Very
you can
gothic.
see the gothic album. It looks
Yeah, it reminds me of My
They're-
Dying Bride.
Their visuals were always pretty goth, I would say, and lyrics too. So yeah,
Yeah.
and goth, deaf goth. I don't know.
All right, I'll roll a couple quick thoughts out on this, and you guys can comment, and then we'll move on to Morningrise. Let's see. The one thing that jumps out at me about the production on it is that the acoustic moments are really captured well in that they sound organic with the music. They don't sound like they're punched in like a lot of stuff does now today, because they were recording with tape back then. It wasn't.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention. Yeah, I think this album, the acoustic, the more melodic moments were pretty good. It was the heavy stuff that needed work in terms of production.
Right. I agree. Mike's vocals sound more raspy and black metal versus later. Hence why people sometimes call this the prog black metal. Some of the leads sound a little bit basic compared to how Mike and Peter became, how complex they started to become later on as they became better guitar players and better musicians. It's a very atmospheric production that's evocative of swampy, cold, misty mornings in a forest. I wonder why. This album always reminds me of early New Album and Iron Maiden. Dual guitar attack at times. It's honestly not very black metal sounding, because there isn't much tremolo, minor chordal picking stuff going on, but it's more of a classical vibe. It's got more of a classic metal vibe going on with it. Some of the songs, there's some transitions and cuts to different sections that sound a little bit abrupt at times. There's nothing jarring, but it's usually everything's fairly fluid. The guitars stand out, and Mike's raspy vocals all across are pretty amazing. Drumming and bass are really solid, nothing exceptional. The acoustic quieter parts all stand out as hallmarks. A couple standout tracks in The Mist She Was Standing. Very dynamic, dramatic songs with trademark acoustic interludes and folky bits. Forest of October has some thrashy bits in it and lots of moody acoustic interludes and soft parts. Lots of twisting, intertwined acoustic, and heavy galloping. And that's where I say the Maiden part comes in, because they had a lot of galloping. You could hear the Maiden gallop in a lot of these tunes. Twilight Is My Robe. Really good song. The Apostle and Triumph was a demo. It's the most ambitious track in that it's a sprawling batch of ideas that surprisingly work pretty well, that go from raging death and thrashy high energy sections to soft folly interludes. I don't think I meant to say folly, but I can't spell very good. With Mike's clean vocals again being a big high point. I think what stands out to me about this album is that you can see Mike and Peter were clearly writing very technically challenging music and songs, but that they hadn't quite focused in on where they were going to go with it. And as you said, Nick, some of these songs seem to be a little long for their own good. They just tend to have maybe one or two too many sections in them. But you can also see, looking back at this, you can see how Mike was affected by 70s prog and hard rock, because some of these songs melodically, they're channeling many of those types of sounds, and I can hear it big time.
They dress
This was
like
always
it,
my
too.
forgotten Opeth album. For me, this was always my forgotten Opeth album, and I gotta say, when I re-listened to this, I was pretty blown away by it. It's way more complex than I remembered it. And Jimmy, I gotta say, it kind of, I'm not gonna say it's in my top 5, because it's not, but it was probably my bottom feeder because I didn't go to it often. And after listening to it, I was like, man, I want to listen to that again. That was really fucking good. So, okay. So next up, we all good? Does anybody want to interject anything there?
Andres plays the piano in one of the interludes, so that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, he plays again on, I believe, Morningrise, and he also plays on My Arms Are Hearse, right?
Yeah, so Swaddle and Bleed Out first. He's like, yeah, I'll play the piano. He's like, you're the drummer. He's like, I can do it.
He's a good piano player.
Pull him away too, yeah.
So June 24th, 1996, they put them back to work. And I will say one thing about Opeth: they are one of the hardest working bands in metal of all metal bands, because they have been consistently releasing albums in a pretty repetitive fashion, good albums, high quality albums, and touring like mad until the pandemic thing like that. Morningrise, June 24th, 1996, Candlelight, again, Century Black in the U.S. And this was simultaneous distribution at this point.
Yeah.
Because I believe Candlelight opened up a U.S. distribution arm. And Dan Swano is in again at production. And this time, I'm wrong. My Arms, Your Hearse is not Anders. Anders Norden and Johan de Farfalla. This is their last recordings with the band. So they were with them the first two albums, and they move on. And Rick, you wanna pick up the mantle here?
Sure.
Not the Agalot.
Well, let's start with the photo. Continuing that theme, I think this is the first album cover I actually remember ever seeing from an Opeth cover. If one thing you'll notice is the early albums is they didn't have the actual album names on them.
Right.
It was pretty much just a logo. I think they added that with some of the later pressings, but I kind of like it like this. It's just simple.
Yeah, I like minimalism.
Yeah, exactly. That's the word I'm looking for.
And seriously, who has a better fucking logo than that?
It's very much distinctive, that's for sure.
They never needed to change it. Yeah. I hate when bands like they have something like this, like Canatodia did that, right? Like they'll have this fucking badass logo, and then they'll go ahead and change it to like this Helvetica font or something.
Yeah.
I hate that.
But yeah, I mean this album is the one with the 20-minute song, Black Rose Immortal. I feel like had they released that track as an EP, it would have worked, just because it feels like there's several songs within that one song. If they really wanted to, I think they could have gotten away doing that. But I think To Bid You Farewell, that was the one. Me and my girl, I think at the time she liked it. I would think I was working at the computer lab one day, and I played it. She's like, "What is that? It sounds pretty good." I'm like, "Oh, it's To Bid You Farewell." But I tried to make sure that when it got to the second half, she left the room because she wouldn't recognize the song anymore. But and this one too has that bonus track. It has Eternal Soul Torture, and that's another one with those demos.
Yeah. Not so great.
Yeah. Again, I feel like this is the digipack with the picture. I don't have the vinyl. I do have the vinyl for this. What am I saying? I picked it up at record store day.
You just got a record store day. I was gonna say.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't really pull the vinyl. The CDs are easier to handle. But yeah, I mean, I think this will probably, as far as their lineup, not counting the Prog era, like Anon, this is probably like the lowest in the pile regarding that era up to Watershed. For me, again, they never put out a bad album. Let me put that disclaimer. They didn't put out any. Opeth has never made a bad album. They're great. But if I were to rank them as far as that era, this is probably at the bottom. I think that all the songs here are over 10 minutes easily. 10 minutes or over. Nectar, I think, is 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
But I think that I like the second half a little more than the first half. Again, with To Bid You Farewell, Black Rose Immortal. Again, but that's quite a endurance run. That's Nectar, Night in the Sun and Water. I mean, it's continue on from Orchid. I mean, it still has that same kind of feel. It makes sense. Obviously, you got so I don't think it's as brutal as Orchid was. It still has its moments, but overall, I mean, I like the album, but I don't listen to this one as much. But the fact that I picked it up for record store day tells you that I still enjoy the album. That it's still worth picking up the vinyl. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a whole lot to add. Besides that,
I think
the photo was taken by the Candlelight guy, by the way. So it wasn't like this is not some weird 18th century photo.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to hit a few quick comments, and then we'll move on to Jimmy. Yeah, I think that once the Martins came into the picture, there was a noticeable uptick in musicianship. But I don't think that Anders was a bad drummer, and I don't think Johan was a bad bass player. I think they were both solid musicians. They just weren't. They were more bit part players. They did their part, and that was kind of it. Whereas, you know, Mendez is a killer musician. He's really good. And Lopez was an amazing fucking drummer. Amazing.
I'm gonna add one more thing. I think between Orchid and this, maybe Little My Arms or Hearse, I call them, to me anyway, it's like their classical era. Like it's more classical than Prog to me,
Right.
as far as the technique that they're using. Which again, if you want a little bit of that style, this is why when I listen to those Opeth albums, like I said, if I'm in the mood for something a little more of that classical sound, this is when I'm gonna go revisit the really early records.
Okay. Yeah.
That's when I do that. It's because of that particular reason.
Yeah, I kind of so Hack's Process agrees with me that there's a good flavor of New Wabum, especially on that first album, and I still hear it on tracks on Morningrise too, particularly Advent and Night in Silent Water. You still hear that dual galloping maiden thing going on at times.
Oh,
in a lot of music.
was it on this album? This one doesn't have it, but they did that Remember Tomorrow cover.
That's on the next one.
And that's
Next one. Great cover.
forget which one it was.
Nick touched on this earlier. Transition on Orchid kind of suck. They feel they cut the individual parts with scissors. Yeah, they do. Although I will say that frankly, for me, the worst, and I get a lot of shit for this when I say this to friends that are into Opeth. I think the worst perpetrator of the cut and paste sort of sound in the early Opeth is on Black Rose Immortal. The transitions don't go well for me.
That's why I think if they were to release that as like an EP, it felt like it was different songs in that one song.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it felt like a fade out at the end of each one of those moments. It feels like at least 3 songs.
Exactly, and it fades out and it comes back in with something else, and it's not jarring. None of them are ever jarring, but they just don't seem smooth at times, especially in Black Rose. What else we got here real quick? I don't want somebody asked me. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know that I agree with that, and I'll get there. Although on one particular song, the atmosphere is fucking amazing. We'll see who else touches on that. I'm gonna head here real quick. Yeah, see, I don't think the production. That's one of my arguments about Morningrise, and I'll probably bring that up when I get there. And it sounds like Nick might as well. And yeah, Stone Gizzard, you're right. No Opeth album is bad. I fully agree with that. Jimmy, what you got on Morningrise?
This is my original CD pressing. I think this is the Century Black. So again, this is where I come in, and of course I upgraded to the vinyl. I think the first 3 I've got all the back on black pressings, but this sounds just fine to me. I also posted a link in the chat there with another picture of this here, because I always thought that maybe this wasn't actually real, because it just looks like, if you look at the trees back here, it just really looks like another world,
Yeah.
And like that just looks so big. But yeah, check that link out I put in the chat, and you'll see another perspective of these ruins here. And so for me, this is as continuing the theme that I'm trying to do with the mood of these records. This is the ancient ruins sort of record for me. Another example of, they really perfectly captured the atmosphere of the cover art in the music. So I wonder how that worked in those early days, because it just seems like they just found things that worked and just felt like the music sounds in a way. This is, I don't like this one as much as Orchid. I think this is more or less continuing the sound of Orchid, further sort of solidifying what they're going to become. We're not quite there yet, but again, this is where I came in. But 1996, man, this is the year I graduated high school. Of course, I wouldn't hear this record until like 2 or 3 years later, but it's kind of crazy to think about. 96, when I graduated, like this is the last kind of music I would have been listening to at the time, because I had a really weird period around those years with music. But and I talked about how like this, when I first heard this at a friend's house, and the first track I ever heard by Opeth was Advent, and just being absolutely blown away by that song. And that's like one of the live staples, like in the early days, like all the shows that they would always have Advent in there, and it was a good live song, because it really. This is not a perfect record. It again with like Black Rose Immortal, 20-minute song. I mean, they probably could have done some cutting, some stuff here and there, but I mean, for sure, this is a great record still. I just remember being very taken again by the clean sections and being amazed at how they could go from this sort of, melodic, deaf sound to this beautiful classic folk, sort of bliss. And, again, the harsh vocals are starting to get a little lower. The clean vocals are becoming more prominent. We're still seeing that dual harmony approach to the guitars, like you were talking about, Jeff. Like that was one thing that they kind of stuck to in these early records was those dual harmonies. But it worked. The bassist I thought was really great on this, really prominent. The folk meets classical acoustic parts better emphasized. I think the album proves that Orchid was not a fluke, as we get these big epic tunes. And for the most part, they don't get too repetitive. And as well, we get the first, big Opeth power ballad in To Bid You Farewell.
Yeah.
Michael's flexing, improving upon. I always thought his clean vocals sounded like a Tibetan monk. Like it was like this Tibetan monk sorrowful croon or something like that. But I like that quality to his vocals, and I mean, it's again, they're still just trying to find out what their sound's going to be, and to me, this is just kind of another extension of Orchid. But great record, and for me, coming into it with this, I instantly gravitated toward the next record. But I mean, this was the one that really just kind of. You can listen to this one.
What is that noise? It's becoming overpowering.
Yeah, there's like a hiss.
There you go, Jimmy.
It's me.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was. It sounded like now it's gone.
Yeah, it kept getting louder.
But it was like it sounded like the sound in David Lynch's fucking what's it called? Eraserhead, man.
Oh, Eraserhead.
So that's weird. All I had was this other window up. So okay, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. Weird.
Yeah, maybe we'll find out. But yeah, dude, that's pretty much all I had to say about this, man. I love this record. It's a great one. I mean, you guys said it best. I mean, they don't have a bad record in it. So great stuff.
Yeah, everything you said, I'll add a little bit to that when I get to mine. Nick, how about you, dude?
Well, I actually grabbed my stack too, and this is the 2000 edition, so I do have Eternal Soul Torture on the back of this one.
Yeah, I do too.
I like this one a little bit more than Orchid. I like it feels darker. I kind of like that. It feels a little bit more foreboding, and the classical folky stuff. There's a lot of stuff in there that kind of just reminds me of like a waltz, except the people that are waltzing are corpses. But I don't know. I liked some of the improvement in terms of songwriting dynamics. Now, sometimes, again, it doesn't work. Black Rose Immortal, that should
Nick,
be
hang on a sec.
songs.
Nick,
Okay.
hang on a second. Rick, you got something going on behind you because you're. Yeah, I mute you and unmute you, and I get all kinds of wild. Unmute yourself a minute, Rick. You guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like dial-up.
Rick, mute yourself a minute.
It's just like noise, white noise.
Are we being sucked into the vortex? Because that's what
I
it
don't know
seems
what the fuck's going on. Maybe it was Rick all the while. It sounds like there's like this.
Yeah. No, I hear it.
Sounds like a 747.
Yeah, like
Alright.
Let me break out the cans to see if that works.
All right, it's gone now. So maybe it wasn't you, Jimmy. We apologize. We love you, man. Don't go away.
No worries.
Go ahead, Nick. Sorry. Go ahead. Back to you.
Oh, no, it's all right. But yeah, I mean, The Night in the Silent Water is probably my big standout on here. I do really like that track.
Definitely.
But the one thing that really stood out to me is the bass work, honestly. And someone brought that up in the chat. Philip. Philip. Yeah, and that was the thing that was like, wow, that really stands out in the mix. It like really cuts through, and I don't know, just it adds a certain flavor to this album.
Yeah, I think
And
isn't that on Night in the Silent Water, the part where it gets slow and it's doing the acoustic part and it's like.
Yep. But honestly, it's kind of in the background on almost the entire album. Like you hear these really cool, intricate bass noodles.
Yep. Agreed.
And I don't know, it just kind of gives it like I don't know, like a weird swagger to it. Again, I think this is an improvement over Orchid. You hear them like developing more as songwriters. You know, they're trying to improve. You can definitely tell they're really pushing themselves creatively. And yeah, To Bid You Farewell. Michael shows off that he's got some fucking pipes. But I mean, he shows off even more later. But yeah, this is a good album. It'll be still kind of lower on my list, but I still really enjoy it. And yeah, good album.
All right, cool.
Yeah, the bass was really, really prominent in this one, and I think
I
it
love
really
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
You
we
can
went
tell
back
they
to
were really
Rankine,
good.
man, I forgot how good the bass lines were.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
one bass line on I think Night in the Silent Water where he does the real slidey, slippery, wow, 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 wow. It's so cool because it drags you in, and it's the part where Michael's doing the whispered part where he's, and you're just like, fuck, that sounds creepy as fuck, but I love it, you know.
Even to bid you farewell, like the underlying with the acoustic, you can hear very clearly. You know,
Serge, what you got?
So I kind of classify this with Orchid as kind of a section of Opeth. And so to me, they're very similar in many ways, including my kind of issue with production. But I do like The Night in the Silent Water, and I really love To Bid You Farewell. I think that it's a beautiful track to me. I think you guys covered kind of most of the stuff. Again, the bonus track is also terrible. So,
Yeah, it is. Yeah. That it? That's all you got, man?
you know,
Okay.
I don't want to repeat stuff, but
Serge wants to get to the really good albums. So
yeah, like I said, it's not one I listen to
short.
too
He's
often.
like, Jeff,
so.
shut the fuck. He just texted me and said, Jeff, shut the fuck up so we can get to Blackwater Park. He didn't actually say that. He didn't say that. For me, real quick, you know, for me, the song Advent, Advent has a lot of similarities to several of the tracks on Orchid, but the production, I think the production's a little better, and certainly like Jimmy mentioned and Nick mentioned, the bass work is very prominent on it.
The bass is not as terrible as Orchid. Orchid bass is fucking terrible.
Pretty rudimentary on Orchid, yeah. This is very good. I think something we didn't mention that we should real quick though is that in 1991 Peter Lindgren joined, and he actually joined to be the bass player for a live show. He was a friend of Mike's. He joined, and Peter was a pretty damn good guitar player, and Mike quickly was like, dude, you're jumping on guitar, and that's when they went out and found the Farfalla. But Peter and Mike's early relationship writing songs was pretty critical until they got up to Deliverance. Things got a little wonky on Deliverance. We'll talk about that when we get there. But Peter's a killer guitar player. He was always the guy, when I finally got to know the band later on, that was always kind of the most friendliest and the most open and the coolest guy to hang with. Pear was pretty cool too. But Mendez guy's very quiet. I will tell the story about Lopez asking me to find cocaine later when we get down the road. But that's a true story, not a lie. Sorry, Lopez, if you're watching. You know you asked me. It's okay. It's okay. We've all been there. Or some of us have. Advent, killer tune. I like it. Night in Silent Water is my standout track on the album. It's just such a... Man, there's something so haunting and affecting about that song. It's just it's the song on the album that gets me every time. Seeing that live was fucking incredible when I saw him up in New York with Serge and another one of our friends, John. And Nectar, good song, has a lot of similarities to Advent, nothing exceptional. Again, Black Rose Immortal, some people rave about this song, and there's interesting moments in this song, but I just don't find it holds together well for 20 minutes. I find that as Nick said, there's a lot of transitions that the volumes sort of, they fade out and fade into something else, and you're like, yeah, clearly they couldn't figure a way to get from Mike couldn't figure a way from point A to point B effectively, so they use the fade.
They're three good songs.
But yeah, there's like 3 good songs in it. There are some hair-raising screams though in that fucking album, man. I mean, in that song, excuse me, there is. I can't remember. It's about the middle when they go into the second part where he just has this just insane, and it's still a black metal scream. It's still a little bit more of a black metal than a death metal growl or grunt. It's more of a and you're just like, holy fucking shit, man. You're listening to that in the dark, it gets to you. There's also a really cool doomy section around 5 minutes in. It's probably my favorite part of the song. It's just got this cool doomy, Sabbathy, Candlemassy vibe to it that I really like. To Bid You Farewell, very different song, and I think what it really shows is Mike's not a one-dimensional songwriter. He can do something. He can do something very different that's very highbrow and quite elevated. And again, Advent, Night, and To Bid You Farewell, probably my 3 favorite songs. So, jumping on to August 18th, 1998. Again, on Candlelight and Century Black, we've got Frederick Nordstrom producing, not Dan Swano. And that name, if you know death metal and black metal, you should know Frederick Nordstrom because he's the guy from, I believe, Sunlight Studios, right?
That's Thomas Skogsberg.
Or that's Skogsberg.
Yeah.
Studio Fredman.
Fredman. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Fredman. And let's see. He comes in, and obviously 2 Martins joined the band. Martin Mendez on bass and Martin Lopez on drums. I'm not going to get into where they come from. You can look that up. They were in different bands that, and I believe they, if I'm not incorrect about this, they answered ads in like a musician's friend type magazine or something like that where they came and auditioned. And both of them, incredible auditions, and they were there for quite a long time. And, we'll get into that. So, Rick, what you got on My Arms, Your Hearse? Which, by the way, before we jump ahead real quick, does anybody know where that line comes from? My Arms, Your Hearse? Michael got that line, My Arms, Your Hearse, from a Comus song. Anybody familiar with the band Comus? A psychedelic UK trippy acid hippie sort of band that Mike loves because Mike loves that weird trippy acid UK prog. A song called Drip Drip has the line, My Arms, Your Hearse. That's how he sounds. Super weird and trippy and psychedelic. It's a fucking great. Anybody that doesn't know Comus, go grab the double CD.
How do you even spell that?
Commus, Comus. The double album, which is pretty much includes everything they ever put out, including some live stuff, is called Song to the Comus, I think, or Songs to Comus, I think. It's on my Instagram. If you want to look on my Instagram, it's posted there. Cool fucking shit. Weird. Very trippy, very bizarre. But Mike pulled that line, My Arms, Your Hearse, from the song Drip Drip. So, all right, Rick, go ahead.
Okay, a few things. First of all, I hear that little jet engine sound a little bit. So if I sound a little odd, it's because it's distracting.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, who's that? Is it from...
I have no idea. But anyway, so I don't have the fancy jewel cases like you guys have. I did at one point, and that was stolen with everything else years ago.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, so it's all right. And that was before I was collecting vinyl, so I'm gonna eventually score them all on vinyl. I think that anyway, Peter Lindgren, you were talking about him. So that was his girlfriend at the time in that cover. This is very reminiscent of that first Black Sabbath album. It's every time I see this, it kind of reminds me of that sort of dreary, that the whole aesthetic kind of just fits that whole vibe. And another one which didn't have the caption on the front, which I think that would change with Still Life, but with this one, I think it's where it ended. My thing about this album is that you have the Martins come on board, and if you didn't know that and you're listening to this, you might think that Swano might have been holding them back. When he left, they're like, oh, okay. But again, I think it was just another series of development for the band, progressing on their own, also doing this. The thing is that I think the flow of this album is the strength and all this. I think it's just they come in just guns blazing, and Lopez is phenomenal. Mendez. The thing about Mendez is that he actually did not record on this album. Ackerfeld did because he didn't have time to learn all the parts.
That's correct. Yep. Mm-hmm.
The parts were already written.
Yes.
By the time that came in, of course, if I were to describe the standout track, maybe we could all say it together.
Probably
Demon of the,
not, but I know what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
it's the one. Demon of the Fall. That's the one with the hooks. That's the one that's gonna. That's the one that's gonna get you. I think overall, it's another one that, you know, we'll do the rankings later. You'll see where this comes in for me. But I put this pretty up highly regarding the flow and everything with the album. The production, everything is just cranked up for me. Just only one other one, you know, that I think would go a notch further, which would make sense when we go to the next one. But, you know, it's just a continuation. And also, this is the first one that I think saw a release in the US and the UK simultaneously.
No, Morningrise was, I believe.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Was Candlelight Black? Okay.
Century Media Black and Candlelight.
And okay, so they came.
But they had,
all right.
Yeah, they had. I'm pretty sure somebody can fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure that Morningrise came out at the same time.
All right.
Maybe I goofed on that though. I apologize if I did.
But yeah. Anyway, I got nothing. I mean, I like to say it's
with you. He's saying I've always loved the flow on my arm, your Hearse. The whole album runs together so well from track to track.
Yeah,
I agree.
that's the strength. That's the strength of this album. I think if you were to pick out between what was going on, it's not. I mean, I wouldn't say everything was really jarring, but this one, you forget about that feeling at all. You don't hear it. Everything just, to me, it's a lot more buttery. And I think it's the start of a new era. You know, it's the next phase of the band, and this is the lineup that will stick for a good long while.
Yes. All the way up through Ghost Reveries.
Yeah. And that was another mini era, and then another one, which we'll get to later.
I think it's also the era of Opeth that became the popular Opeth era, essentially. I mean, that they started touring the world more extensively and touring a lot, you know, long periods of time on each album. Philippe says, has the most demonic, eerie Michael vocals. What I think changed Philippe from my hearing is that he went from being the black metal Michael to the death metal Michael, and
that's a good point. Yeah.
I love this Michael.
Vocals, yeah, the death metal Michael vocals, just to me, he was the gold standard at that point in time. I know people say, "Oh, there's 9 million death metal vocalists out there," but to me, Mike's death metal growl during that period, from My Arms through probably Ghost Reveries, I would say, and maybe even Watershed to a point.
Dude, Watershed's got some good growls.
There's just, man, oh God, and
yeah,
because I still think that on Catatonia's Brave Murder Day, he's black metal Michael on that more than he is death metal vocal. He's death metal, but he has a lot more black metal rasp in that, and that may be one of my favorite Michael recordings ever. Is that Catatonia album? But I agree. I don't know what they did. They may have multi-tracked it. I have no idea.
You feel the power. You feel the power behind it. You know, I think this would get him ready to do something like Bloodbath. You know, when he did this, you really get to know. Okay, what would a full-on death metal Michael sound like? You know, without the Opethness of it. You know, you really got a good idea of it. But I think this was a really good introduction to doing away with the black metal aesthetic and just going more the death metal purely.
The prog death metal, because I also
death metal, yeah.
I also think that they really started to incorporate more progressive music into this album right here, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Real quick, Kellen, what you just said, this is where people tell me to start with Opeth. You can't go wrong starting there at all, without question. No. However, I always say Blackwater Park are still life, which we're going to get to in a moment. And I got to hurry up because I don't want to lose. We're going to lose Serge around midnight, 12:30, and I want to get at least.
Yeah, I'm trying not to get too intricate. But
I always talk the most on these. It's my show, so I do talk a lot, and I talk a lot everywhere I go. So I apologize for that, but it's true. But I'm fucking brilliant to listen to, and everybody knows that. So just.
As long as the points are true and important, you know.
But no, Kellen, I would say that's a great starting point. So is Still Life, and so is Blackwater Park, and so is Ghost Reveries. You really can't go wrong. You know?
Oh, I pulled this. Peter Lindgren, his favorite band where he gets a lot of his influence from.
Yep.
Believe it or not.
And that's also
Camel.
one of Mike's favorite bands too. So huge favorite band for Mike. And you hear it, you definitely hear it. If you know anything about Camel, you know you hear it. So
I hear a lot of Crimson too in his style. Like there's a lot in there.
Philippe says it's impressive how each song pretty much transitioned into the following one. Yeah, you're right. It does. It does. That's right. Each song, the title is from last. I forgot about that. Glad you reminded me of that. April Ethereal, When Demon Fall. Yep. It's great. I agree. It's the first great album. It's a first great. I hear a fan. Yeah, I have a fan here, dude. My old man has diabetes, and he has to have the temperature at like 77 degrees, so my room's like 81. If I need a fan, or else I'd be sweating my balls off, which I probably am too, but that's probably TMI. What is this? Don't know what that means. Subtle. Okay,
oh, subtle. Yeah.
When
Noise.
Yes, I'm going to talk about that Drunken Metalhead when we get there. Love that fucking song. Thomas' First Utterance. Strange shit. Very, very strange shit. First Utterance, I think, was their first album. That's not the or their only album, I guess. There is a compilation of 2 CD compilation. I believe is called Song to the Comus, which has pretty much everything plus some live stuff. Well worth getting if you're into weird prog. It's really cool. And last one here, and then we'll get to Jimmy. Yeah. Yep. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Jimmy, what you got on? Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to show my CD copy real quick, Rick. It's kind of funny because this is like a original Century Black.
Yeah, I have that one too.
But it does have the title, interestingly.
You know, the Candlelight doesn't have it. Only the Century Media Black does.
I mean, this CD has been beat to hell. I don't even know if you can. Yeah, you're not able to see the scratches on this thing. I don't even know if it plays anymore.
That's a sign of love.
Yeah, and then I upgraded, of course, another back on black pressing. But these are fine. They sound good. And
hey, Jimmy, did they enhance the girl? You could barely see her. No.
I mean, this isn't. I bet you if you buy one of the newer pressings, it's probably going to be a little bit better. Yeah, it's just kind of hard to see. And for me, this is my favorite cover art by Opeth. It's just there's something about it. I mean, it's very subtle. I mean, there's not a whole lot to see on first glance, but the more you look at it, and
it's so dreary. Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Black Sabbath, like the first album. It just has that feel.
Yeah. It really captures the feeling of this record, and guys, this is hands down my favorite Opeth record of all time, no doubt.
Sweet.
And this album is perfect from start to finish. I'll kind of just read my notes. This is where I think Opeth really became Opeth.
Yep, agreed.
This is where the Death Thralls really, really came out. This is where it's just ungodly amazing. I love the way Nick put it. I forgot what you said, but like the just belch forth hellfire. I mean, that's where this is happening. And so for me, like, though it's kind of sad to see the end of the fantastic, what I thought was a fantastic rhythm section. That established the early era of the band. We greatly welcome Martin Lopez, my favorite drummer of the band for sure, who turns in a stellar performance and really kind of elevates and brings this band to the next level, I think, in this record. Production is a bit sleeker sound, improved, with Studio Fredman. That's where all the bands were going at the time. Song composition here, that's the key. I mean, like where the previous albums, it kind of felt like, a lot of the long songs, even though they pulled it off, it wasn't quite, to the level that it is on here, the level of compositional perfection, in my opinion. Uber focused. And this time around, Michael, again, beginning to become into his own as a formidable death metal vocalist, along with those Tibetan monk-like croons that I've been talking about, just getting stronger with that. Less of a focus on the dual harmony guitars, and the acoustics are more intricate than ever. I mean, these guys' their acoustic folk moments are so just meticulously played and just genius, in my opinion. And it really, really shines through in this album. And then the guitar solos have become really, really purposeful. Just total melodic prowess in the guitar solos. This is a haunting, mournful Sojourn that highlights the finest elements and strength of this band, in my opinion. Hands down, like I said, my favorite Opeth record of all time. I will forever be haunted by this record. And again, I talked about, it was so important to me because I had bought the CD, blind bought it when I first got into the band and was instantly blown away. It has continued to this day to be my favorite. I hadn't listened to it in a while, and in preparation for this live stream, I just put it on the turntable yesterday, just blasted it. And I mean, like Opeth are one of those rare bands that you get goose flesh. You know what I mean? Like you get goose flesh on some of those parts. There's just time stopper moments. And for me, again, every single moment in this record is absolute perfection. And I think it's hard, a lot of people say Demon of the Fall is their favorite. It's a great, great, great song. I think When is probably my favorite.
Same here.
That song is just unbelievably good. The first time I saw Opeth, and I'll get into it later, but it was funny. I was sitting in the crowd. This is early on, and a guy behind me, like in between songs, he was going when, and he wanted to play when, like when. And my friend looked back at him and he said, soon. And he didn't really know what he meant. So, yeah, but anyway, yeah, guys. Wow, what an amazing record. Fuck, man, my favorite for sure.
Cool. I'll wait till I get to me, but when and one other track are 1 and 1A for me. It depends on when I listen to the album and what mood I'm in. Those two tracks blow me away. I just want to point one thing out here. We have a very famous person amongst us. Why can I not go up in the comments? Fuck, I just did it a second ago. Ay. There we go. I'd like to point out that we have the number one Opeth fan right here. The number one Opeth fan, the Upside Down Church guy, who wants us to talk about an Opeth greatest hits. Jake, we're going to get there at around 4 a.m. We'll be talking about that Opeth greatest hits, so stick around, buddy. I just want to thank everybody that's joined in. We've actually had 20 people online tonight. Fantastic.
Woo! Wow.
Yeah. Which for us, that's a lot, Nick. That's like 20. Fuck that. But yeah, this is big time for us. Rick, is this true, Rick?
Well, I told them if they enhance that picture, yeah.
Always
Is
the nipple.
Is she naked under there? I don't know.
It looks like it's cold out.
Speaking of that picture, what does that picture remind you guys?
I mean, Black Sabbath.
Exactly. It absolutely took a little bit of a page out of the Iomi book there.
You're gonna steal a diamond, right?
Exactly. Yes, that's true, Kellen. Fucking Jake, he just wants to cut corners. Just wants the greatest hits all the time.
Son of a bitch.
I'll be sending that. Checks in the mail. Remember? All right. Number 3 favorite by Stone Giz. All right, we're gonna do our top 5s at the end. Although Serge is probably gonna leave a little early, so he's probably gonna give his top 5 before that. Anyway, so Nick, what you got on My Arms?
Oh, dude, I fucking love this album. Like, this isn't even one that I feel like there's any moments that I have to defend on it because it's so goddamn good. Death metal fucking Michael is the best growling Michael. Unfortunately, he doesn't do that anymore, and I'm still bitter. But I think I heard When on, I think it was a compilation for like the Identity compilations for Century Media, and I was like, wait, I don't have that on any of the albums, and I found this one, and Jesus Christ, dude! When I heard Demon of the Fall, which that's up there with like favorite tracks, the chanting of the fucking song title, oh my god. The songwriting in here is so goddamn good. Like, this is a giant leap from both Morningrise and Orchid.
Agreed.
Like,
yeah.
Everything is, I don't know, just better. Like, they do everything they did on those albums better, but they added intensity too. Like, because, like, honestly, like a lot of the stuff on the earlier albums, it really didn't get my like blood boiling. It wasn't like adrenaline rush moments where you're like, you get the, goosebumps and shit. This delivered that, and that would be stuff that would obviously carry on to other albums because I mean, dude, everything they did so well. Even the covers, because Remember Tomorrow, they nailed that cover. But Circle of the Tyrant,
Oh yeah,
fucking yes. I'm gonna keep gushing about this if I hold this for any longer. But yeah,
you know when I first heard Circle of the Tyrant when the compilation, there was a tribute to Celtic Frost, and Opeth was on that one. That's where I first heard that cover.
I don't think I heard the tribute album, but I saw it on there, and I think actually they might have been the first time I heard Celtic Frost because I got this not long after I got Deliverance, and yeah, this is easily one of my favorites by Opeth. I jam this one pretty frequently. I mean, fucking the Amen Corner, absolutely amazing song. But yeah, when is probably my second favorite track on here because Demon of the Fall just whoops my ass every single time.
The song is awesome.
Oh, great fucking album.
Well, the last track, what is it? Karma? Ugh, dude. I mean,
Epilogue.
Well,
no, that's the last like real track.
Epilogue, yeah.
Yeah, Karma's a fucking ass
ripper. Amen Corner. That's a fucking ass ripper.
Dude, the riff in Amen Corner.
Yeah.
Dude, everything about it just got more intense.
That's my track. That's my track, the Amen Corner. And a little note, since we're talking about My Arms, Your Hearse, coming from Thomas, that line, the Amen Corner was the name of an obscure UK prog band called the Amen Corner, and that's where he took that line from. So,
Michael, you're so clever.
Of course.
Serge, what you got, my man?
So to me, this was the first proper Opeth album, and by that I mean this is where things really come together.
Totally.
And this is what I consider Opeth to be, and that's and it shows. It's also the first album where production didn't bother me. So that it's
Definite step up production wise, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Demon of the Fall, big live favorite if you've seen them live. I love Credence. And somebody mentioned, I love Epilogue, and somebody mentioned Floydian, and that's exactly what I have in my notes. Like that guitar organ outro is very Floydian to me, which
that was
whether you consider that good or bad, for me, I'm a huge Floyd fan, so I loved it. So this is the first album I loved, I'd say, in terms of chronologically speaking.
Yeah, Philippe said that. Anyone think Epilogue sounds like a Floyd song? It definitely does, yeah.
It does.
Serge, I feel like I'm short shrifting you. Are we?
No, it's fine.
I know you're always the quiet guy, so.
Yeah, you guys cover most of the stuff, since I kind of go.
So you guys understand, this is why Serge and I have been good friends for 22 years. He's the quiet guy. I'm the guy that never shuts the fuck up.
You gotta have a proper relationship.
A nice balance there.
Dynamic.
You got the
Yin and yang, you know what I mean?
The yin and yang, yeah. I got a couple quick notes, but I'm moving quicker as we go here. My notes on this album are, first of all, the production, as Serge and all you guys said, real step up. It's just
everything.
It's very full. Everything sounds fuller now. It doesn't feel also like there is the crazy juxtapositions in some of the songs. And I know that's a wrong word for it. The transitions are much smoother. Michael's become a much better songwriter, and Peter is still writing at this point. He's still contributing quite a bit. So I think the interplay between those two guys is kind of starting to maximize itself at this point. April Ethereal has a very much, April Ethereal has a very much Advent-like vibe to it, but it's a little better. It's a little more pared down, it's a little more streamlined, and it's a little more proggy, and it's a little more realized than April Ethereal. When, on any given day, the tracks When and Amen Corner, it's 1 and 1A, and it depends on my day which one. But that fucking riff in the Amen Corner, oh man, it's just like, it's so fucking killer. However, the chorus to When is so incredible, and as Nick, I believe, said, the songwriting suddenly just they became a duo of songwriters. And I want to think that most of it was predominantly Mike, but I think Peter added quite a bit from a sonic standpoint with regards to the guitar lines. But Mike became an amazing songwriter, and he just gets better too. Demon, that's the most popular song. It's the super heavy death metal track. I love it. It never gets old, kind of like another track we're going to talk about soon that comes up. But it's a crowd pleaser, but it's not one of those songs I have to hear if I go see it. I've seen it enough over almost 20 concerts that I'm cool, but I don't mind it when it's played. It's not like, oh, here comes Freebird again, that kind of thing, Creedence, fantastic fucking song. And as Jimmy mentioned, Karma is kind of maybe the underrated sleeper on the album. It's just it's an amazing track. So in agreeing with Serge and kind of everyone's consensus and Rick's, this is where Opeth, the magic happened. The magic was starting on Orchid and Morningrise, but the magic really happened here, and it's where it came together, fully realized, and amazingly, it just gets better for several albums. Anyone want to add anything to that?
Yeah. And the lyrics, and the last word on every song is the title of the next track.
Yeah,
I forgot
one
about
of the guys. One of the guys mentioned that earlier in the.
That's right. I forgot about that.
I think it was Philippe mentioned that. Yeah, Philippe mentioned that. Yeah, which is crazy. Kind of like there's that band out there. Every album starts with an alphabetic letter. I forget the name of that.
I think they're called the Morbid Angels. They're like a doo-wop group, right?
No.
I'm close. I know I'm close. It's the doo-wop thing.
I thought it was the Cult. Are you sure it's not the Cult?
I mean, I'm pretty sure those guys have a cult.
They might. Real quick, we'll hit some comments real fast. Hey, Jimmy, good to see you. Yeah, that's true. All right, you definitely got to watch the company you keep, Jim. This is not. You're not making good.
Shut up and give me your wallet.
Stone says make Opeth heavy again. You're not gonna like some of the stuff I have to say later, Stone. Sorry, dude. I love a lot of their prog rock coming up here, and sure, I love the heavy Opeth, but I don't know. And I know that Serge likes a lot of the prog stuff, and I think Nick likes a fair bit of it.
I like that metal.
Yeah. So, where else do we got here? Real quick. Yeah, I agree. Axe Process. A lot of it's fucking awesome. Not all of it, but a lot of it is. Circle of Tyrants causes
It might have been that one too. I keep forgetting they did that.
Also, it's the only album where there's no 10-minute songs. They're all like just right under. That's why it flows so well. It's just like boom, 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 boom.
Hey, Philippe, if you didn't leave already, that is one fucking wicked-looking cat in your avatar, dude. Love it.
Nice
thanks for
pussy.
joining us. We appreciate it. Hopefully, you'll see some of these other streams. We got one coming up on Fate's Warning in a couple weeks, so stay tuned for that one. Real quick, we'll wrap these up here. We're gonna have some heavy. Yeah, we can definitely have that. I don't think we're ever gonna get the death metal vocal. We'll get to that soon.
I think he's done with the
Yeah. I
death
don't think he can
metal
do
vocals.
it.
I think just physically,
Yeah.
I think he couldn't do it
I mean,
anymore.
let's be honest. I've seen Opeth several times since he stopped doing the death metal thing, and it's not the same. He doesn't have the same voice. He quit smoking.
Good.
He doesn't have the viciousness to it. It sounds more like he sounded better the last two times I saw him. There was a couple shows I saw him that I was like, whoa. He sounded like he was croaking like a frog more than anything else.
What does he have to be angry about anymore? He's a happy dude. Like
Look at all this
Very
money.
restrained. It's more restrained kind of growl.
It's more
I
restrained
think
and there's-
it's a vocal technique thing, maybe because he wants to preserve those clean vocals because they're
Yeah,
fucking
he
amazing.
That's
He also-
the thing. He needs to. He definitely needs his clean vocals. So I think
quit smoking. He quit smoking, dudes, and I'm telling you, that's huge. He even admitted that stopping smoking changed the dynamic of how that rasp, he didn't have it anymore. And being an ex-smoker from years ago, I can see where that is probably true. Real quick, Stone, heavy doesn't equal good. Good doesn't equal good equals good. I agree. Totally agree, man. The one good thing about, as we said, the one good thing about Opeth album is it really isn't a bad. To me, there's not a bad Opeth album. There just isn't. I know Nick's really like struggling right here. He wants to.
Well, I mean, It's not. I mean, it's not terrible, but I don't like it.
Well, you can talk about it when we get there. And
I will.
You know, I know. Wishful thinking. There's always hope. How about here? I think there are a couple tracks on the new albums that get very. I agree. Some very heavy songs coming
Dude,
up.
Customer Attorney whoops ass.
Sorceress definitely had. Yeah, the song
Yeah.
Sorceress was pretty.
Dude, I love that song.
Get Michael back on the menthol. Yeah, there you go. All
Hot
right, so
box a cigar.
real quick, I think I wrapped up my arms. Yeah. So we're now on to Still Life. This is September 18th, 1999. This is Frederick Nordstrom again. Sunlight Studios, right, Jimmy?
You got it, Chief.
Sunlight, right?
You know what? If it was at Sunlight, we would totally tell. We'd be able to tell the difference because it would be like chunky as fuck. Still, imagine Still Life being recorded in Sunlight.
Well, where was it
It'd be like-
recorded? Where was it recorded at? What was Studio?
It was
Fredman?
Studio Fredman.
Fredman. Okay, all right. Sorry, my bad. I get those two mixed up. They're Swedes. I do that with my Swedes sometimes. Jimmy, we don't hear you. You can stay unmuted.
It's just it's a habit because I do
Okay.
this shit like all day at work. So like on call.
Oh, I know that's like.
You don't want them to hear your porn on in the background, right? That's what it is.
Did I hear a dog bark?
This was due to distribution. This one had a weird distribution thing because they, the Peaceville rights, they went to Peaceville for this album, I should mention, and they had some issues with this. So it came out September 99 for Europe, but it didn't actually come out in the U.S. until February 27th, 01. So any copies that you may have, and I haven't been showing my copies. By the way, I want to go back and show one quick thing, because you guys showed yours. I'm going to show you mine, but I have both versions. I have the candlelight version on my left, so this one here, okay? And damn it, the fucking light is really bad. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I can't get it to not glare. There is a difference. If you look at the artwork, there's a difference in the color shading, probably just in the printing, but the girl is more clear. This one here, you notice.
Well, can you see the nipple, Jeff?
Yeah,
No,
the nipple.
Yeah, that's what we want to know.
What? Oh,
The nipple.
hang
Show the
on.
nipple. Please show the nipple.
I can't tell what's a nipple. Anyways, you can see on here with the candlelight ones, they have the title here, and on the My Arms Are Hearse, you got the. God damn it. You
That's the
got
one
the,
I got. Jeff. Yeah, is
title
that the
back
Candle
there.
Black? The
Yeah,
Century
it's
Black?
Century Black. Exactly. Yep. So that's that. I'm going to show you a couple versions of Still Life while we're here. You can show us yours then. I've got 3 different versions of that. I've got the Digipack version. And one would ask, why do you need 3 versions of the same album, Jeff? Well,
Because you have a sickness, Jeff.
I did. I don't anymore. I did. The slipcase version from Peaceville. This is an OG right here. I believe this is OG too. I got that around 2003. This one's 99 Peaceville. That's the European version. That's the US version right there, the Digi. And again, it's the, us weird people that were, collectors. Oh, I gotta have it. It's got the slipcase, dude. And then the final one would be the reissue that came out with the DVD and the
Digibook.
The Digibook, which is really cool. And we should also mention Travis Smith started doing artwork. I believe he did the artwork on My Arms Your Hearse, correct?
No, this
He
is the
didn't.
first one.
Is
No,
this the first
I don't-
one, Still Life?
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Fucking amazing artwork by this guy. And they did artwork with Travis for many years.
Travis is great.
I think up through Watershed, probably, I believe, was the last one, maybe? Am I right or am I wrong? I should know that, but I don't recall.
I don't know. I'd have to check.
Maybe he did, because I don't think he did Heritage. Maybe he did Heritage, too. I don't remember. But this has the 5.1, and I don't... This came out in 08, looks like. So, cool backdrop. A lot of cool artwork that was re-envisioned in this one, and a lot of stories, like some of the artwork in here is just really fucking badass. Sorry for the glare. So yeah, 3
And
versions.
talk about goth for artwork.
What's
Yep.
that?
It's super goth.
Yeah, super goth.
artwork.
Yeah, they kept the super gothy.
All right, Rick, what you got on Still Life?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a smoke, but yeah.
All right. I was gonna say what Serge just said. They went more that removed all the black metal by this point, any trace of whatever, and it still kept it super gothy. The thing is, there's a reason why this was my first Opeth vinyl, and when we get to the rankings, it'll be apparent. So this right here, I mean, what can I say? They're firing on all cylinders.
Yep.
You know, with this one, and you know, there's no super long tracks. I mean, at this point, we know Opeth is a 9, 10, 11 minute average kind of band. So this is no different. And you know what? I don't even notice it. It just goes along so well, and I just love this album so much. It just goes by so fast for me.
Well, people talked about the flow on My Arms. I think it's even better here. It might even
I think so, yeah.
it might even be better on the next album.
This is the Peaceville
I had that
reissue.
one. I had that one,
Okay.
and I sold it for $150 like an idiot.
I like what they did with the visuals here too.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, several of those images are in the digibook. Yeah, so good.
Yeah, and again, the whole gothness of this just it's pretty cool. I think that the way they do the breaking with the like songs like this is the one Brian hates, Benighted. Isn't that right, Brian? If you're watching. It is. That Phase of Melinda, you know, like they go hand in hand. I mean, love those two tracks. You know, before they go right back to the brutal. You know, Serenity Painted Death, you know, about a minute and a half in, like that riff. Just, you know, it's just, yeah. So, I love this album. I think that they were getting ready for prime time by the time this album dropped. They were ready for prime time. It is very clear when we get to the next one. But this right here still holds up my top spot. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I can add. It's got the same lineup, and which I think it's the to me it's the actualized lineup. It's my favorite lineup.
Yeah.
For the band.
Yeah, I think for most Opeth fans, especially if you came in this era, they wouldn't argue with you. And this is the era of the band that I got into them and got to know them, which that story's coming up shortly. And I got to hang out with these guys. Got to might have smoked a joint with Mendez once, maybe, at the back of the bus. And I didn't even really smoke weed back then. I just kind of I Bill Clinton the joint just to be cool. But you know, they were firing on all cylinders. I do think Jimmy might not like this. I do honestly think Axelrod is a better drummer than Lopez, but he's a different drummer than Lopez. Lopez brought something that
I was just gonna say, yeah.
Very different drummers.
He brought something very different Lopez brought something that Axelrod doesn't have, which is a real that Latin flavor to his playing. It's got that very rhythm, groove-oriented sort of thing, and he was, you know, very percussive, very just an amazing player. We're going to talk about him a little bit.
Oh yeah, and you also get to hear Mendez's potential very clearly here for the first time. You didn't get that with My Arms Are Hearse.
Yeah.
You know, so another important point.
Jimmy, you ready?
Yeah. So this is my original pressing. I actually had to. So at the time when I got into the band, as I was saying, it would have been like when did this come out? This was like '99. Yeah. I actually had to mail order this because at the time, you know, you didn't have you couldn't just order shit on the internet. I mean, the internet was around, but it wasn't quite there. So I had to mail order this from Peaceville. But I'm pretty sure this is. This was the slipcase version that you showed, Jeff. The slipcase got all banged to hell, so that's brutal. And the CD is probably like, completely scratched.
Yeah, let me see the CD, the cover.
I mean, I don't even know if you can.
No, flip the other way around. Let me see the artwork on the front. Now, let me show you something. This is interesting. Mine is the original version. Mine. Actually, this release says. What does yours say on your CD, on the actual CD itself? What does it say on the print? About a year.
It's the gray. It's the gray color, And
Does it give a year?
it doesn't look like it does.
Because check this out. It wasn't released in the U.S. until 2001, right? But check this out. Check mine out. And mine, I believe, is the original pressing. And look at the cover of it.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's not
Yeah,
see,
that's,
right?
that's the one. It's 2000, I think.
It says 2000 on it, though. You're right. So if it came out, what year did I say? 99. February 99. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Then maybe this isn't original, but it's a slipcase version. That's weird. Huh.
So,
I'd have to go to Discogs, and I don't have time for that. So,
still like, yeah.
but go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead. I'll pull you back up.
Yeah, so the pressing that I bought, this is the same pressing that you have, Rick. I think it's the Peaceville.
Peaceville.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think this was 2008, it looks like, or 2010. But this is a beautiful pressing. It really, really sounds great. I listened to it earlier today. You know what to say, guys? I mean, this is a fucking 10 out of 10 masterpiece of a record. This cover art really, really, again, captures the feeling of the music. You know, and continuing with my theme on, you know, the mood and what I see, this is the sort of the chapel or the church hymnal record. You know, it's like the quintessential brutal but beautiful Opeth record. I mean, it's fucking heavy as shit, but it's like it was like these songs. There's a quality to the melodies that to me sounds sort of like sort of a hymnal like that you would hear in church or something like that. And I mean that in a good way, like a good hymnal.
I'd like to join this church.
Yeah, but so I was gonna say, you know, now that we've seen the band, you know, they've established their core sound with their last record. You know, this was a slight deviation in the overall mood of the sound, right? I mean, you know, retaining those sort of essential elements. You know, this Still Life this is the first record where they're really bending towards a more progressive future.
Absolutely.
You know, where My Arms to Your Hearse was like drenched in this sort of haunting atmosphere. The best way that you could describe that record, you know, Still Life aims for like a more hopeful, kind of loftier pasture. You know, listening to this album, I feel like I'm sitting in some sort of like ethereal church that is like equal parts God and the devil or something.
Yeah.
You know,
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
Never a stranger to superior musicianship. The instrumentation here is absolutely exquisite, meticulous, seemingly effortless. You know, just absolutely effortless. You could tell these guys could just play out, you know, out of their ass and it's nothing. You know, stupid good. Again, I said a beautiful yet brutal 10 out of 10. You know, dude, like the more. Godhead's Lament. That's my fucking jam.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite. That's my favorite one.
That song is just like, it's uplifting. It's fucking heavy. It's you know, Benighted, as you said. I mean, just beautiful. You know, just the acoustics are so intricate. And then Serenity Painted Death.
Oh.
Yeah.
That song just rips my ass. God, I love that. That's probably one of my favorite Opeth tracks. And then White Cluster. That's like one of those, you know, ending. There's just a brutal ass song, dude. You know, and it's cool because, like, you know, how'd they pull that off? You know, it's like,
well, I would
made a brutal record, but so like intricate and beautiful. It's like, wow. You know?
I would contend that this album and the next one we're going to talk about, the track listing, the sequencing of those tracks, you couldn't get it any better. It's so fucking perfect. It's like,
you can't even, like, this is like one of those records where I felt like these guys are like inhuman. You know, they're not. They were like given to us by the music gods or something. You know, it's so perfect of a record. Definitely one of my top favorite records by Opeth. And you know, it's crazy to think that at this point in their career, they're still kind of like underground. They're not really.
Yep, they really are.
Not really broken the mold yet. You know.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's why I said. That's why I said they were about ready for prime time, right before, you know, this hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Graduating stages at the festivals.
Yeah, it's stunning. This album is the prequel to the big time Game Changer, and yet many would argue, myself included, it is the Game Changer. it's right there with the Game Changer. And they're 1 and 1A. For me, this album and the next album it really can't get any better. And it really hasn't. As much as I love all the following albums, and I do, they don't equal these two albums. So on any given week or day, if you say, what's your favorite Opeth album, Jeff? One week it might be Opeth, the next week it might be Blackwater. But it depends on my mood.
And this is also like these albums, for me, I wonder if it's the same for you guys, that were in the know of Opeth in this time. You really remember where you were. I do. When I was listening to this constantly in my pickup truck, had this CD in there, just a constant rotation.
It's a time and place thing, and like most bands, and I don't know if you guys are the same, but I kind of think most of you are. Where you come in, where you first hear of that band, 9 times out of 10, nostalgia is going to take you to that moment. So for me, Blackwater was my first entry point. Still Life was my second. They were almost simultaneous. They were within about a month or 2 months of each other. And for me, I can't separate those two.
I didn't have a proper introduction because it was during the whole MP3 shit. But when Still Life came out, that's when I knew, as an album that I recognized coming out at the time, in a proper form. It was Still Life. That's what did it for me.
I think Rick got Jimmy's memo about the volume thing.
Yeah, I think you're like
it is very loud.
Rick is super scorching, and Jimmy is like the quiet one. Rick's like,
let me try turning this off.
Rick's screaming at me. It's like, okay, Rick, I get it, man.
Okay, how about now?
Jeff, were you okay to hear me?
Huh?
You heard me okay?
I heard you fine this time. Okay. Yeah. I think Rick was thinking he had to scream at me too.
This is the problem. That's why I hate these things.
I think this is the point in time when Still Life got.
Anyway,
so
Hey man, I gotta make a point. Y'all need to hear it.
I have the
got,
same media book version that you do, Jeff. I love this version.
Yeah.
I had the original one, and actually, I remember where I was when I bought it. I bought it in a Meijer, of all places, when they still sold CDs.
In a where?
A Meijer, which is like a Walmart here.
Oh, wow, weird.
Yeah, weird. Found it in the trays. And I would already had Blackwater Park at that point, and I had Deliverance. I was like, well, this is that band that I love. This is bound to be good. Holy shit. Was I right? This is one of my favorite Opeth albums. I think they did everything that they did on My Armchair Hearse, but it feels different. Like the production's a little bit warmer, a little bit more full, I think.
Oh, big time.
And the melodies, I think they honed in on the melodic aspects and made them even stronger, and then just kind of kept with all the brutality that they added in My Armchair Hearse, and just like, all right, I think we can find like a really cool mix in between her. And God, man, I mean, I'm so glad you brought up White Cluster. That is such an amazing closer.
So good.
Oh, I love this entire album. Honestly, well, when we get down to our top 5, this one has an esteemed place in my list. This one just kind of came out of nowhere because I wasn't sure what I was getting, because, at that point, I was still going backwards in their discography. But the thing I like about this, I feel like there's still elements of the first 2 on here, except just done a lot better. And then kind of combine that with My Armchair Hearse. Like, this is kind of an amalgamation of everything they had done up to, like, this point. And I just think they did everything. Oh, I hate using the word perfect, but this gets goddamn close.
It's real close. Real close.
To Moonlapse Vertigo? Fuck. Godhead's Lament is... Oh. Dude, this whole fucking album is absolutely amazing. And no, you can't see her nipple either. That's the only disappointing thing. You can't see a nipple on that chick. So,
sorry, Rick. We tried. We tried to get you nipple.
I mean, it all comes down to the nipple.
The fact that you bought that at a Meijer is pretty sick.
My original copy, I wore the fuck out, and that's why I have that media book one. But yeah, the original one I found at a Meijer. Like, it was just thumbing through the trays, because every now and then I would find a gem there, and I found that there. Like, the fuck?
Isn't that the best feeling, man? You're mining, and you just go, whoa, what is this doing here?
Yeah,
right.
Like,
not to mention that Opeth
am I
has
the
a
only
song
metalhead in the neighborhood?
What's that, Jerry?
Not to mention that they have a song called "Beneath the Mire." You know,
That's
so
true. They do. You're right.
yeah.
I mean, well, it's spelled
Even out
differently,
beneath
but
the mire. You know?
you
Jimmy
feel like
with
you'd
the
have to go
fun.
into the basement of the said superstores. Like, this is where we keep all the cool stuff. We didn't know you were one of the cool people.
Nick, I don't
Like,
want
I'm
to cut
not.
you off.
But just give me the CD, I'll buy it.
Nick, do you feel like you got everything you needed out there? Because I don't want you to feel like you got to hurry along. But
Oh no.
Okay.
I mean, I could gush about that album for a long time, but I wanted to get the point across that I fucking adore that album. And honestly, when we went to the rankings, I wasn't sure like where that one was gonna sit, but man, listening to it again, I was like, dude, it was just like reacquainting yourself with an old friend. It was
Yeah,
like, oh,
exactly.
I missed you.
Yeah.
This is why I love this band.
Serge, what? I got a feeling this one's pretty high on your list too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to spoil anything by saying it's one of my top 5. This to me starts an unbelievable run of just like ridiculous albums from Opeth for me. I feel like, talking about my favorite tracks, you kind of cover most of the album, right? Like Godhead for Men, Benighted, Face of Melinda, White Cluster, Comiskey, Where the Fuck Are You?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great album. What can I tell you? I think
Was this the first album you got was Blackwater, right?
Yeah, this.
So where was this at?
I
Remember?
mean, yeah, I think this is probably what I got after Blackwater Park.
Yeah, I thought you and I had the same path.
And this was, again, this is the 2000 version of.
Yeah.
Which again, I love the art on here. The goth in me loves
Yeah, it's very
the
gothic.
still life art. So I appreciated the picture disc.
I'd have to look on Discogs. Maybe Jimmy, maybe you could take a sec to dig on Discogs on the CDs to see which CD version came first and whether that is the first one or the one that you had that's got the dark pattern. You may have the very first one. I'm not honestly sure.
Yeah, I'm checking.
You know me. I'm a collector, but I'm not so nerdy that I know every iteration of every fucking barcode number and shit like that. I just can't do that. It's beyond me. Serge, any other thoughts on it? No specific tracks, or did you pretty much say the whole album?
Yeah, well, I mean, I covered 4 of the 7, so and it's not like the other 3 were bad. So I mean,
Yeah,
it's a fantastic album.
This is one of those-
And yeah, as somebody in the comments said, I love the EBO in general. The band I played in, the guitar player used an EBO at one point. So
this is where it really became prominently used by Mike. On the War in particular. Yeah, I got a bit to say. I'll move it quick here because we want to get to the next one for sure. So for me,
Jeff,
yeah.
real quick. So the one I showed was they both show as about the same. I mean, they're okay. So mine was the first one.
Yours was the first.
Yeah, the slipcase was the very next one. The very next one.
Okay, all right. That's what I
I
wasn't sure about that. So it's the second pressing. Then. Got it. Cool. Thank you. So real quick on this, like I said, this album and the next one, Blackwater Park, 2 literally perfect albums for me. It's hard to really explain how fucking awesome these 2 albums are from a compositional standpoint. As a guitar player, as a guy who's played in bands, and Serge knows, he knows me, he's seen me play. I'm not just some hack that doesn't really know anything about music. I've never played in a band that really went anywhere or did anything because I had kids and things I couldn't do that. But the writing on this album and the next is just it's next level. It's next level writing, and it's compositionally, melodically, that juxtaposition between heavy and dark and light and melodic and earworm stuff on this album is just absolutely incredible. My absolute favorite fucking Opeth song, and when I got to see it live finally, forget when it was, to be honest with you, it just blew my fucking mind. That song, the way it starts out with the volume swells and the complex jazz chords that he's using and the EBO, it's just, man, and then it just goes into this fucking intense heavy fucking track that, and I think the more is what, about 11 minutes, guys? I don't have any times on me.
It's a long
11
one.
minutes, 26 seconds.
What is it?
11 minutes, 26 seconds.
It's just 11 minutes and 26 seconds of fucking orgasmic, eargasmic goodness. And I
There might have been
fucking
an
love that
orgasm,
song. It's a monster, has it all. Proggy, epicness, incredible changes and sections that flow well. The lyrical content is really cool. This song's just, to me, it's such an evocative song. And it takes you on a ride through so many peaks and valleys. I just love it. Godhead Lament, probably my other Dark Horse favorite from the album. Super fucking heavy. This song is so fucking heavy, man. It's just
So
the riffs are just fucking so killer. It's hard to highlight just how great this song is. Like the more, it's dripping with insane atmosphere. And this album might have the most atmosphere of all the Opeth albums, and that's quite a statement to make. For me, it does. It really does. United, short, sweet, haunting ballad. Moonlat's Vertigo, again, killer melodies, heavy track. It's probably the least death metal-y song on the album, I think. But, you know, the clean vocals, starting with versus the death vocals, which you could say sometimes Mike has a formula of doing the death then the light, or the death then the clean. This time he flipped it around on this album in particular, where he started with cleans on this song. Serenity Painted Death, man. This song
So
live
good.
is song live is so fucking good, man. So good. And the grunt that he lets out in this song, who's it remind you of? When he does that grunt right before he goes, and then he goes into this direction. It sounds like fucking Tom G. Warrior, I think. When he does that grunt.
Well, his is usually the.
No, that's true. The pinch harmonic squeals on this song. Oh man, and the instrumental section is so good. It's just the guttural streams on this album might be the best on the album, I think. You know, funny, you guys are gonna hate me for this. White Cluster is probably my least favorite song on the album.
Oh, you son of a bitch! I'm out of here.
I know.
Come on.
Everyone's gonna hate me for that. I don't know why. It's the one song that I'm like, yeah, it's good, it's great, but it's probably Midnight is probably my least favorite, but I love that song and I like it because of the chord changes on it, and I love the way Mike sings it. You know, coming to this night, da, 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 da. Just so good, man. Just fucking killer album. For me, it's a 10 out of 10. It's a perfect album. So love it. We'll get out of there, and we're gonna jump on to Blackwater Park.
Never heard of it.
Released on Music for Nations, Koch Records, whatever it is, Coke Records,
Coke.
whatever.
Coke? I think it's Coke, but
Coke,
you can go ahead and say cock.
Cocaine, whatever.
Nick, I knew you were gonna say. I thought I got away with it for a second, and then nah, Nick's
I
not
told them there would be dick jokes.
You
I'm
did.
a man of my word.
You did. Came out March 12th, 2001. And I probably heard this sometime over the summer, maybe July, maybe June, somewhere in that range, when Steven said, hey, you really want to check this out, man. I think you'll like it. The vocals may take a little getting used to. And I kept going back to him, man, dude, I don't like the vocals. And he's like, yeah, but you like Frontline Assembly, Evil, Bill Leave. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you do have a point there. So I'm going to jump in comments real quick, and then Rick will come to you. I'll just throw a few up here quick.
I'll get a beer while you're doing that.
All right, cool. Lee got the Digibook. Yeah, mine's fine. I never had any problem with it. How about you, Nick?
The case.
It's all about the nipples, man.
Well, wait, are you storing it in a cold room? That might be the problem. You got to store it in
If you're in a
warm
cold room, those nipples might be
yeah,
a little hard.
The nipples compress in warmer temperatures. I've done the research.
Oh, man.
I thought they expand.
They expand.
Well,
Yes,
no,
they
they're
expand.
but if they get too cold, they get like a little too firm. You can't clamp down. That's
firm,
the issue there.
Firm. Too firm, my friend. Too firm. Still Lifetime with Ghost Reveries is my favorite album. I could see that. And there's another guy, Axe Process, loves White Cluster. And Jimmy and Serge and Nick gave it a lot of love. I didn't give it a lot of love, so hate me. Throw your hate mail at me, baby. Bring
I
it.
think you're
I
gonna
mean, look, on an album like that, it's one of the tracks is going to be your least favorite
I
track.
was just gonna say,
Doesn't
one
mean
of them
it's a
has to
bad
be your
track.
favorite
you
track.
know?
Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, that's one. But yep, that's it. I didn't pull any nipples though, Lee. I'm just saying. Jimmy has the same problem with Digipacks. Hates them. I don't know. My Well, the thing
Well,
I
it's a
don't like about
digibook.
Digipack is they get trashed real easy.
Yeah, the books are fine like that.
Yeah.
The books are nice. The
I
big
I
Digipack.
prefer them to jewel cases. There's nothing I hate more than jewel cases.
Unite is my favorite song. Brian, are you getting in touch with your inner female? Just tell us. It's okay. All right, no problem.
I love Benet, dude.
Wait, did he say he played on his wedding?
Kidding.
Right, that was the song, right? So I mean,
you
it's
mean
appropriate.
Steve? You mean
No,
Steve?
Brian. It's very appropriate, man.
Oh, Brian did. Okay, I didn't know that. I'm just kidding, Brian. I love you. You know, not in that way. but you know what I mean.
Deliverance.
I think we're gonna listen to. You know, Lee, that's interesting. If you came to it later, I could see that happening. For a lot of us, that was a pretty early on album, and you know, like we talked about, a lot of times where you come in on a band or very close to it is kind of where you tend to stick to, and those were the ones that kind of, you know, like for the band Marillion, man, I came in with Script for a Jester's Tear. It's still my favorite album, and a lot of people would say, oh yeah, but it's not Misplaced Childhood and it's not Clutching. Love those two albums, and I love Fugazi, but for me, Script was I played that album incessantly, day after day after day, for years, and it was my album, you know, so I get you. Pretty somber, haunting album, still has a warm production. Yeah, very warm production, Brian, I agree. What do we got here? Definitely great. I could see that. I could definitely see that. We're going to talk about, hopefully Serge can stick with us about an hour, yet we can get through Watershed. But if not, we're going to at least get through.
That's probably not looking great.
Oh, quit your whining. I got to be up at 6:30 for a fucking showing in my house at 8 o'clock. So come on, man. Moonlight's Vertigo, White Cluster, Serenity. Yep, gotcha. Wheelies, exactly. Moonlight's Vertigo, gotcha. Next Process, I agree. Still life. Yep, gotcha. Holy shit, what a song. All right, so couple quick more. Hello, all. Kevin, hey, man. I saw you just subbed. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it. Hymnals from the Church of Misery. What's that mean?
Oh, it's probably talking about the whole churchy aspect.
Oh, okay. Oh, Church of Misery. Right. Does anyone know the song what is a reference to? No, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
It could be talking about there are star formations that are called white clusters. I don't know if that's it. I kind of doubt it. I don't think Mike's into astronomy, but he could be. You never know. Yeah, dude, fucking love that song. Love that song, man.
Mm-hmm.
What else we got here? Pretty sure it's a reference to heaven. Could be very. That wouldn't be a shocker to me at all. It probably is.
Rick, is that your?
Yeah, it does suck that they're underground. You're right. Kind of blows. All right, a few more, and then we'll get moving on. Stillwater, Blackwater, Unreal. Yep, exactly, Brian. No doubt. Pete Rock. Have to agree with Jeff. It's 1 and 1A. Thank you, man. Thank you. I love when people agree with me. Makes me feel so important and alive.
Oh God, you created a monster.
Rick, you are streaming.
Hey, man.
Dude, I was sitting there saying, do I say anything to Rick? Or
I couldn't hear myself. I'm like, I hope they can hear me.
Comes on, I feel like I got to back up.
Let me compensate.
You were shouting like someone like shouting from a helicopter talking about the traffic on the news. It was cool.
Sorry, Rick. We love you, man. You know we love you, buddy.
Whatever. I'm probably going to scream more when the alcohol really starts to really kick in.
Yes. Hacks Process. Yes, they started using EBO, and they use it a lot more going forward for a couple of albums.
That sounds great.
What else we got here? Isn't crazy? Oh. Yeah, we're going to get to that. We're going to talk about that shortly. Weird cover. Wait, really weird? Oh, of Alice in Chains, probably, I'm thinking. What else we got? Yes.
I'm
yes,
down for
Oh, by the way, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. There may be an Alice in Chains deep dive next before Fate's Warning. And looks like Nick's going to be on that one.
Never heard of it.
Dude, fuck yeah!
And I believe my buddy, Mr. Brian Arkham, is going to be on that one. So that's two of my dudes. We'll see where we go from there. I may invite some other people. Serge, this may be one I leave you off.
Yeah, no, that's.
Are you
yeah,
gonna hate me for that?
me.
You gonna stop loving me?
No, dude.
All right.
I don't have to be into every single band.
I
I
know.
I like Alice in Chains. I'm just not deep into it.
Yeah, I know, man, dude. I'm sorry. I know you're never gonna watch me again, but Lynch is back. Is it? I don't hear it. Don't hear a thing.
It was on for a while. Man.
Yeah, Brian, we're definitely going to do we're going to do that. And I'm going to be honest with you. Be prepared. It might be very quickly, like in the next 2 weeks. Because I might be homeless in 3 weeks. So if I'm homeless, I'm not going to be doing very many streamings for a little while. What else? We're almost done. Caledon Brood. Ryan, I got to be honest with you. I know Caledon Brood. And I know Jimmy would love Caledon Brood. I don't own any of their stuff, and I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe like when it comes time to do it, maybe they'll have a new record.
Well, it's only been how long? 10 years.
Well, I mean, we could break down the whole album, Ryan, because I mean, there's enough to talk about just in that one.
Night and day.
He was being
record.
So he was being funny, doing a deep dive on one album. I got you right. I want to meet Ryan, so I got to be on one of your streams, Jimmy, because I think Ryan and I might.
Sure. Great dude, man.
Have some
great dude.
Good stuff.
And if you guys missed that he had some really cool stuff, man, that he showed on that.
Well, I heard Ryan talking about Agalok, and I'm going to do an Agalok deep dive. So maybe you can make the introduction. I'll be on yours, and we'll have Ryan.
Down. He's a huge Agalok fan.
Cool. Riff by riff. Wait, is the one with electric guitar? I see what you did there.
Dude, I love that song though.
All right, and you're in, that means you're in, right? That means you're in, Mr. Arkham. Very good. All right, guys, we're gonna move on from comments. I'll get to some later. We're gonna talk about this little kind of unknown album called Blackwater Park that Opeth did, and released again, as I said, March 2001, and on Music for Nations, Coke or Cock, whichever you prefer. Some people like.
What
both.
if you like both? Oh no, the label. My bad. Okay.
Okay. So, how about Rick? After your sip there, you tell us about Blackwater Park, which, again, for Serge and I was our first album. And Nick, was it yours? You said too.
It's the second one, I think. Because I got Deliverance, and then I loved that, and I went right back to the same store, and they had Blackwater Park.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we're not gonna make Watershed with Serge, but. Serge, can you hang through Ghost Reveries?
Probably not. I gotta get up really early too.
Unless you want to go ahead of me. If you go first, maybe it would be more realistic.
All right, you want to go first, Serge, on Blackwater?
Well, I mean, you want me to stick around for the next one?
Well, what's after this? Ghost Reveries, right?
No,
what?
Be Deliverance.
Deliverance and Damnation.
Deliverance. Oh, I forgot about Deliverance and Damnation. Oh shit! Yeah, you ain't gonna make Ghost Reveries. I get it. Okay. What do you want to do, Serge? You tell me.
I mean, I probably can't hang out for too much longer.
So you can just give us a breakdown of all the records coming up. How about that?
How long can you stay realistically, dude?
12 is kind of realistically is my.
We're not really keeping everybody in suspense. We know what albums are coming up.
Chris, you act like you have a little kid or something. You fucking wuss. All right, why don't you? I tell you what, I got a better idea. I hate to do this, but why don't you give us your top 5, number 1, okay? And why don't you talk about a couple of the albums you want to highlight very quickly, and then we'll get back into our regular rotation thing.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to be any surprise that this is going to be my number 1.
You got markings on there.
That's yeah. I don't actually remember how I got this signed, but somehow it is signed.
I think I got you backstage somewhere, didn't I?
Yeah, I'm sure. It was Jeff related.
Were there nipples?
I showed my nipples and got backstage.
Bravo, Jeff. Good move. That's a power move.
I mean,
like hairy nipples. What can I say?
Blackwater Park is the album I came in, so obviously it's I'm a little biased, but that album is perfect to me. I mean, there's no bad track on it. If I had to pick some favorites, so the 4 I had was Bleak Harvest, Drapery Falls, and Blackwater Park. But you know, I feel like it's a unique album. There's no, to me, there's no other album that really approaches or replicates what it does, other than perhaps some of the other Opeth albums. But I think it's unique where it can grab you whether you're a metal fan, you're an extreme metal fan, or you're a prog fan, or you can come from different angles and it'll still resonate with you. And again, that's where I came in, and I saw them live after this, so it's hard to top it. So I don't know if you guys want me to talk about the others, or Jeff, you said you wanted me to do the top 5.
Yeah, do your top 5, and if you want to make any comments about some of the other albums that really strike you in the catalog before you, because since you want to get out of here in 15 minutes,
Yeah.
by the time we get around to you, you're going to be bolting on this one. So just, I
apologize for having to drop.
No, it's my fault because we should have started an hour earlier. And
my wife is a nurse and she works weekends, and I gotta make sure I'm fully functional for taking care of the kid. So, and it kind of relates. So my top 5 are almost chronological, and that Blackwater Park is number 1, and it's almost a tie between every the rest of the top 5. But if I had to recommend, it would be 2 is Deliverance, 3 is Damnation, 4 is Ghost Reveries, and 5 is Still Life. So basically, that period from Still Life to Ghost Reveries is, I think, unmatched, and
yeah, I agree. It's pretty
by
tough
by most bands. It's a fucking absolutely ridiculous run of albums. After Blackwater Park, that double, between Damnation and Deliverance, it was, with Steven Wilson participating, obviously. So again, I was into that. But it's a fantastic pair of albums. Damnation has some just absolutely amazing songs. Like all the tracks to me are beautiful on there. In terms of being like melodic and catchy, it's hard to beat Damnation. There's such like sing-along songs, and Deliverance, title track, Fair Judgment, Master's Apprentice. I mean, to me, that's like a continuation of Blackwater Park. It's practically as good. Ghost Reveries, Ghost of Perdition, Bayonet to Hounds. Atonement is a kind of cool interlude. Reverie. I mean, again, almost the whole album is amazing to me. So that to me was my favorite period of Opeth. Still Life to Ghost Reveries. To me, it's hard to beat.
I wouldn't argue that at all. I think most Opeth fans probably wouldn't argue that much either. And I think Nick might argue it a tiny little bit because he loves Watershed, just a little bit. But let me ask you one question, Serge, before you go, since you're going to bolt. What was your take on? And this is something I didn't want to jump into it this soon, but I will, since I'd like to include your take on this. What was your read on? Not read. What's the word I'm looking for? Shit. Why am I blanking out on the word I want to say? What was your, or what is your opinion, I guess, of when Mike stopped doing the death vocals? Where did you lie? Where did you come on the spectrum of that? There were people that were like, "Fuck this band, I'm never gonna listen to them again." Mike's turning his back on death metal, or were you one? I think you're one of the guys. If I know you well enough, you're one of the guys that actually could appreciate the Prog era of stuff. So What's your take there?
So I'm gonna say, like somebody else mentioned previously, I don't think Opeth has a bad album. I personally prefer when they did both heavy and melodic. I, I think it works together well. If anything, on some of the later albums, you know my my criticism is not only do I miss the heavy elements, but sometimes the melodic isn't as good as, say, Damnation. Um, but
Well,
that said,
you're holding that up against a pretty lofty goal, though, because let's be honest, Damnation's one of those albums that's pretty much perfect.
yeah, and it's like if you like 70s prog, there's some of the later albums are certainly very listenable, and you like that sort of thing. I don't necessarily into it as much, but there's still good songwriting. There's still good moments. So there's not an album I really dislike.
Okay, all right. I just was curious what your take on the whole. Before you.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
Well, let me say this. This is kind of pivotal. Serge, you weren't already listening to a lot of 70s prog to begin with, right? Like, I feel like people coming from that era, Jeff, again, you're older, so it makes sense that would already click with you easier than that palette, where Opeth moved eventually. So it might be harder for, some of the other guys to digest.
Yeah, if you're not into that originally, I think it might be harder to deal with the change in direction, so to speak.
Like you're not diving in the Camel catalog and just
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's probably
which quite frankly is a fucking incredible catalog, and you just gave me an idea for another deep dive. I just don't own enough of their stuff, though.
But I'll say this: Opeth does neo prog way better than all the '90s neo prog bands that were fucking terrible.
Yeah, by far, because they don't really do neo prog; they do retro prog. That's why.
Yeah.
None of their shit, none of Opeth's shit ever comes close to sounding like a fucking Flower Kings album.
Yeah. Look, that I can't personally. I can't stand that.
I liked some of it way back when, like the first Transatlantic album. I can't do it anymore. It's awful. I just fucking hate it. And I love one of my favorite fucking bands all time is one of the highest referenced neo-prog bands, and that's Marillion. But Marillion did it much better. And
I feel like Marillion is a little different, though.
Yeah, they are.
They almost had their own thing going. It's not completely like.
All right, dude. Well, look, man, I appreciate you being here. I'm sorry that I got started late. That kind of fucked you a little bit.
Yeah, no worries.
But, I know you.
I'm sorry if it kind of fell on a day where I had to get up early. So.
All right. Well, we'll
Good man. Thanks for hopping up.
Reconvene. I saw something that has me a little worried, guys. I'm just gonna let you know this now. I noticed when I punched in, I was trying to go live, and I noticed when I went in to start live, it said something about this won't be recorded. I don't know why, because I haven't hit my 20 hours. I only have 7 hours of my 20 used up. I am hoping that when I wake up tomorrow, this is there. If it isn't, and they didn't save it, that's going to piss me off. I don't know if I can recover it. So there may be a small chance we end up doing this again down the road in a couple of months, but I don't know. We'll see. But,
all right. Good practice run, guys.
Also, real quick.
It's not acting like it's not there, so I'm not sure what the deal is. But Serge, we love you, man. Thank you so much for joining us. You have, you're always the quiet, confident type.
He's the stoic.
And before I go, I just want to say, having actually met Opeth, thanks to Jeff mostly, got to hang out on their tour bus and stuff. This is during the Martins era. They were all really cool dudes. I mean, not everybody in music is, approachable or nice, but I felt like they were all, very, very chill.
So I think we have to.
I feel like Michael is a big hippie, personally.
He is. Well, look at the way he dresses now. That's why I said get out your velour pants and floppy hat, man.
Oh, the floppy hat.
I picked up.
Swedes in general, man. I never met a Swede I didn't like, man. I don't know.
I just appreciated the fact that they were cool guys.
Let me interject something real quick there, because you brought up me being the conduit, and I would say that's not true. The real conduit to Opeth was Michael Piper. Michael Piper became good friends with Michael through Steven, obviously. And Michael Piper got me and John Comiskey backstage after the Deliverance show in Philadelphia, and that's where my relationship with those guys developed. In fact, we were hanging out talking to Peter Lindgren back at the after the Deliverance show, and Mike Portnoy walked in, and I'm like, yo, and that's the first time I met Mike Portnoy. I met Doc Coyle from God Forbid, and the singer, the big black dude with the dreads. I don't know his name, but he came back there. I met the dudes from Paradise Lost. I met Nick, and that was all thanks to Michael Piper, and John was with me. We got kind of yanked backstage and went up, and from there, to be blunt with you, it was John's relationship primarily with Peter Lindgren that whenever we went anywhere in like Philly, DC, Baltimore, we always
Rick,
got to
I
go.
think you got a new.
Rick,
Yeah, it's getting.
you're doing we got the eraser head thing again, Rick. I don't know what's going on. I'd rather you shout at me than we have to listen to that, though. So, yeah. It was primarily John, an old friend of mine, John Comiskey's relationship with Peter that got us pretty much everywhere. And I think, Serge, was the first time you met him in Towson? Was it Towson, the freezing cold night when we were at Tracy's?
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. It was like a night like this right now, about 12 degrees out, and it was fucking freezing. Devin Townsend opened outside. Yeah, Devin Townsend opened for him, which was kind of an unusual pairing. I forget who the other band was. And that was, but I honestly probably hung out with the Opeth guys at least 7 or 8 times, and they were always super fucking cool dudes. Peter was great. Michael was getting married around that time, and he was a little bit more standoffish. Mendez was always super stoned and really cool, and Lopez was always very nice. I'll wait for that story until we get to Deliverance about the cocaine thing. And then I also met Pear. Pear was super fucking cool. Went drinking with him, and Fred, very, very cool guy. So. They're just not rock stars, man. They didn't have the fucking attitudes of rock stars. Never were dicks to us, and always treated us pretty good. I hadn't seen Michael in many years when we went to see him. When we went to see the Radio City show, right, Serge? Remember that? We went over to Rough Trade, and I hadn't seen Michael in a long time. And I was wearing a Voivod Killing Technology shirt, and Mike goes, "Dude, love your fucking shirt." And I'm like, "Do you remember me, Mike?" And he goes, "You look really familiar, but I'm not sure. I hadn't seen him in 12 years or something." And I said, "Well, I'm friends with Steve Wilson, and I met you, and we talked about the Blackest Eyes riff that you told me was ripped off from you by Steven Wilson." And he did. Steve admitted he ripped that fucking off of Michael. So. All right, Serge, we'll let you roll, brother.
All right. Have a good night.
Cheers, Serge, man.
Bye, dude.
Later, man.
Thanks for hanging, man.
All right, Rick, what do you want to say about Blackwater Park?
Well, first of all, am I screaming?
No,
Do I sound like I'm screaming?
Nope.
Okay. You might want to skip me. I kind of skipped this album. I wasn't really feeling it. So you can.
Right. Sure you were. Uh-huh.
Well, the thing is,
talk for a little bit because I gotta go get a beer.
Here comes all the hate. All right. So this came out in March of 2001. Shit, is the beer taking effect on me already? It should. So 2001, March, and this is actually the first Opeth album I went out and bought around release time, and it was a little birthday present to myself. So my birthday's in March, so like right on time, and I bought it at Tower Records on South Street in Philly. So I was super excited. I took my lunch break at work, and I didn't want to return to work after listening to this. But shit, man. I mean, everything that Serge said, I think kind of applies. I mean, this thing is pretty much a masterpiece. But the thing too that I liked about this too is that the way they did the treatment for the cover, they kind of lost that gothic look, that they had with the previous albums. It's still kind of brooding, and I think it's a little more appropriate with the death metal aesthetic than the previous albums were, which was pretty cool. But man, so when people come to me, I even got my nephew a copy just because I think this is the one that I kind of recommend to people if they're just getting into Opeth and they happen to like death metal or just extreme music in general. So again, not too hard. So the thing is, this is a very good demonstration of as a band just how well they execute. Though if you didn't have Steve Wilson on this, one wonders, right? But we know it was Still Life, but we didn't want a Still Life Part 2. We needed this was the upgrade in one form or another. Is it my favorite album? We'll find out. But it's up there. It's got all the crowd pleasers. Also, thing about this album is this was the first album where I actually attempted to play some of these riffs on guitar because they were pretty damn interesting, and I actually thought that they were realistically, I was able to play them. Attainable. Yeah, that's the word. Alcohol should not be hitting me this hard. I don't get it.
All right, we love you, John.
Fuck, man. Funeral Portrait. That one, man. Kind of just upped the ante on me, man, when it came to trying to attack that riff, man. All in it. Leper Affinity, great opener. Bleak Harvest. The Drapery Falls. If you're looking for something with that kind of atmosphere, fuck, man. Like that will do it. So you gotta have the softer song, Patterns in the Ivy. It's short. Pretty. There we go. The pretty song. The mandatory pretty song. Again, close it off with Blackwater Park. Do you guys know where they got the name Blackwater Park? Jeff, I'm sure you know.
Yes, I do. Another obscure UK prog band.
I'm seeing a pattern forming here.
A pattern in the ivy. So yeah, Michael was into a lot of shit, man. Like again, Blackwater Park were like a German prog band, right? And so they only had one album. It came out in '72. I don't know where he found this shit, but
he owns a copy of it. It's like worth $4,000 or something.
It's going for stupid prices. I checked Discogs, man. It's stupid. But I mean, I don't know how much work. It was the beginning of another era. I mean, you had the Martins come in, so that was the next phase for the band. But I felt like there was almost like a 0.5, I guess, when you added the producer in there, and what Steve Wilson did with the next phase with this. The thing is that he went so strong at the gate with this one that I think he reached the heights that was very hard to sort of surpass beyond this. I'm not saying the other albums weren't good, but I'm just saying it's just he just hit it out of the park the first time that he made it really hard to surpass this one after that point.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So I don't know. That's my take on it. But shit, man, this is I regretted some purchases I made in the past, but this one here to this day, I'm glad I took the lunch break, man. Fucking went out and picked this one up.
Yeah, I think to say that he hit it so high that it was unattainable to get back there.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd say I'm about 98% there with you. I think that the bar was set already with Still Life, and he just kind of edged it out with Blackwater Park a tiny little bit. But I'll tell you what, there's a couple other albums coming up that are pretty fucking good, man.
I'll give you some quick stats. So Loudwire named this as the #1 progressive metal album. Rolling Stone named it as number 55 as the best metal album. So
that's kind of low.
Well, that's what his competition is.
It's Rolling Stone.
It's Rolling Stone's like fucking Master of Puppets is number one.
Well, I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah, you're gonna get Judas Priest. You're probably gonna get those guys. You know, the bigger names up there. That's expected.
Jimmy, what you got on BWP?
You know, I'd pretty much echo everything Rick just said. I mean, he pretty much encapsulated exactly the way I feel the same way about this record. I mean, I don't really have to talk too much about how amazing and brilliant this album is. Of course, this is kind of like, you know, the breakthrough record. This is where they really kind of broke the mold, so to speak, and also became a touring act. It was kind of amazing being a Opeth fan back in the day, and they didn't really tour very much before this record.
Nope.
I mean, they did shows probably, but they weren't a live band at all. So again, I would echo everything that Rick just said about it. So I'll just to talk about this record, I'll just share a couple stories for you guys. This was the first tour that I ever saw. First time I ever saw the band live. They did their first U.S. tour for Blackwater Park, and they were it was a double package with Nevermore. And at the time, I was still living in New Orleans. And so we made the drive over to Houston, Texas, about a 5-hour drive from New Orleans, because New Orleans didn't get any of the fucking shows at the time. So we went, we drove the 5 hours, as we would do for most shows, like we'd go to Houston. And they played at the Engine Room. And it was God Forbid, Angel Dust, Opeth, and Nevermore. And it was a great time to see Nevermore, too, because Nevermore was on the Dead Heart and a Dead World cycle, which was, for me, my favorite Nevermore record. To see this band play, I mean, I've already been a fan for a few years. I mean, it's obviously clear how amazing this record was. I've got my CD copy of this. This is the 2 CD digipack, and the slipcase is all ding to hell. But this is actually the one that has the second disc with Still Day Beneath the Sun and Patterns in the Ivy 2, which are both fantastic songs that it could easily have been on Damnation. I also, so when we went to Houston to go see the band, they did a signing at one of the local record stores. And so we went there early in the day and sat out in front of the record store, waited. I remember thinking, like, it was this little just hole in the wall record store. There was like nobody there. I was like, wow, this is weird. I wonder if this is even happening. And like, we're sitting out front, we're smoking cigarettes, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, I look in front of me, and there's the 4 members of Opeth walking towards us to come into the record store. And I was just like,
you heard the angels sing, oh.
It's just like, holy shit, there they are, man. That's them. I mean, you couldn't be more blown away. Walked into the record store. At the time, people were showing up, and they did the signing, and we got in line. And I had this CD copy, but I had the original CD, so I got my booklet signed. There, it kind of looks like what
awesome.
Serge showed. Yeah, and they did a fantastic set. I mean, they I actually wrote down they did. It was just because Nevermore was the headliner. They came out. They did. They opened up with White Cluster. They did the Drapery Falls, Advent, the Leper Affinity, and Demon of the Fall, which that was it. Just that set there. Later on, I went and I upgraded my to the vinyl, and this is not the newest. They just repressed. They did the 20th anniversary or whatever it is. This is just a music on vinyl Sony. I think it's just kind of the same. I think the same company that repressed this. It's just it doesn't have all the other bells and whistles that I had. I agree everything what Rick said about the artwork, and that I felt that this is a little bit different than the CD version, but fit the death metal aesthetic a little bit better. Seeing the band live was just incredible, and you could tell like that they were kind of new to playing live. They weren't really had those live chops yet. But at the end of the show, Martin Lopez was sitting at the bar, and I walked up to him and offered to buy him a beer. And at the time, I was a drummer, and I was asking him about his double bass techniques and things like that. He was a really nice guy, kind of very reserved kind of guy. Yeah, I'm excited to hear Jeff's drug story because he almost kind of seemed like he might have been, under something. But yeah, this is kind of the breakthrough record, and I mean, very, my intro to Steven Wilson as well. I mean, I learned about who he was and that Michael was a fan of Porcupine Tree, so we got into that whole thing, and that's a whole other story. But, yeah, I mean, there's some heavy shit on here. I mean, it's really just another example of them melding those two worlds and ending with Blackwater Park. I mean, it's just like one of the heaviest songs they've ever done.
Oh my God.
So fucking heavy. I mean, just so you can't deny just like that as amazing and progressive and beautiful as a band these guys are, you can't deny just how utterly fucking heavy they were.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That was what made them special. They were beautiful and heavy as fuck.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I want to address this question quick. Why do you think it was their breakout record? It sold the most, at least at the time. It sold by far many more copies than anything that they had sold previously. And right record at right time. I think that metal was starting to really explode very early 2000s. You had a lot of bands coming into the genre that it was coming back because you had the 90s stuff with the fucking grunge stuff, right? And grunge kind of killed metal to an extent.
We were waiting for new metal to die.
Right. And new metal, exactly.
Kill it.
Is it substantially better? I would argue that it's right with Still Life no, I wouldn't argue that it's substantially better, but it's right there with Still Life and My Arms. It just Mike's songwriting game just kept elevating a little bit each record to the point you were like, man, this guy, how the fuck can he write these incredible songs like this? And they definitely got better promotion. And I will say, I think it's a very, very, Rick touched on it. I think it's a very important point. The tie-in with Porcupine Tree, who was starting to get very big right around then, with In Absentia, and they got signed by Lava Records, which was a Atlantic record imprint. The tie-in with those two bands became somewhat inextricable, and Steven's production is just fucking amazing on this album. And it's
the production was on another level, and not only that, but the other thing was they became a live entity at that point.
And exactly. Now, it was not their first time in the States, though, Jimmy. They played Milwaukee Metal Fest in 2000.
Right.
Which was their first U.S. gig. But I think what you mean by that is they toured the U.S. instead of just a one-off gig.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true. That's when they finally came. And I'm kind of jealous of you because you beat me by 2 years because I didn't get to see them till 2003. I knew about them, but I didn't know they toured. I missed it. And so fuck off. I'm kicking you off the show.
No, Jimmy, don't go.
But yeah, Kellen, I hope that answers your question. And if you know a little about Porcupine Tree, Steven Wilson, the period from 1999 through 2000, 2001 was when Porcupine Tree suddenly started to become a big thing on the prog rock scene and the rock scene and the alternate prog scene. And Michael's pairing with Steven was kind of this. In the metal scene, suddenly the metal kids were discovering Porcupine Tree and prog music and going, whoa, this shit's fucking awesome, even though it doesn't have death metal vocals.
You noticed that with the Porcupine Tree records themselves, they were a little heavier than
they got a lot heavier.
Yeah.
And I can tell you straight up, I was going to talk about this a little bit with Damnation, but I'll say it now. The fact that you can hear Steven's influence on Michael's songwriting, and you can definitely hear Michael's influence on Steven's songwriting. Not because Steven was writing what I'd call death metal riffs, but he was writing heavy fucking riffs, which he hadn't quite done that before. He wrote a lot of great riffs. Jimmy knows, he's a huge PT fan. Amazing songwriter Steven is, but he wasn't writing metal songs. After he got tied in with Michael and did the production on Still Life, Deliverance, Damnation, suddenly Steve was writing a lot more metal riffs. And I think it was a symbiotic relationship that worked well for both those bands because they went out on tour in 2003 on the the In Absentia Damnation tour was a co-headlining tour. Each night they flip-flopped, and I saw like 6 or 7 of those shows all over the East Coast. And that's when I got to really know the Opeth guys and really got to know Opeth or PT. I knew way before that, '99. But yeah, I mean, a lot of good points there, Jimmy. Good stuff, Nick. Tell us what you got, and then I'm gonna roll through and we'll hit comments quick.
Definitely one of my favorite albums by them. This is the one I remember hearing the most buzz about initially, but I didn't pick it up. I waited until, the next album we'll get into. But fantastic songwriting, otherworldly. This is kind of a point in their discography where I kind of just like everything, and it becomes difficult to place things. But this is a top 5 album in their discography. Like, there's no fucking way this wouldn't be top 5. Bleak might be one of my all-time favorite Opeth songs, probably top 3. Drapery Falls is absolutely beautiful. I love Patterns of the Ivy. That is a nice little sweet break between all the darkness, and that's kind of something too. Like, tonally, this is a little bit different than Still Life. I feel like the darkness is back, and I don't know, that intermingled with the progginess and the just amazing dynamic fucking flips that this album goes through, and it's so damn smooth. Like, every transition on here is just like, this is disgusting in terms of musicianship. But the thing is, like, versus like a Dream Theater album, I don't feel like this is all just showboating. This is just like, no, we finally honed these songs and crafted them and forged them, and here they are. This is just, not wankery. This is just great songwriting. And it's Blackwater Park. I can pretty much just say that, and I think people are like, oh yeah, no, I totally get it. Great album.
Yeah, I think to carry on to what Nick just said there, about the wankery thing, I have a comment. I'll roll through this very quickly. We touched on the Steven Wilson connection. I think that's massive in this whole thing. We touched on the record company and the promotion and the money that was given to them to do this album because of the success of Still Life. Still Life was a growing underground swell of that album, started to kind of light the fires for this album, I believe. They got to come to the U.S. Suddenly people in the U.S. were going, hey, man, it wasn't just that super uber nerdy metalhead kid with the battle vest on that everybody's avoided because he smelled like cat urine. That guy there that knew about
I feel attacked.
I know, I'm sorry. You feel attacked.
The cat actually just entered the room too. It was like, oh, is that motherfucker talking shit?
That guy talking about me, goddamn. But no, I think it wasn't just the underground death metal kids that we're talking about. Opeth. It was suddenly they started to have a mainstream presence, and that was huge. And the money obviously for production was better, and the promotion of it was better. And then they toured the U.S., which they hadn't done other than a single gig. Real quick. Leper Affinity. The way that song opens with that piano chord, it's like, and it's just down, and it's just like Mike's vocals on that song. Godlike. Mike's vocals they're in top form on this song, on that song. Bleak, a top 3 Opeth song for me. And
Same.
Obviously, as a Steve Wilson fanboy, you're gonna go, oh, it's just because you like Steve Wilson. No, it's a fucking amazing song, man. It's amazing.
To continue on your point, that's the record I recommend, because even for those who aren't into death growls, like, that's so executed so well. I feel comfortable just pushing that to people.
That chorus is so earwormish. Devious moments in my eyes.
Yeah.
And you got just that. I'm bad with lyrics, guys. Just saying, but I mean, Steve's vocals with Michael's cleans, hard to beat, man. And Wilson does not have the quintessential great voice, but with Michaels in that context of that song, it's just it's just so fucking good, man. Harvest, that's benighted for this album, and it's great. It's great. It's a great song. I mean, it's just gorgeous chorus on that thing, man.
It's like there nothing else matters, you know.
Yeah, well,
Even the video.
Yep.
You're probably right, actually. Let's be honest, man. Drapery Falls. Come on, man. Come on. The
Great.
fucking riffs in that song are fucking godlike. The part where he's doing the EBO. The down,
Yeah.
down,
Great atmosphere.
Yeah.
I know
That's
how
the
to play
light
it.
show. Yeah. When you see it live, that's like the light show song. Like.
Rick, I can actually play that song. I hate to say it, but I can actually play it. I won't.
Can you play it? Can you play it drunk? That's what I want to know. Oh, here we go.
I put the guitar away. Now I put the guitar away. It's too far back for me to get. But that little part where it's doing the volume swell thing where he's doing. Help me with the lyrics here. Da, 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 suffer my confusion and touch me back to the day. Down, down,
Yeah.
down.
Great atmosphere.
Pull me down again to the da, da. And then when he does the part where he goes, man, that is just fucking godlike. It's godlike. Listen to that. Real quick, one other note on this. This, again, as I said earlier, this and Still Life, it's hard for me to separate which one I like the most, but I probably would say 60-40, it's BWP over Still Life in a year's time. But when I reach for Opeth albums, it's almost always these and probably the next one that comes up. So, and again, it's that sweet spot of where I came into the band at and what it does for me. So, 6th album, released November 12th, 2002. Guys, I'll get to comments after this album because that will get us about halfway through. How are you doing, Jimmy, on time? Just out of curiosity.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I can go a couple more hours.
What we may do with this, guys, I'm not sure. We'll see. What I may do with this is we may get through the heavy albums, and I want to see what's going on to see if I can figure out what this meant about not recording, because I want this to show up, so I don't want to go 8 hours on this and suddenly lose it all. So let's sort of see where we're at with the heavy albums, and then we'll make a decision. Sound good?
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Deliverance, November 12th, 2002, produced by Wilson Ockerfeld. Always meant to be, it was supposed to be meant as a double album, along with the other album that we're going to talk about in tandem, which is Damnation, which came out in April, I believe April of 2003. It's often claimed to be their heaviest, and their it was recorded at the same time the songs from Damnation were. Again, Music for Nations, Coke. But what happened with this was the record company decided they wanted to split the two albums up into two separate releases and promote them differently. Again, Steve Wilson back as co-producer, and there's a lot of information out there on the internet if you go and look that Mike really struggled. He felt at the time he was invincible as a songwriter because of the success of the prior two albums, and he was trying to do this thing with this grand not grand conjuration, but grand melding of the heavy death metal stuff and the prog stuff, and he wanted to do this sort of epic sort of double album thing, and he was actually not happy that it ended up being split up. But he also talks about the fact that he lost his grandmother in a car accident, actually, during the recording of this album, and he actually talks a lot about where Peter started to kind of drift away from him as a songwriting partner. Before we move on, I forgot to show one quick thing. You guys were showing your copies of Blackwater. I wanted to show one quick thing. And I got it. Of course, I've got multiple copies. Why wouldn't I? So the first one is, Jimmy, I've got the slipcase version. that you have as well, the double CD with Patterns in the Ivy and 2 and what is it? Still Day Beneath the Sun and the Harvest video. And then, but is yours have this? Yours has the signatures on the front, right?
Well, no, because like I had a booklet from a previous CD copy that I did it with. So,
but see how badass mine is? They're over their pictures. See that?
Whoa!
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I don't have that one.
A clean-shaven Michael.
And then one last thing, the revised artwork from the 2000, the End Records 2012 version that has the 5.1 audio mix of the original album, the documentary Making of Blackwater Park, and then it's got the Leper Affinity live on it. So I've got 3 versions of this, like I've got 3 versions of Still Life. Who wouldn't? Why wouldn't you, right? Okay, Rick, you want to talk about Deliverance?
Sure.
I'll be back in a little bit and grab a smoke.
Fuck, man, I'm gonna have to pick up all of them on Digibook. It's nice. The 5.1 thing though, I can never take advantage of that because I don't have the setup for it. So
I did, and I never could dial it in properly. I've never heard these sounding the right way because I could never get it. I'm too tech stupid, you know.
Well, my living space, makes it hard to do that too.
Yeah, you don't have the
so I live with 2.1 for now, but anyway, so I think they were riding on the success of Blackwater Park, of course. And if you look at Opeth's release, I guess, schedule, it's like 1 year or every other year they had a release. And of course, they were being pushed to put up the next big thing. So with this one, this is another one I bought around release time. So, being as good as Blackwater Park was, I gotta say, not that I was let down, but this one did not click with me as quickly as Blackwater Park did. Just overall, it was still good, but I feel like it's almost like it's like a crab. It's like hard on the outside but soft in the middle. I feel like a Fair Judgment for Absent Friends was a nice little break, kind of a soft break until you get right back to the real heavy again.
Okay.
My favorite tracks, Wraith, love it, great opener. Of course, Deliverance is a classic. The title track, very very strong, crowd pleaser. But I think if I were to introduce somebody to death metal and they want something with a really good hook, it's pretty obvious. Like Masters of Apprentices is it'll latch you right in. Of course, it starts to sort of change direction by the time you get to the middle of the song. But I feel like this album overall, I noticed that maybe it's just the way with Lopez's style of playing along with everybody else. It's a lot of this kind of like it's a little bit of it's almost Fear Factory-esque with how tight they do some of that kind of I don't know what you call it. It's just some of
the blasty beat sections, you mean?
The blasty beat. Just more of that kind of stuff happening with this one.
You might be right a little bit. I mean, there is some rhythm. There's some modal rhythm stuff that he had to start. And Jimmy's a drummer, so he could maybe speak to it better than me. But there's some staccato rhythms on this album that you didn't quite hear as much before, I guess is what you're trying to say. But I think you know what it is?
Yeah.
I think that the ending section of Deliverance is so goddamn epic, it overshadows everything else on the album.
It's so goddamn good though, man. It's just so I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Comment about that I think you guys will find interesting when we get there in a minute. So
well, I think he focused more on the, because it seemed like they were trying to push the death metal side of the band on this record, so
yeah,
the drumming really reflected that, the fast double bass. It was almost like the most clickiest double bass that he had going on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Jimmy. Yeah.
One thing that stuck with me was they lost the gothic look, but it almost like they went back to a more black metal look with these with Deliverance and Damnation.
I love the artwork for that. It's the aesthetic of it is very haunting. It's the old person dying in the the
Yeah.
1900 the early 1900s, late 1800s look or something like that. It's almost like forlornness or emptiness, you know.
It's more noticeable with the what do you call it, with the softer tracks. You'll hear more of that sort of the somber kind of what do you call it, just feel to it,
Right.
which is it's cool. I mean, I like the art direction, and then I like how it worked together with Damnation.
Yeah, again, that's another Travis Smith piece there, and I really love it. I
Yeah.
had a killer long sleeve of that I got at the show. I have no clue where it got to. I don't know whether a girlfriend ripped it off or if I lost. I don't know. I don't know where it's at. I can't find it. In fact, I had a ton of Opeth shirts from going to see them so many times, and I can only find one, my Damnation shirt. That's it. And I don't like it. And there's a reason why I don't like it. Because it's white, and I don't wear white T-shirts. I hate fucking white T-shirts. Why I even bought it, I'm confused about. But yeah,
This one, this I think this is the only album where they already announced the next album by the time this one dropped.
Yes.
So we knew Damnation was coming. We knew it was coming.
Yep.
They said it was going to be very different.
Yep.
Though I didn't know how different, and I think kind of shocked everybody. But maybe not too much. But once you listen, well, we'll get to it eventually, but we'll talk about that. But but this one here, I like it a lot. But like I said, it did not click with me as quickly as Blackwater Park did. But it's still a great album, man. This is one I still return to pretty regularly.
Mm-hmm.
So,
now, Jimmy, what you got, man?
Yeah. This is one of the only ones I don't have on vinyl. They did that double Deliverance Damnation vinyl
Yeah, I
release.
have it.
yeah.
I'll show it.
I kind of wish I have it, because I really love this record. I just, maybe one of these days. But like I said, I mean, this is, their biggest, I think, death metal statement with this. It seems like it was deliberate in that they were going to release the companion record with Damnation being, an acoustic record. Following Blackwater Park and Still Life and My Arms Are Hearse is a tall order, and I remember being really, really stoked for this at the time when it came out, and right off the back, I mean, right, like Rick said, I mean, Wreath, I mean, it's a great statement, a great death metal statement, and for me personally, I think that Martin Lopez absolutely shines on this record.
Oh yes.
I mean, he's just. Yeah, like the drums, like it almost felt like they were kind of like trying to be. Opeth has never been a band to like try to go with trends or anything like that, but you still have to admit that they definitely got their death metal cred with this. And Wreath is a perfect example. I think Wreath is one of the most death metal tracks that they've ever done. Deliverance, of course,
I agree.
A live staple. There's a lot of Masters Apprentices. That's a great song. By the pain I see in others, I really like when he did the vocals on that. Where he had that weird, like, as Kellen said, that crustacean kind of vocal. Really cool. What I did write about this album, they actually came. I was still living in New Orleans at the time, and they actually. On that tour, they came to New Orleans to the House of Blues, and it was a great show. I think it was with Lacuna Coil was the opener.
Yes.
And,
yep.
But they did, and I went through the setlist.com and got all because I kind of forget, but they opened up with Leper Affinity, they did Advent, they did Deliverance, would be the first time I ever heard them play that live. And to be honest with you, I could be happy if I never hear them play that live again. As much as I love that song, it's like they play it I've seen Opeth like 12 times, and they play it every single time. They did the Drapery Falls. They did Credence, which was an interesting, from My Arms. And the ultimate best part of the show was they did God's Head Lament from Still Life, which was amazing.
Oh yeah.
And A Fair Judgment from this. Is that from this? Yeah, Fair Judgment, and then Demon of the Fall, of course. I mean, this it's a great record in the fact that I think, again, they would never do this again. I don't want to say that it was an experiment. It was just more like they just fucking went all out brutal, and as a result, this is the most death metal record they've ever done. And not to be repeated, unfortunately. But again, going back to Lopez, I mean, yeah, I just thought he was brilliant on this, especially in the track Deliverance. I mean, his drumming in that is,
It's awesome.
Just like, I mean, he would just do things that were just so perfect that would serve the song. Just those little bell ride moments like toward the end, and his ghost notes. To me, he was a quintessential member of this band. And as a result, I love this record. It's not one of my favorites, but it's still a fucking top to bottom fantastic.
Awesome. I think Nick and I probably will disagree with you about Deliverance. I've seen it 20 times, and I just always fucking love it.
Give it.
And I think most of it, mostly because the only reason I would say I don't need to see it again is because I'd like 15 minutes to be reserved for another song or two, maybe, that they could do. But I gotta tell you, man, that last section of that song, it fucking destroys me.
It does. It totally does. And I mean, like, yeah, it's a perfect live song. I mean, not in my saying that, it's not taking anything away from the song.
Oh no,
it's
no, I got you.
Like there's so many great songs that they have. Like, and when you're a fan that you've seen the band so many times, it's like, fuck, can we play like, play the fucking Amen corner or something?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I think the problem is that Opeth have reached that stature where if Rush goes out and plays, does Rush not play Subdivisions? Do they not play YYZ? Do they not play Tom Sawyer? Tom Sawyer? I mean, what happens if they don't play those songs? People go, "What the fuck, man? They didn't fucking play." I mean, so I think
it's because you got the greatest hits fans also in the audience. That's what they want to hear. That's what it is.
And I will say something here. I'll say it now. I'll interject before we get to Nick. But as a guitar player, that has watched music get heavier and guitarists tune lower, and it's like, oh man, it's got to go into E flat to be heavy. Oh, it's got to go to D to be heavy. Oh, it's got to go to C sharp to be heavy. No, man, it's got to be in B to be heavy. Opeth proved something with the song Deliverance. They are playing an E standard, motherfuckers, and that song is fucking heavy. That last section is E standard A440, and it is fucking balls heavy. I defy anybody to say it. Guess what? Metallica played in E when they did Master of Puppets. That's pretty heavy, right? That's a pretty heavy song. That's, to me, Deliverance is like Metallica's Master of Puppets. Like, you just can't avoid it. It's just 13 minutes long, and that's the only problem I see with it is like, man, you could have done Amen Corner. You could have done When and Amen Corner. So I agree with you on that point, but I never get tired of seeing it. I think I'm going to get tired of seeing it, and I'm one of those guys that goes and cheats and looks at the set list all the time because I'm just nosy as fuck, and I got to know. My one good friend, he's like, don't tell me. Don't fucking say a word. He gets really pissed,
Hey, I'll tell you this, Jeff. Believe me, like, there's many other songs they play now live that I would rather not hear than Deliverance. So there's that. At least.
I'm like that about Grand Conjuration. A lot of people love that song.
I love it. Wow.
I can do without it, but I like it, but I could do without it. Or
it's made to be the single. That's what it is. It's made to be the thing that gets out the gate.
I could do without Ghost of Perdition, and I love that song too, But Deliverance, there's something about that song that every time I think, do we get Deliverance again? And then I'm there at the show and I'm going, fuck, I love this song.
Yeah, no, I do too, man. And when they do it, it's fucking amazing. And maybe it's the fact that like they had gotten to a point where it's not just that song. There's a bunch of songs they play every time.
Yeah, they've gotten a little.
I love the song, but man,
I will say this: Mike's gotten a little lazy with the set list the last couple years. They've not changed it up enough for me. I agree. Nick, what you got? And I think I know where you're going to go on this one.
It's my first Opeth album. I fucking love it. Yeah, you don't forget your first time, and that applies to this. I'm kind of glad that this was the first one too, because at this point, again, I was getting into a lot of melodic death metal, and after I got out of the new metal haze, I still had all that fucking past love of just like heavy death metal. So this hit kind of both that melodic death metal kind of feel, that old school death metal kind of feel bit, and I don't think I'd ever heard anything this brutal and this proggy, like actually at any point up until this album. And holy shit, this made me a fan. Like Wreath is disgustingly heavy. I fucking love that. Like right away, like there's no bullshit there. But Deliverance, I could listen to that song 1,000 times. I already have, probably more. It never gets old. That closing breakdown is quite possibly my favorite musical Opeth moment. It's stuck in my head right now. Master's Apprentice, By the Pain of Seeing Others. This is just, it's a very different album, I think, in their entire catalog, just because it is so dead set focused on being heavier in hell, but they still include all those cool nuances that you heard in the previous albums. Like there's definitely spots of melody. The songwriting is on point. I totally was going to bring up the whole Martin Lopez just wrecking shit. Like that is, I'd say, the most intense drumming I've ever heard him do is on this album. It is.
He's also at his tightest. I think it's very tight.
God,
just
dude, he's a human metronome on this. This is such a remarkable album. If it was not for this album, I mean, I probably would have checked out Blackwater Park eventually, but I'm glad it started with this one because, oh, dude, this scratched an itch I didn't know I had.
I was the opposite of you. I started with Blackwater Park first. That's why I said that one didn't click with me as quickly, because I got kind of spoiled with Blackwater Park. I don't know.
I mean, Blackwater Park, I mean, I love that when I heard it. It was definitely different. Like I think at that point, like when I heard Deliverance first, I expected more of that. Now I still got a lot of heavy stuff, because Blackwater Park's a heavy fucking album too. But again, there's a level of intensity that Deliverance hits, and it does not really leave that level. And it was like, fuck yes, more of that.
And the fact that Martin Lopez could just go from that just insane drumming to like the real, and then he would break it down to the really just intricate, like just the ghost notes, and that he was really good at doing, like, and doing it in a way that was just like seamless,
It was a strange album too, like, because I don't think I'd ever heard like flips like that, like from the heaviest shit imaginable to soft and sweet and atmospheric. And at that point, I don't think I did hear that. Like, even in the melodic death metal I was listening to, because it was, like Carcass, At the Gates, and Flames, they didn't do shifts like that were so dramatic. And fuck, dude, album blew me away. Still blows me away. It's amazing.
I'm gonna run. I got a lot of notes on this one. I'm gonna run through them quick here because I want to do some comments, then get on to Damnation quick. Wreath might be Mike's heaviest riff to open a song ever.
Great opener, yeah.
Like, and the drumming, it's just like a cannon coming at you, man. But it has a beautiful chorus to it. It's got all the elements. And that's a song that they played initially on the tour and then dropped for a long time. Didn't hear it for a long, long time. And I can't remember which tour, either the next to last tour I saw them. I can't remember which tour it was. Maybe you can look it up, Jimmy, when the last time they played that. But what a killer song. It's up there with Drapery Falls. It's up there with Blackwater Park, which I didn't mention Blackwater Park. I can't believe I forgot to mention that song. That song from that album blows my fucking mind. And if I'm not incorrect, I'm pretty sure Mike told me that was the very first song Mike wrote in drop D. I think we're getting some back.
Yeah,
we're getting some echo from Rick's headphones. Yeah,
Rick left his headset.
There.
There we go.
And, Blackwater Park, and one other last little mention about Blackwater Park that I wanted to hit was the song Dirge for November. The ending part of that with the guitar.
So
I learned it a couple weeks ago, man. It's complicated and it's so fucking gorgeous. It's jazz chords, it's diminished fifths, and it's hard to play, man. It's fucking hard to play. It's so cool. Anyway, moving on to Deliverance. Deliverance, along with Demon of the Fall, one of their two signature songs that they play at pretty much every show. I never get tired of hearing it, like I said, because it's fucking epic. The verses are some line. Riffs are gargantuan. The choruses are gorgeous. The E staccato E riff at the end is mind-blowing, and it shows that you can play. Rick, I cut your I cut your volume off because we were getting an echo from your headphones.
Oh, good.
I'll tell you, it's just Deliverance is one of Mike's most crowning achievements as a writer. It's just that simple. It is that simple.
I
And
still
get
get
where
goosebumps with a
get
look
where
me
Jimmy's
in the eye.
Well, we know it's the title track. I feel like he wrote that song and built the album around it. You know.
Well, according to some legends or some stuff I read, that song was written about Peter Lindgren's at the time girlfriend that was held captive in an apartment where some dude they were partying with got weird from drugs or alcohol or something and started to cut himself and said he was going to kill everybody in the apartment. That's what the song's allegedly about. I never got to ask him that. I just read that the other night. A Fair Judgment. That is their 70s influenced epic heavy ballad. And the guitar on that song is so goddamn good. Just so fucking good. And it's like, at this point in time, I wrote this down. Mike was trapped into some muse or energy as he wrote the songs for My Arms, Your Hearse through this album, because there are so many juicy riffs and melodies. And this is one in the vein with Wilson on the piano. Wilson's playing the piano. It's just a building, brooding slice of beauty with killer riffs, amazing leads, and you can hear Wilson's influence on that track a lot. That song has a lot of Steve Wilson's influence.
For sure.
It's probably one of Mike's best vocal songs as well, too. Clean vocals.
Oh yeah.
For Absent Friend, was written for us about a song on Genesis' Nursery Crimes album. Master's Apprentice, big optic riff, signature Opeth guitar, another banger riff, heavy track. Lopez, super underrated player. Wait a minute. There's the weird halftime drumming that he does on that song where he's doing the riff where he goes from the blast beaty section to the slower section where he's doing it in halftime. And it's just this weird, you feel like he should be hitting the snare more and he's not. And you're like, oh, that's so cool the way he shows restraint on that. The chorus section's reminiscent of Deliverance. You can hear the similarity. The acoustic section is super catchy and porcupine tree-ish on that song. Just an amazing. And then at the very end, there's the ring modulator, which is a ring modulator is the way that affects the vocals or the guitars, and it makes things sort of like pulse, like you're hearing it through a telephone. That was a Steve Wilson invention, the way he uses that in recording, and they used it on that song. And By the Pain I See in Others, just riff fest, tons of octaves. Probably one of Mike's creepiest vocals, where he's doing that, where he's like whispering it, and it's got all the distortion in the vocal, and it's like makes it sound like he's underwater. Fucking badass. What else here, real quick? Where he does the part where he goes "Rise to Submission," and he does that part. It's like the twisting vocal on that. Oh man, it's just the only thing I will say about this album that I don't like, and maybe I'm wrong, Jimmy, but I kind of hear it. I hear a little bit of triggered drums on this album that I did not hear on the rest of the stuff, and I fucking hate triggered drums. I used to love Meshuggah, and I have a hard time listening to Meshuggah now because all their drums are triggered. But real quick, I'll show you this, guys. I only have the regular copy of Deliverance, but Jimmy brought it up, so I'll show it.
Banging.
Nice.
This is a 1 of 1,000 edition, put out by the End Records, double picture disc. I think. Wait. Maybe who put this out? Maybe it wasn't the End. Yeah, limited Vinyl Maniacs. I'm sorry. Came out 2004 on a division of GMR Music Group. So I kind of, I've never played it. Like most of my vinyl, I've never played it. I'm one of those dudes. I'm just a nerdy collector. But yeah, that's actually that and Watershed and the latest album are the only ones I have on vinyl. But let's hit some comments real quick, and then we're going to move on. Stone says AC Dive, yes. Yeah, we're definitely going to do that. Probably next, actually. Heresy White Cluster, amazing. Did I hit some of these? Callan Brood? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm ready to get down and dirty. Hey, easy on that, Brian. Don't tell anybody our secret. I'm in. Opeth Rocks. Fernando, shout out to the Suicide Squad. What's that mean?
Maybe that's us.
Is that us? Okay.
I don't know.
I thought we were the Saturday Slade. Whatever. Now I'm starting to talk like Rick. I'm starting to stumble over
Slater
my
Day.
words.
Although it's
Ladies
Friday.
and
It's
gentlemen,
Friday.
Yes, Axe Process. I neglected to talk about Dirge for November. It's a fucking monster track, and the ending of it, maybe my favorite Opeth moment ever. Let Serge take the lead. We already did that, Kellen. I hooked him up. What's with the LP? Graffiti? What's that mean?
That's when he signed.
right.
Signed.
My second Opeth, my arms, blah, 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 lots of noise, better, blah, blah, blah. Waterfall. Okay, here we go. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Okay. I think there's some kind of an obscure Left Eye Lopez thing going on there. I don't know. What beer are you drinking, Rick? Oh, you just got another one.
Yeah, level up. There we go.
But that's
doing,
fucking
IPA.
awesome. I love that bottle.
I'm doing Guinness Extra Stout. I think Jimmy's drinking wine, weren't you?
I'm so exciting
Nice.
tonight. Look at me being excited.
There you go.
You're just not very manly, are you?
And it's diet. There you
Dude,
go.
last time I got
Blackwater,
manly, I
yeah.
fucking downed a can of fucking 4 Locos. Fuck all 4 of those Locos.
Blackwater Park, fucking amazing track, no doubt. Does it chug? Yup.
It does.
Basement, where are we at here? Blackwater Park, yep, definitely Gateway. Demon of the Fall, song that got me into them, still my favorite. Okay, that's cool, I get it. Nevermore. I don't know what repress means. Oh, represent. Yes, dude. Nevermore is definitely getting a deep dive. There's no question about it. One of my favorite bands of all time. Absolutely.
World Dane, rest in peace.
Absolutely. But we already did that. What's crazy, Opeth? Yeah, I saw Nevermore Opeth. I saw Nevermore open for Opeth on the Ghost Reveries tour twice. We got here most. Okay, see. Brian saying we're pushed hard. Yep, last fair deal. Yeah, right. That was the same time.
Yep.
Blackwater Park got promoted. It was demonstration of the time. Metal music coming back. Yep, metal music coming back. Making Cat Urine. Yes, exactly. One of the best metal vocalists of all time. Agreed. Love the song Deliverance, but it feels sometimes overshadowed by some of the other songs. Oh, it overshadows. Yes, I would agree. Wreath is fucking so good, man. So good. Second favorite, By the Pain. Dude, that fucking, I will say, By the Pain, I would agree with you. It is an overlooked gem, and it is the heaviest album. And I got to see By the Pain, I See in Others, and it was never played before, and I saw it at this show. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to share. Do you know how to do that, Rick?
Do what?
Do you know how to share?
Like a screen?
Yeah, how do I do that? Do I?
There should be a little button. Button
Yeah,
there.
a little square with a plus on it.
But how do I? How if I've got another tab up? How do I make that be the one I want to show?
Hit the share button. There should be
Yeah.
a share button, and then
Yep.
it should give you the option. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you on the phone?
Select a window or screen. No, I don't want to do that. All right, I don't know how to do it. Let me just read this to you real quick. October 1st. Hold on. October 1st, 2016, Radio City Music Hall. Opeth did a very special one-off gig. This is the set list. Sorceress, Ghost of Perdition, Demon of the Fall, The Wildflowers, Face of Melinda, Will o' the Wisp, Drapery Falls, Devil's Orchard, Hex Omega, Window Pane, Death Whispered a Lullaby, first live performance since October 5th, 2003. In My Time of Need, Closure, first since December 20th, 2011. Master's Apprentice, By the Pain I See in Others. It was never played live before that night. And Deliverance. That's pretty fucking badass, right? I don't know if they've ever played By the Pain I See in Others since then. I don't know. Where do we got here real quick? Michael said in an interview that Deliverance was Prog at the time, and when Meshuggah blew up, so there's some syncopated riffs. Exactly. There's no, you can hear that on that album.
Yeah, you can. Mm-hmm.
The Crab Opeth album. Okay. Can the panel please now refer to Opeth as crustaceans? Sure, we'll work on that. I don't.
I think that's what I said. It was hard on the outside, soft in the middle.
Yeah, you said something. We can call them
Monstrosities.
monstrosities.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
Heard Grand Conjuration on the sampler when I was 12, and it scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I could see that, dude.
I love that
Hey,
song.
Mariano, what's up, buddy? I love Deliverance. Never get to the point of to make a death album. If you do, Oh, never get the point of made a death album to other Prog death. I'm not sure I got you there, Mariano. Sorry. Future Ruins, that's you, Jimmy. Oh, All in Order. I was meeting with a couple friends, didn't see. Okay. Mariana, have you been drinking tonight, or is it just a language barrier? Grand
I was asking how he was. That's all it was.
I was read a road. Oh, that's right. They went to Roadrunner at that point. Mean Gene drumming in the grand video, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because he replaced Martin Lopez.
He was sick.
And
Yeah.
real quick, I'll tell you my Lopez story real fast. When they did put out Damnation, they went on a summer tour, July of '03. When they came to Philly, I was good friends with all the PT Road crew, and I got a call from a guy named Pete Ponk. That was his name. And he called me up. He says, hey, come meet me out behind the venue. I had been in there earlier delivering food and doing stuff for the band. And it was him and Lopez standing out in the alleyway of this Trocadero. Rick knows where that's at.
No longer there.
And Pete Ponk says to me, he says, hey, this is Martin. I was like, hey, Martin. I had not yet Martin Lopez yet. And he says, Martin wants to know if you can get him some Coke. I said, don't they have any? This is how dumb I was. I'm like, don't they have any Coke or like Dr. Pepper or something that I can run and get you guys some sodas or something like that? And he's like, no, dude, cocaine. I'm like, no, I don't do Coke. I don't even smoke weed, man. I just drink. And I'm like, I'm in Philadelphia. I don't know anybody around here, bro. I'm sure you could. There's a million places you go find Coke, but I have no idea where they are. I have no clue where to tell you to go. So that was a really kind of a strange moment. And later they got on the Sounds of the Underground tour, and I believe, was it for that or was it for? No, that was for Ghost Reveries, right? Yeah, Ghost Reveries.
See, I didn't get a chance to see him on Sounds of the Underground.
Yeah, I think it was Ghost Reveries. They got the Sounds of the Underground tour. They toured and something went down and Martin couldn't get on a plane to fly. He had anxiety. And I'm thinking, dude, what the fuck are you doing cocaine for if you have anxiety? That's like the worst drug in the world to do if you have anxiety.
Yeah.
But yeah, good. I forgot Gene was on there. As far as I'm aware, there are no triggers. It just sounds like it. It sounds like it. The trigger on the kick, that's what I was talking about. Yep. That's exactly what I thought. But I could be wrong, Pax. I don't know for sure, but it sounds like it, particularly on whatever that track was I mentioned, by the pain. By the pain, I think it was. All right, so the next album was the sister album or the twin album of Deliverance, and it was Damnation, released April 2003. And it's again, Michael Ackerfeld, Steve Wilson doing the production. It's you can really feel Steve Wilson's presence on this album, obviously.
Yeah.
The influence is everywhere. I didn't even, sorry, I got hair in my mouth there. I didn't even break out individual songs because every fucking song on this album is a gem for me. And it's a beautiful album, perfect balance of beauty and sadness, melancholy. For me, and I'm going to just hit a couple quick songs. You've got Death Whispered, a lullaby, Out on the Road, da, 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 da. Just the, oh my God. In My Time of Need, just the mellotron, and I, da, 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 da. It's like, just, I wish I knew lyrics better, but I'm very bad with them, especially if I have a buzz. But just so incredible. Closure. The song Closure is just fucking goddamn epic. What's the other? I don't.
They call it Closure, but it's in the middle of the album. I just thought that was
kind of weird, right? I have two versions. I got the Digipack version and it's the same fucking CD in there. But Hope Leads, the song Hope Leads. The fucking guitar on it is insane. To rid the disease. Every song on this album is a first-class, awesome, progressive rock tour de force. I love this album. I hadn't listened to it in a very long time, and I put it in a couple weeks ago, and I literally, I'm going to sound a little wishy-washy here, got a little bit I started to fucking feel like verklempt. I had the old feels going because there was a
Talk
lot
amongst
going on in my life.
yourselves.
Well, there was a lot going on. My divorce happened right around this time. I was still married to my wife, but I knew our relationship was falling apart. We had little kids. I knew we were divorced that summer, and this was the summer before that. But shit was starting to not be good, and my escape was to go chase rock bands around and go to concerts, and hers was to go, yeah, I think I'm gonna get out of this marriage sometime instead of working on the marriage. But that album just breaks my heart a lot. It's just fucking beautiful, beautiful. What's up, Matej? Closure gets overlooked. Such fucking amazing. Yeah, Lamentations. Yeah, I've got that in a video somewhere up. I didn't dig it out of a box I've got. And yeah, real quick here, Red Michael want to do Death Album Deliverance. That's what I mean. Oh, I got you. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha, Stone. Gotcha. And all right. What you got, Rick, on Damnations?
All right. Well, first of all, I've always thought it was a misnomer because when I think of the heavy album, I think, oh yeah, it should be called Damnation, right? Deliverance is the softer album.
Yep.
So
Weird.
let's get that out of the way. I think what you said with your divorce and all that, at the time of your life when that all that was happening, shit, man. Like, Michael was putting this stuff out when his grandmother died in a car crash.
Right.
So that also coming together, you feel it, man. You feel the pain, through this. Also, this is the album where Michael started really experimenting with the mellotron.
Well,
but
he wasn't playing that, Rick. That was Steve. But you're right. That's
that was Steve.
Yeah, that was Steve playing.
Okay.
It, but it was his association with Steven that he started to really. Let's be honest. This is where the keyboard started to enter Opeth here with this album.
Yep.
And that was probably Steve Wilson's behest, but Michael wanted it in there, and he was a keyboard player. He had played keyboard.
Michael does play the mellotron, and another album, another track, but
later, yeah.
But you're right. Maybe I think Steven kind of put that in him. But yeah, everything you said I think applies with this album. It's a beautiful album. I think that this is the album I play for people who are not into metal, obviously. However, the predicament is people love it so much, they're like, what else has Opeth has done? And I'm like, yeah. So even then, I'm like, years later, this is before Heritage and everything else came out, at the time, not knowing the direction they're going to take. So I don't know. I've never went back to those people and be like, well, check out, a Pale Communion or something like that. I'd be curious. But I think overall, like, this is probably the most beautiful album they put out, but also the saddest,
Oh, absolutely, without question.
Just, I mean, obviously the visuals will tell you, but, it's very true to the contents of the record. But, regarding the tracks, I agree with everything you said. It's just fucking beautiful. I listened to this so many times. I never ever get tired of it. But, yeah. So it came out the following year, right? Not even too long, less than a year.
Less than 6 months, 5 months later.
Yeah. So
Deliverance came out in mid-November, and that came out mid-April. Yeah.
We knew it was coming. They announced it. It was
Keep in mind they recorded it simultaneously. Actually, they were recorded at the same time. It was because it was supposed to be that double album, and then the record company said, "Nah, we don't want to do that. We want to split it up."
It's just controlling the release schedule and getting people to time to breathe and digest all this stuff.
Not even that. They wanted to market it as a separate sort of thing, and a lot of the Opeth fan base was kind of like, "Whoa, what the fuck is this?" But they dug it because they thought, "Well, it's just a one-time thing," and it was a one-time thing, sort of, but not really, because it started to affect the way that Mike was writing the rest of his albums, because suddenly on Ghost Reveries there's a couple mellow songs, Isolation Years and what's the other one? Help me out.
There was
what is it, Jimmy?
Hours of Wealth.
Hours of Wealth.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you get to Nick's favorite album, I think, Watershed, and you've got You've got a couple mellow tracks on that album as well, and
They're so good.
which are great. And one of the very best Opeth songs ever is on that album, and you probably know which one I'm thinking of, Nick. But and it's a mellow track. So Mike became a much better songwriter with that element of his writing, thanks to Steven rubbing off on him and him rubbing, that whole symbiotic relationship. So, but yeah, Rick, they were recorded at the same time, and it was not meant to be that way initially, but the record company then said, "Now we're going to split it up and we're going to market it separately." It probably ended up making them a lot more fans and a lot more money too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what would have happened if they would have released this before Deliverance. Think how weird that would have been.
Interesting. Yeah, that could have been interesting, actually.
Fans would have shit themselves.
Hey, what you got, man?
Yeah, I thought it was a really smart move for them to couple this with Deliverance. It's kind of like the best of both worlds with Opeth. It's kind of like coming off of Blackwater Park. I mean, to follow that, nearly, an impossible task. They surely did it, and they did it with a really interesting experiment here by exploring both sides of the band, and I think this record was proof that, they could write a record that didn't have any metal, and still be great and still retain their identity. And the things that we love about the band, and which I find, I can easily speak against when we get to later records. But, they didn't lose what they were about with this, I think this was every bit as important as any of their records, really, in doing Damnation. A lot of favorite songs. This is a very nostalgic record for me as well. I was still living in New Orleans at the time. This is right before I moved to Colorado. And I think my favorite track on here is the last one, Weakness. It's just it's an interesting, it's so simple, like just a simple keyboard line, and Michael showing his vocals off better than he ever could. And Death Whisper, let's see which one. Yeah, Death Whisper to Lullaby. That one of my favorites.
That's the only co-write on the album with Steve Wilson.
Was that with Steve? Yeah.
Yeah,
so they're starting to they're starting to bring the keyboards in here a little bit, and to good effect, I think. To me, this was kind of the campfire record. That was the vibe that I got from it. Just sitting around a campfire and listen to a bunch of dudes play acoustic guitars.
Oh yeah.
I always look at bands that have those elements. I would suggest the Chachwan as an example who can do that sort of thing. They can just sit there and just play acoustic guitars and be every bit as effective as they could be with their metal music. So I think this was proof of that they could do that. And as we'll see later on, when they move away from metal, how are they going to be able to write records without that sort of special, unique element to their sound, which we're going to see. But I think here they prove that they can do it without sacrificing what they're about and what we, this was sort of the focus on the folk and just songwriting element, the singer-songwriter elements of the band here. So a fantastic record. I love it.
Cool. Yeah, I wanted to address one quick thing here. Somebody, simple but not so long name. I see what you did there. That was tricky. Yeah, I think Opeth was already called Opeth. In fact, it was called Opeth. It was originally David Isberg when he had the band originally.
It's like a bird or something, right? Or some kind of
it's actually the city. It's a city on the moon, the capital of the city on the moon.
City of the Moon. Yeah.
And what was the writer? Not Coleridge. Was it Coleridge? I forget the writer of the book. It was in a book, and somebody will know. I'd have to Google it. But I was thinking it was Coleridge Taylor, but that's probably not right.
I thought I read somewhere it was like some sort of phoenix type of bird, but maybe it's related to this. I don't know.
No,
I didn't read the story.
Not that. That was now it's Opeth. Opet was, and then they added an H on the end, but it was a city on the moon, and in some book, right, Jimmy? You heard that, right? I just don't remember who wrote the book. You guys had to look it up. Let's see. Maybe he did like the name, but he was 16 years old when he joined. So, I imagine would have been rather interesting. And I agree with it. I mean, I don't know if this is my favorite tracks, but it's definitely up there, man. I love that song. The guitar lines in it are so beautiful. The guitar playing, it reminds me of like ending, not to use the words ending credits, but it reminds me what ending credits on a really cool Western movie from a spaghetti Western movie would sound like. It's just got that vibe to it. Just so cool.
I think that this album is close, and like if of all the prog albums, this is the most closely associated with Pink Floyd. Out of everything they've done, I think.
Sure,
I always get that vibe.
Thing, but I would say really this particular album may be the truest form of all their prog albums, and this was the first, and it was the experiment. But this one is probably the purest prog. Not because it's wanky and all over the place. It's just it's very Camel-like. It's very Camel-like.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so Camel-like. If you listen to Snow Goose or Moon Madness, or Lunar Sea, it's just got this. The Snow Goose, it just has this very vintage 70s feel in the keyboards, of course, with the Mellotron. Nothing sounds. It doesn't sound crazy wild like King Crimson does. King Crimson always were they were almost menacing sounding on some of their stuff. And then they had beautiful stuff like Epitaph, where you had a song like Court of the Crimson King, which was almost scary, or Red, which is very scary, or Lark's Tongue and Aspic, which is so goddamn complex that your mind gets baffled by it. But then you got beautiful moments like Starless and Bible Black, where it's just this epic sounding thing. This album kind of encompasses a little bit of all that without sounding too complex. Some of the later prog albums with Michael, you can tell he wants to get more complex, and we're gonna get there.
I noticed, and whenever he does the clean singing in the earlier albums, like I hear a lot of the Greg Lake in there. Like he's very influenced by that. Later on, he kind of moves into other influences too. But
and why wouldn't you? Because Greg Lake was fucking amazing, man. I mean, what a voice. Those two King Crimson albums and the ELP stuff. Just anyway, so let's move on to Ghost Reveries for 2005. Correct? Oh shit, Nick, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Did you forget I was here?
I ran my fucking mouth too much there. Sorry, bud.
It's all right. No, not a problem, man. They should have called this album "Here Comes the Big Sad" because, man, this is a bummer to listen to, but I really enjoyed it. And honestly, I was one of those people that didn't enjoy it initially when it came out because, like, all right, they said it was going to be different, maybe a bit softer. I was like, it'd just be like the clean parts. They'll still have big riffs. Not really. But this took more listening. And honestly, I think this album is one that really pushed them as songwriters because there's a whole thing about tension and release on here. But instead of releasing it like in a heavy, brutal fashion, they had to find some different avenues and kind of keep the song flowing and keep that melancholy sort of feel throughout it. Death Whisper, a Lullaby, Closure, and Hope Leaves is, I think, one of their best 3-song runs. It's just so many good fucking songs in here. But, I mean, overall, in the grand scheme of their discography, this does fall a bit lower just because this is missing a lot of the other elements that I love about Opeth, but this is still really, really good. And again, very depressing, but good. I kind of like the whole bearing their soul, and it's not, buried in, brutal riffs and such. Like, this is like, you can hear the vocals clearly they're all sung, and they're very personal. And I don't know, this has a unique appeal. I really dig it.
Yeah. When's the last time you listened to it? Do you listen to it in
I don't listen to it as regularly. It's been probably maybe less than a year.
Okay.
It's one of those like listening to like sad music in the car is like, man, I don't want to be bummed out while driving.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Fucking
Yeah.
turn this into the fucking turnbuckle.
No, man, I hadn't listened to it. I probably hadn't listened to it in about 3 years, I think. And I threw it on, and I just was like, God damn, I forgot how amazing this album is.
I like emotional connections with music, but I mean,
Sure.
that's one I really feel like I have to be in the mood for. Like, I love Paradise Lost, but holy shit, some of that stuff is so depressing and cuts to the chords. Like, I gotta turn this off and find something that makes me want to bang my head and maybe smile.
That's fair enough. I get that. That's fair enough. Okay, now can we go on? I forgot.
Hey, Jeff, real quick.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add one little thing. I just wanted to
sure.
show Rick this because I think Rick would appreciate this. And it shows you how much of a stupid fanboy, Opeth fanboy I was at the day. So, because like Rick is really good at Photoshop. Back in the day, I used to do Photoshop stuff. And this is like back in the MP3 days. I was like, I downloaded like a whole bunch of bootleg live Opeth sets from like 2004, 2003. So I went ahead and made my own CDs.
Oh shit!
Oh, dude!
And I did
Wow.
this on Photoshop, so you can kind of see. That's the dude. If you go look at the back of Orchid, that's one of the guys. Like I just put him in there.
Oh,
and then
dude, you even got the spine. Like you got the whole.
Oh yeah, I
The whole
did this was like a 2 CD set.
Oh
shit.
Look at that shit! Holy shit!
I went like crazy on it. Stupid. Like spent way too much time on this.
Look at you. Was that a
CD?
is that a picture you took on the inside there, Jim?
No, I think I got that off. Probably, maybe I did. I don't know. I can't even remember. I probably just got it off one of their
Shit,
websites.
you even got the stick-on labels for the CD.
Oh yeah, I went all out, and I just
Bro.
like this was like one of the. It's just a bootleg, but it sounds pretty good actually. But I
Damn.
burned
Where's
the
it from?
discs. This was Toronto Opera House, Lamentations Over America, and then I did like 4 of these live at Irving Palace.
Wow.
Just went like stupid, like spent way too much time on this shit. Like did Photoshop stuff.
Dude, that's amazing, man. Those look
And,
fucking
this
killer.
one was pretty cool too. The live in Washington, and then, like the backgrounds, like I just got those off.
Hey,
off
I was
Google.
at that show. I was at that show right there.
This one right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was at 930 Club, right? 930 Club.
930 Club.
Yep. I was there, bro.
You were here. All right, that's great. So I'm gonna have to go
You
listen
can probably
to it.
hear me yelling on that. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, man!
Hey, that's Jeff.
All these were, like,
Pick out my
two
screen.
kind of deal. So I put the the tour dates and stuff. That's
Hey, Jimmy, how fun was it trying to align that on the HF printer to get the CD to
I
line
think
up
it
with the
took
label?
forever. Yeah, I mean, I don't even really, to be honest with you, Rick, I don't really remember. I mean, because it was so long ago. I just, at the time I was like in school and I was actually like doing a lot of Photoshop stuff because I was doing like graphic design classes, and I'm way like out of that now. Like I haven't done it in so long, but like this shit just like kind of worked, and like all the backgrounds, I just like stole all this shit from.
That's gorgeous,
Google.
man. How old were you?
Oh, I mean, this was what 2004, so I'm probably like 20, 21,
Okay.
early 20s or whatever. And this was like one of the Damnation.
Oh, that's so
sets.
cool, man. So
But
cool.
yeah, I just thought you guys would appreciate that. So
I was always way too
Yeah.
stupid for the computer shit.
yeah,
All right.
Here, I got something to show you. So back when I was in art school, people used to ask me all the time to fucking make bootlegs for them. So I actually kept one of these. It's like 8-Jet Cowboys from Hell. So this is
Oh, nice.
one I had. The fucking 8-Jet printer.
That's actually printed on the. or is it
No, it was like it's a label.
just the sticker?
I used to,
Label. Yeah.
yeah, I used to make this all, but lighting them was a pain in the ass, man. But people used to ask me to do that all the time.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, so we're moving on to 2005 now, and Opeth moves to Roadrunner Records, which was a big ass move because Roadrunners was pretty fucking huge at this point in time as a label.
They were
So we're
owned by
talking a lot of money.
Atlantic or Island, or they that was, I think, the point that Roadrunner had been bought by a bigger label. They weren't
Right.
just the independent label.
Yep, and lots and lots and lots of money. And Ghost Reveries was released on August 29th, 2005. Jens Bogren and Opeth doing the production. This is the first album that sees a full-time keyboard player added to the mix, and that is one Per Weberg. And it also is the final album for Martin Lopez and Peter Lindgren, which we'll get into in a little bit here about that. Rick, what you got on Ghost Reveries?
It's another kind of a end of an era kind of an album, beginning with the label, but like you said, with Peter and Martin leaving, it's I think that with this, it's not Blackwater Park, but I fucking love it, man. Like it's I feel like it was very very good way to sort of what you call kind of a swan song for what they were able to do here. I think as far as the production goes, this is my favorite Opeth album regarding production. It's everything. I love the way it sounds. I love the way everything just comes through. If I had a good fucking nice, if I had my 5.1 sound set up, this is probably what I would put in first. As far as Opeth albums go, it's just fucking the fidelity, everything about it that I love about it. It's just fucking great. It's heavy. I love the atmosphere that the keyboards add to it. I think Parrot's a good addition, which is kind of an introduction to where they're going forward. We're going to see a lot more of that with the album after this one. He doesn't have a huge presence on this quite yet with the keyboards, but I think the atmosphere that it adds to it, I think it kind of what do you call it? It kind of it's a compliment to the fidelity of the guitar work and everything that you have here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's actually not any. I like every track on here. Actually, there's not a track here I don't like. This is Opeth we're talking about, but I think overall, this is what I do put on quite regularly, more than the one following this one. As a matter of fact, love the cover. I love where they went with this one, because I was wondering where they were gonna go after Damnation. But I think that this cover is the epitome of the Opeth as far as their metal years. What they are aesthetically. I think this cover really captures what they are. This is why I used it for the thumbnail, which is fucking great. But yeah, I mean, Band of Hounds, Atonement, fucking Hardcore Forest. Yeah, the thing is, the Grand Conjuration. I mean, what can you say about that? Obviously, that was made as the single, the video and all that stuff. I think this was the only video they made for it. It was really the only single they dropped for this album. It's a strong one. They did. You know, I was surprised because Roadrunner, you think would have pushed more this band even further. We weren't just one single, but I mean, we'd see it with the following album. They will do a little more, but I think this is a good departure album for Lopez and Lindgren. But I love this album. It's again, you'll see my ranking. You'll see where this falls, and that'll be a testament to how I feel about it. But the best thing I love about this is, I think, again, it's as far as production wise, this is my favorite.
Cool. Jimmy, what you got?
I'm going to wax poetic for a second here. Yeah, this is a very nostalgic record for me. Coming out in 2005 or 6, I think it was 5. I had just moved here to Colorado, and it was kind of a weird time in my life. I mean, like, I came, a long way, didn't have a job, didn't really have any prospects, just kind of giving it a try, and seeing what's going to happen. And a lot of weird things happening in my life at the time with my girlfriend, and at the time I went through a very, very difficult breakup. It was very much like a death And that's actually who my wife is today. We have a lot of history. I'm not going to go into it too crazy, but many years of history. We were together for a while, and then we had a bad split, and we were apart for many years, and kind of came back together. But this record is kind of a special place in my heart. And I remember thinking at the time, I was like, coming off those, Deliverance and Damnation, it was like they signed to Roadrunner Records, and it was like, I wonder if that's going to have any effect on their sound. Like, what's this going to be like, And they were kind of trying to assure their fans that, they weren't going to, isn't going to be, it was going to be great, whatever it was.
Right.
I remember like when the album dropped, and I was just like, holy shit, they fucking did it, man. They topped themselves completely. I mean, and this is not my ultimate favorite record, but it's really up there. And I originally just got the regular CD press, and then I went on later and got the 2 CD. I think this has the
5.1 version.
Later on, and when it got the vinyl,
Nice.
It's an okay pressing. It's Roadrunner pressing. But I think this is the penultimate Opeth record, the ultimate statement. When people ask me, if they want to get to Opeth or whatever, I usually go to this one. I think this is just a culmination of everything that is great about the band. As I said at the time, I was going through a very difficult time, and just being in a new place, and not only going through like a really hard breakup, but like I found myself like in this new place, kind of by myself. I didn't really know anybody, and Hurricane Katrina had just hit down south. And the events in my life at the time, what was happening, my breakup and everything, I was like, well, am I going to stay here? I can't go back. I mean, it was so messed up back at home at the time. It was like a weird timing kind of thing, and things just kind of sort of worked out for me, but this is a very a purging of emotion record for me. The tracks Hours of Wealth and Isolation Years, like I almost have a hard time listening to those. I can't help but tear up because the lyrics are very much exactly what I was going through. It's really crazy, really uncanny to think. Just thinking at the time, like if you read those lyrics, I mean, everything that he wrote in those lyrics exactly exemplified what I was going through. And so in that process, this became a very, very personal record for me. And not only that, but one of the greatest Opeth records ever. I mean, I just remember thinking, God damn, they fucking topped themselves with this record. It's got everything you love. It's got the beauty. It's got the heaviness. It's evil as hell. It's, great drumming. This is the last of the my favorite Opeth lineup. I was sad to see Deliverance go. I was sad to see Martin Lopez go, but they made a huge statement with this one, and I love it.
I forgot to say that I can still hear a little bit of Steve Wilson's influence, even though he's not on this album. I still hear like all the work they've done with him. I still hear like some of that influence that he's had the effect on that band. I still hear little bits of it in that.
The keyboards became a prominent part of the writing, where they weren't before. They really weren't before Damnation, and it's definitely there. I have an admission to make in a minute when we get to me, but Nick, what you got, man?
Oh, very familiar version here. I also have the special edition 5.1, and the bonus cover of Soldier of Fortune. Really fucking good on here.
Yes, Deep Purple track.
Oh, they kill it. I mean, it's Opeth. Of course they kill it. This one, I got when it came out, and I love this one. It's like high middle of the pack because there's so many other ones I fucking loved before it, but this is still a great album. I agree with Rick 100%. The mix on here is fan-fucking-tastic. I'm a big Jens Bogren fan. Dude has mixed so many damn good albums, and it just feels like richer and fuller.
It does.
Think this one they went for like some really big hooks. Like this is maybe one of the more accessible ones in terms of like the heavier stuff. Like Ghost of Perdition has that kind of Toolish part, and I remembered after listening to this one, like going to record stores, and I hearing fucking old Opeth bands bitching, like, yeah, fucking sound like Tool now. Fuck them. Like, oh, Jesus Christ, give me a break. Bang of the Hounds. Oh, that soft part. Oh, dude, it's so good. But I love Grand Conjuration, and fuck the music video edit version of that. You can't chop that song down. It's too good.
It's a great video to scare someone if you hate cockroaches. It's just I'm just saying.
I when I watched that video, it was kind of like, this really doesn't. Did they? Oh, whatever. I mean, it just didn't make any sense. Like, this doesn't scream, yeah, this is the video that they chose. But yeah, I like this album. You know, kind of an end of the era thing, of course, with Martin Lopez leaving. But I don't know. I think I started to really like the keyboards in there because they always had like kind of like a dreary organ sound, and that made it sound dark. Like, it wasn't campy.
Yeah, he's using a lot of Hammond organ.
I love that.
Yep. Very deep purple. Very deep purple.
Dude.
Very Blackmore. Yeah. Blackmore's Rainbow. Yep.
Killer album. I think this one maybe gets overlooked in favor of, like, this is a weird point in their discography where you have like kind of a tribalism thing in terms of the discography. Like, I only like the earlier stuff. Like, well, I like the new prog stuff. What about the shit in the middle? Fuck them. There are people like that. I've run into them. But great album.
No, you're right. You're 100% right.
I mean, when you do so much in your musical career, you're going to have specific fan bases, and Opeth is definitely one of those bands.
I have an admission to make. This and Heritage and Sorceress. Although I'd listened to Heritage about 2 months or so ago, I did not get these listened to because of my adventures with my car battery today, which kind of bums me out because I kind of forget what some of these songs sound like. Of course, Ghost of Perdition, everybody knows it. It's probably their third most popular live track, and I love the song. I could probably do without hearing it again at a show because it's every show since then. But I still love it, and something to point out for all you guitar nerds out there. I don't know if the hacks process what you play, whether you play drums or guitar, but the song Ghost of Perdition is in a unique tuning, and Michael hasn't done that a lot. He's on this album. He does Ghost of Perdition in what they call a open D minor. It's D-A-D-F-A-D. So, which is he doesn't write a lot of stuff in open tunings. A lot of guys out there do, and a lot of people use drop D. Like Lindsey Buckingham was doing it years ago, and way before a lot of rock guys got into it, and King's X started doing it. But Mike didn't do a lot of that, but he did do that on Blackwater Park. He did drop D on Blackwater Park, and he did it he did this open D minor tuning, which is kind of interesting. The production is incredible. It's absolutely amazing. I'm gonna really piss some people off. I'm not a big Grand Conjuration fan, man.
I'm out of here. I'm done. Son of
It's like the most evil song they've ever done.
That's not surprising. It's not surprising coming from you.
It's just, it's okay. It's just not. I don't fucking love it, man. Oh shit! Wait, Dennis is working right now. Oh shit. Okay, hang on. I was gonna see if Dennis wanted to join in here shortly. Do you know Dennis, Jimmy? Analog Archives.
I'm not sure.
Analog Archives.
Oh yeah, sure. Uh-huh.
Yeah, hang on. Let me see something real quick.
I was gonna say Reverie Harlequin Forest. That's like one of my favorite Opeth songs. That song is just.
I don't like that song, but it's not like one of my big favorites on that one. That first growl that that Acrophile unleashes on the Grand Conjuration might be one of the most blood-curdling in Opeth's history.
It's the most evil song they've ever done.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I like the song. Don't get me wrong, and that's a drop D right there, and it's a cool riff and everything, and I like it. It's just it's not one of the songs on the album I love. I love Atonement. I love Isolation Years. It's beautiful. I love Harlequin Forest.
Bang of the
Hounds.
Do you hear the bang of the hounds?
Dude, when I saw them on this tour and for Ghost Reveries, they opened with that. I think Bang of the Hounds.
That's one of my favorite songs to see them play live. It is just so balls heavy, John Lord, Deep Purple worship. So fucking rainbow. It's just fucking killer. I love it.
Yeah, when I get my Killer 5-1 surround setup, that's the song I'm gonna put on, and I'm scared of neighbors.
But I'm not
Can't
gonna
wait.
lie. As Nick noted, the Soldier of Fortune cover, which I saw them play live in Washington D.C. They played it. They actually recorded it for Ghost Reveries. But the weird thing is that they did Soldier of Fortune. They played it live on the Damnation tour, so they already had that in mind. They were going to do that recording. They hadn't done it yet, obviously, but hang on.
Yeah, and then they had the Beneath the Mire song where you got the Mire.
Right. That's killer too. I mean, but I think that I have to be honest with you. I'm kind of in the Nick camp here. It's kind of in the mid range for me. I don't.
It's like high middle.
I agree it's high middle, but I agree that it was the end of an era, so to speak, or maybe it was the beginning of another one though, in a weird way, because you have Lopez leaving, you have Peter Lindgren leaving, and you also have the addition of Perrin. You're starting the keyboard explorations, which open up a lot more options for Michael writing. And so I don't know. I like the album a lot, but I have to be honest with you, because I didn't get to revisit it. I don't feel I can give a great opinion on it because it's been a couple years since I've thrown it on. That's the honest truth.
Well, like I said, Jeff, it was a heavy time in my life.
Yeah,
so it's like you know how that is when you have records, like when you go
absolutely,
dude.
dude.
You know what I mean? Like it really just like maybe that elevated it for me. But
Yep.
I always
I said that I don't know if you stepped away when I was talking about Damnation, but I think you might not have been sitting there. I was going through an impending divorce when Damnation came out, and so yeah, it was heavy as fuck. When I re-listened to that album, it opened up some painful thoughts to some painful memories for me. And yeah, I have those things where it's like, God damn, that there are certain songs, there are certain memories that are elicited, and that's why we're music fucking nerds, because we tie our emotions to a lot of this music, and it means so much to us, whether it's heavy or whether it's sad or lilting or
I'm glad you made that point, because I think with Damnation, I think that's why the fans were a lot more accepting. Opeth hit that emotional center already with a lot of their songs. So when that dropped, I would guess they were maybe a little nervous with how fans would have taken that album. But I feel like the reception was pretty good, considering, it was no metal in it whatsoever. People can relate to going through something difficult in their lives. And I think that album encapsulated it perfectly.
I didn't know that, Axe. It's still a very complicated song, but it's much more straightforward, and it's quite a bit easier to play than a lot of Grand Conjuration is fairly easy for an Opeth song, because it's a lot of drop D, so you're doing a lot of one finger chords and stuff. Yeah, so great album. It's not in my top 5 though. It's probably 6 or 7, so it's right in that middle round there. And next up, are we ready to move on, dudes?
Yep. Well, I'd say when you get to Rick, I gotta pee again.
Okay. So we're gonna move.
I will soon too.
We're gonna move on to the 8th album, correct? And we're going. I'm sorry, I gotta get my notes. I'm old and can't remember everything. I'm sorry, the 9th album. So Ghost Reveries was 8. This is 9. Watershed was released on May 30th, 2008. And it's kind of thought of as the last full-on prog death metal album, as Mike leaves the death vocals behind after this album and goes, gasp, full-on prog rock. This album, I really forgot how good it was, and I had not listened to it in a lot of years, and I went and
oh yeah,
here's Nick going,
go on, no.
But I actually thought it was at the bottom of my list, and then I listened to it and I went, I forgot about that. So it was pretty fucking amazing. It's. I'll get into my interpretation of it in a sec, but it's much better than I thought, and much better album. And I really enjoyed listening to it. And I was like, damn, why did I stay away from this album for so long? It's kind of one of those deals. So, Rick, what you got on this one, my friend?
All right. Well, I have an admission. When this first dropped, I actually did not. I was disappointed. It I wanted Grand Conjuration, but just more with more of that oomph and more of that death metal, and I feel like this does not have as many of the harsh moments like Grand Conjuration did, but over time, I actually learned to love this album. It's as a matter of fact, my favorite track is not even one of the harsh songs. It's Burden. Fucking great. It just hits this fucking emotional center, man.
Stunning.
So, there's more keyboards in here, and this is what I was trying to lead to with the last one was that Pear comes in, and you hear it, but it's not as prominent. And here he's really where he really shines. Leading the way towards obviously, which I think was a really good fit. He would end up leaving the band later on, but at the time, I think that this is what they needed. But at the time, we didn't know this was sort of a transition to sort of get people ready for what was going to be the next phase. We didn't see it coming, but I think when introducing that kind of element with the keyboard, I think it was a way to sort of get people prepared for that next sound. Even though it's called Watershed, it sounds like it's sort of like a last hurrah. It just has that sort of that sound, that sort of element to it. I think that also with this one, this is the last thing they put out before it would take a few years for the obviously the album after this one, which surprised everybody. But before then, they were releasing albums every 1 or 2 years, and then came this one, 2005. And when did it drop? 2007?
8.
It's 2008.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So it took a little while, but again, it was not off their usual schedule. Think about it too is I've only seen Opeth once live, believe it or not. I'm not like you guys who've seen them like 12 times or whatever. So I saw them at the Trocadero, and this is when they dropped this album. So they were playing material off this, and that was at the Trocadero, Jeff.
Okay.
I don't know if you knew. So I think it was Baroness and High on Fire that night.
Yep, I was there.
Which was
there for that show. I was there. Yeah, Knock Mystium. It was Knock Mystium.
I arrived late, so which was another.
Knock Mystium and High on Fire for that tour. Yeah.
And the thing too was I was not into any of those bands at the time. I just wanted to see Opeth.
Right.
I brought a coworker along at the time, and so it was cool. I don't remember a whole lot about that night, but I do remember enjoying their set, which was pretty cool. But I think it's not in my so a little spoiler. It's not in my top 5, but I think that this one took a little longer for me to really get around to really appreciate for what it was. So it's not as it's not as strong to me as some of the earlier material, but at the same time, I think that giving it more time, I think I've really come to around and really enjoyed this album. There's another one with Travis also coming back doing the artwork on it, which again doesn't say a whole lot, but I think that it still speaks to the Opeth aesthetic. The Grand Conjuration is still my favorite album cover of theirs.
You keep saying Grand Conjuration. I think you mean Ghost Reveries.
Ghost Reveries. Have some of this, man. You'll be doing that too.
What percent alcohol is that one, bud?
I had the fucking big can earlier, which was like I don't know. Fuck. This is a pan.
I've had a 6.7 and a 7.
Yeah, 6.5.
Yeah,
so
I'm getting a little slurry too, and I'm not really even drunk, so kind of weird.
You guys said Grand Conjuration so much in the last one that it kind of just stuck in my head.
You got stuck.
Those reveries.
That's cool. Yeah, I have some similar thoughts to you, Rick, on this one that are gonna come out here at the end here, but
not my favorite.
Go ahead.
But I really love Burden. Coil, I think a strong opener, and I did not see the fucking who was it?
It's Martin Axelrod's girlfriend.
his girlfriend. Yeah, beautiful voice.
Oh, she's
You know,
gorgeous. Yeah.
beautiful voice. I wish they would have done more of that. I know Jeff. You say you're not a big fan of the female vocals and the metal and stuff. I think overall,
Yeah, that's not a metal track though. That's a very that track reminds me a lot of Fairport Convention or Renaissance. It's not those two bands. It's more of a prog
it's not
thing. Yeah, I love female vocals. I just don't like them in metal that much. I'm just kind of weird about
yeah.
that.
I think that they wanted Heir Apparent to be the first track on this album, but I think at the last minute they changed it to Coil, which I'm glad they made that decision. It seemed like that was a better way to open it. Opeth has been really good with album openers. I love the way they open all their albums.
Yep.
And this is no different.
Sequencing in general, they're great at.
Yeah. Particularly with their style, I think it's a much more. There should be a lot more emphasis on it, and I think that in their case, they made it work really well for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, it's still not my favorite, but I've come around to really appreciate it as far as their Metal Material Years album. So, yeah. Also, I think with this one, because it's their last metal album, it's had quite a few singles. I know Burden was released as a single. Porcelain Heart had another single with a Mellotron. That's where Acapel played the Mellotron for Mellotron Heart. So he performed the version of that song.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a sec. Yep.
Which is pretty cool. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Hey, real quick, Maya, just to, it's nice that you stopped in. Thank you. I just want to warn you that there's a possibility this stream may not be there when you go to find it. I got a weird message from, I don't know whether it was spam or whether it was real. It's really going to bum me out if this is gone. We'll have to redo it. But so I don't know. If you're up and you got nothing else going on, you may want to watch the rest of it, because I guess we're going to, guys, are we going to kill it or what are we going to do? It's up to you. We got 4 more to go, and they're the Prog albums.
I feel like the Prog albums won't go as long, just because.
They probably won't. But you guys want to try and wrap it by 3-ish or so?
Yeah. I mean, we can try.
How about you, Jimmy?
Whatever you guys want to do, I'm good to go.
Okay. All right, let's do it and just cross our fingers that it's there tomorrow. If it's not, we'll redo this down the road and we'll figure it out. I
think it should be fine, Jeff. I mean, as long as it's up on YouTube right now.
Well, I just got a weird message I've never seen when I started to go into the thing. And Rick, they give you 20 free hours when you're a freebie, and I've never had them not put something in there. That's what's kind of weirded me out. But I don't know. This is the first stream in the new year. The last stream I did. No, the last stream I did was with Marty and Nick and everybody last Saturday when you couldn't join us, the first of the year. So that's not right. And I only did 7 hours there. And this is 4.
That's not,
so I'm only at 11.
That's not 20 hours. We're only on the 7th or the 8th of the month, so it shouldn't be 20 hours.
Well, no, I still have 9 hours, 10 hours to go, 11 hours to go. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm crossing my fingers, guys. Let's just finish, right, and we'll go from there. So, anyways, yeah, Maya, if you want to stick around, hang in there.
Hey, Maya.
I got a weird message, Marty, that said that I needed to upgrade, that this wouldn't be recorded right as I went live. So I'd never seen that before. I have the standard 20-hour freebie ding, and then I would always get a mention of how many hours I had left. And the only stream I did on mine was the last New Year's Day or New Year's night, and that only went 7 hours. So I still have 13 hours to go. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, but all right. So where were we, guys? We're right there.
How freaky is that picture? Look at
that. He's a very photogenic guy.
Jimmy, what you got, my friend?
Yeah, that picture is actually it's supposed to be like a combination of all the band members in one.
Oh, that's right. It's their eyes. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
It's like a different take on Facelift from Alice in Chains.
Yeah. At this point, I almost feel like a little exhausted, like, talking about this band. For me, like, at this point, I feel that every single record up to this point is a masterpiece. So it's like, I feel like I'm just saying, oh, this is amazing, it's amazing. But it really is. I really, truly feel that way. And I feel that, I don't really say that about too many bands. Like I really try to be very critical, but I do feel that at this point, every single record is a fucking masterpiece, and shows you how important this band is to me. And this being the last record of the the metal years or whatever you would call it. I got the little envelope CD kind of deal.
Special
first.
edition from the end.
Yeah,
This
this was
from
like
the
when
end. Did you get that from the
Yeah,
end
this
record?
is no, this is Roadrunner. This is Roadrunner.
I have the Roadrunner version of that too.
No. But Jimmy, hang on a sec. The End sold a special edition of that came with the vinyl as well, and it also had the Mellotron Heart single and
this just
signed.
has.
I think we went over
Alright.
this in the stream.
I'll show you mine. I got the special edition.
This just has the bonus tracks, Derelict Hands, Bridge of Sighs, and the Swedish track.
Okay, all right.
And then I went on this final pressing came out pretty. I think it was like 2 years ago when they repressed it. This is a beautiful repressing of it.
Who did that? Is that music on vinyl?
Yeah. And
what color
very
is that?
nice.
What color is that one?
I think this is the gold. Yeah, the gold pressing. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that's gold.
Oh, cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, dude. So this is the last record. For me, like I said, everything at this point, masterpiece. This is too. To me, Heir Apparent is probably the fucking balls out heaviest goddamn thing they've ever done.
I love that song.
God damn.
Yeah, coming right off a coil, right to that. Oh my god.
It's so good. I mean, like, what a fucking crushing song, dude. New drummer. I was really, really hesitant because I was such a huge fanboy of Lopez, but Axelrod does a stellar job on this, and actually brings the first blast beat I think that ever had. I don't think they've ever had a blast beat before.
They got Lotus Eater.
The Lotus Eater, yeah, and so let me just pull my notes up here because I didn't really do too many notes on the last couple of records, but this is kind of like the sort of secret garden vibe that I get from this record. I didn't really write too much that I didn't already say, but I will say that when I saw them live on this tour, it was the best set. The set list was the best that I've ever seen. They came out and they opened up with Heir Apparent, which balls out fucking, just ripped my fucking skull apart. Went right into the Grand Conjuration. And then fucking Serenity Painted Death. I mean, god damn, dude. It was so fucking,
man.
I mean, just
what year was that?
That was
2008.
2008 at the Ogden Theater in Denver. And dude, I mean, that's just a 1-2-3 punch of fucking just Opeth heaviness. Then they went into Hope Leaves, which is great. They did the Lotus Eater. Then they went into Bleak, which I had never seen them do Bleak. And then they went into The Night in the Silent Water. Fuck. I mean, this was the best set list. And then they went to Deliverance and Demon of the Fall. Then they came back out and did the Drapery Falls. So I think that was definitely,
that's
for me,
a killer set list.
The many times I've seen them, that was, I mean, hands down, the best set list that they ever did. But, for me, I would say this being the last metal record by Opeth, I'm satisfied. These guys gave us an entire wealth of masterpieces in their special, unique approach to what they've done. And, going forward from here, we can talk about that. I'm not going to get into it, but not knowing at the time that this was it, that this was the last record of, the metal side of Opeth, and not only just the metal, I would say, but just the feeling of the identity that I've always loved about them. The sorrow, the despair, the depressive sort of side of the band, the folk side of the band, the folk, the classical folk side of the band. I kind of feel in a way that this is where it ends, but I'm okay with that, and I'm happy with it, and I'm glad that, I mean, shit, they could have gone out. I mean, Ackerfeld said, after this, he didn't really have any of these kind of songs in him anymore. And I believe him, and he probably did. I mean, he could probably fucking write a song and not think it's any good. It still would have been good. But I mean, for him to say something like that is a pretty big thing, and I believe it. And, not knowing at the time this would be it, I'm still, like I said, I'm satisfied and I'm good. I've made my peace with where they go from here. So, Hacks, let's see. I still don't know what the fuck a Hessian peel is, but
Yeah, I don't either.
I think that's my fucking favorite song.
Is that what they wax your butthole? Wait, no. No, that's Brazilian.
It's a Brazilian, yeah. I mean, well, like a Hessian is like an old British like slave. So,
Well, I was going to say Hessian Hessian was an area of Austria, I believe. Hessia?
Yeah, I thought the Hessians were like fucking like hired guns and warriors.
They were like Huns or something like that, like
right. They were
mercenaries.
like the remember in Game of Thrones they were kind of like the Dothraki kind of I mean like the Hessians.
But I don't know what a peel is. A peel is an
Probably
art.
flaying the skin.
Yeah, maybe you just like flayed one of them. Yeah, I mean,
Weird.
but that song is really hands down probably one of my favorite songs they've ever written. Followed by Hex Omega, and that one is fucking so good. I mean, and I never got to see them play that live, but
Well, the last minute of Hex Omega, holy fucking shit, man!
Oh,
It's so
God,
epic.
dude.
Down, boom.
Yeah, and not to mention there was Frederick Akison. This is his debut, and I really like that guy. I've always liked that guy, and I think he's a brilliant guitarist. I think the lineup changes were very, very, very good here.
Well, the interesting thing to note, Jimmy, was that Frederick Akison was actually playing with Arch Enemy live
That's right,
for
yeah.
a lot of years, and Michael knew him from that because they opened. Arch Enemy opened for Opeth many times, and because Mike Amat and him are good friends. And I got to tell you, Frederick Akison is a monstrous motherfucking guitar player. The dude can fucking play Alan Holdsworth, Richie Blackmore, Hendrix. I mean, he is just fucking monstrous. It's just unreal.
And dude, I mean, like Axelrod really turned in a stellar performance here.
Amazing.
He's such a different drummer than Lopez.
Oh, absolutely.
Very much more a jazz drummer. He's very, very jazz driven.
Yep.
And that really showed in his performance. And he showed here that he could do that like way more, and then also do the death stuff and even the blast beats. Like I said, that was seeing Axelrod live. I always felt like he's very much like when you see him live, he's very much a jazz drummer.
Yep,
I mean,
he absolutely is. Yep.
He wasn't the preciseness of Lopez. It's like more loose, and
Fluid.
Fluid. I mean, but great, no doubt, great. I mean,
He would never use triggers.
No, not at all. And it's one of those kind of like you're kind of sacrificing whatever because like when you would hear him do the double bass parts, like you tell he's doing it, but it's just like he's got those big bass drum sounds, so it would just sound like and then they would start like they would play the songs a little bit slower than
Axelrod has a real fluidness to his playing that is super complex but yet still very listenable. It doesn't become overwhelming, like it's not like flailing around. And I think my personal, while I loved Lopez, I gotta say I think I preferred Axe's way of playing with a lot of the material, because let me put it this way. Better way to put it is Axelrod is more of a progressive rock drummer because of his jazz leanings. So he fit what Michael was doing now more than Lopez might have. And again, I said earlier, Lopez had a great Latin flair to his playing, very percussive, very propulsive, and probably maybe, I don't know if he was a better death metal guy because, Axelrod was in what was it called, Witchery and Bloodbath and all that stuff. But Axelrod is fucking good, dudes. He is good, like real fucking good.
I think it's real apparent if you check out like Lopez's Soen band, right? Like it's more you'll see that a lot more clear than the Opeth stuff because you see the distinctness in the styles. I think if anybody ever checked out that band.
Yeah, Marty, we didn't totally touch on this yet. I know that Mike talked about the fact that he wasn't into death metal anymore, and he'd been there and done that, and he's not wrong about that. I mean, he has been there, done that. There was a time when we talked about this earlier. I would say Mike Ockerfeld's death growl was one of the most ferocious death growls in death metal, maybe even the most ferocious. I was front row center to watch him back on Deliverance, and man, standing 8 feet away from him, I could hear it from the stage. But by the same token, I do know he stopped smoking, and I think that had a huge effect on his vocal cords. And I don't think he wanted to come right out and go, yeah, I can't do it anymore, because I've seen him fairly recently. I saw him 3 summers ago, I think it was, with Gajira, and he's better than he was 4 or 5 years ago, where he sounded like he was struggling. He's not the same guy, though. It definitely changed his vocal cords, and he doesn't have the same intensity and fatness to that, and ferocity and rasp that he used to have. And some people are lucky enough to keep it. I don't know how people do that. And look at Phil Anselmo, a bad example possibly here, but at one point in time, Phil could actually sing. He can't do anything now. He can't do, on Cemetery Gates, he can't do those.
Coming from this, Cowboys from Hell.
Cemetery Gates notes are long.
You can't touch that shit.
Yeah.
And Geddy Lee, that guy had the most insane screams live, for Cygnus X1, the end of it, where he's doing spinning, winning, still descending. He couldn't come close to that now, ever. Granted, Mike's not old. He's not old like Geddy is at this point. But I think as you age, you do lose some. Some guys are unique. A guy like, I don't know. I've never seen Martin Van Drunen, so I've never seen him live, so I don't know if he can keep doing it.
I watched the live stream. He can. I don't know how, but he can.
But I don't know how some of these dudes do it. Because
they can't all be Rob Halford,
Well, but even
Ross
Rob
Dolan.
Halford,
Ross Dolan from Immolation, he still sounds
he does
incredible.
sound vicious. Yes, he does.
That's a good example, yeah.
But even I gotta say, Rick, Rob's not quite what he was. He's close, but he's not quite. If you actually can hear a stage mix of him, he uses a lot of delay on his voice, which allows him to cover quite a bit up. He's still amazing for 70, but he's not quite what he was. He's not Glenn Hughes, let me put it that way. So on this album, again, I hadn't listened to it in a long time. Wait, Nick, we got to get to you, dude.
You did it again.
Wait a
Are
minute.
you putting on you? Fuck me, I guess.
I'm
Jeez.
sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, hang on. Just let me get rid of this comment here. Just see if I can figure out what the fuck I'm doing. All right, here we go. All right, Nick, that's twice. I've done this to you twice. That's not acceptable.
I'm starting to think it's personal, because I'm about to suck this album's dick, because this is my favorite Opeth album, and I know it's a kind of a weird choice. Like most people go with Blackwater Park. I can understand why. It's fucking amazing. This album, there's just something about it. I just feel it offers some of the most diverse songs. Michael fucking kills it on both cleans and growls. Some of my favorite cleans. Honestly, dude, Burden and fucking Hex Omega. I have heartstrings and those songs just tug on them. God, they're good. Hex Omega, I was fortunate enough to actually get to see them live, and I didn't get to see them until they were touring on Heritage. But they still played Hex Omega, and he played it simply because, I just want to play this because this is one of my favorite songs that I've written. That's the only reason, and it's amazing. But again, I totally agree with Jimmy, man. Heir Apparent, that song will fuck you up. That is just ridiculous levels of heavy. The Lotus Eaters, the fact that he does clean vocals with the blast behind him. Like generally you think blast, you growl. No, really cool, like clean vocals, and then on to the next, like, you know, double time part that he's just growling his guts out. That proggy bridge in there where they're just kind of doing the keyboard thing and the cleaner guitars. It's fucking amazing. I think this is some of their best songwriting. Hessian Peel is just a nuts song, just all sorts of crazy dynamics in that. This whole album is just fucking amazing. And then I got the edition where I did get that really cool cover of Bridge of Sighs, which, oh my god, that might be my favorite cover they've done. This album's amazing. I guess it kind of flies on the radar for most. I mean, it is the last one that is metal, but they left off with, I think, their best work. Axelrod kills it. Very different drum performance, but he sounds amazing. Everyone sounds amazing. The lead work is top notch. The melodies are so damn rich. I like the fact that this is almost kind of like mixtape. It's like a mixtape of Opeth. You get pretty much everything they do extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
On one awesome album, and I adore this album still. Like, front to back, it's fucking perfect. Close to it. I don't like that word perfect, but damn close.
Does that have that Roxette cover, or the woman from Roxette?
It's not Roxette, it's woman. Yeah, it's the same.
That's Marie. Yeah, Marie.
Den Standiga.
Den Standiga
Reza. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Holy
it's a good song.
I don't think I just went for Bridge of Sighs. The Bridge of Sighs one, it's close to rivaling the original. It really is.
And that is high praise because
I love that song.
That's one of the greatest songs ever fucking written, my friend.
Oh, dude.
By one of the greatest guitar players ever born. So, Nick, I feel like I shortchanged you. Are you sure you're good? Are you done?
Well, here, I'll just bring up the fact that after that I got the Roundhouse tapes too, and that was awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you showed that. I think I would have forgot, actually. Okay, I am trying to find what the fuck is going on here.
Nope.
Yeah, the Roundhouse tapes, that's probably the best live shit they did.
Oh, it's so fucking
it's got a lot of the old stuff on it.
This is the best thing you're gonna get to like a greatest hits. Jake, if you're still watching.
Nah, Jake blew us off. He's like, fuck you guys.
We're not talking about the greatest
hits. Fuck you guys, I hate
movie.
Opeth. Remember, Jake was going to go see Opeth. I'm sorry, Opeth Mastodon and Zeal and Ardor, and he was going to leave after Zeal and Ardor. Come on, Jake. What the fuck is wrong with that guy? What is wrong with him?
All those greatest. It's the Creed albums. They're still. I don't know.
He does have Creed albums. He does have Creed albums. That kind of tells you a little bit. All right, real quick, I'll show you. This is the, like you guys have the. Hang on. You guys showed the special edition. However, there was a special edition that came through the End Records, which used to be out in Utah. I think they're in. I don't know where they are at now. It's got the 5.1. It's got the standard album, but what it came with that was very unique, and I don't know how many of these were created. It came with something called Mellotron Heart.
Oh yes.
Which is a single, and it's kind of cool. It's a single CD with one song on it, and it's kind of cool. It looks like an old 45. You guys see that?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It's a different version of Porcelain Heart called Mellotron Heart, and so it's black like an old 45 or something. And then the other cool thing that it came with that was unique was it came with a regular booklet, and then it came with the scratched on one with all their signatures. So that was pretty cool. Plus, it also came with one final thing here, which was the green. I believe it's green. You guys see that?
Yep.
Watershed album, as you can see, still in shrink wrap, never been opened, which has, I believe, a CD copy in it, and also it's got the bonus track called Derelict Herds, which we didn't talk about, but I'm going to real quick. And it was only on the vinyl version, I believe. No, it was on the CD version too, right, Rick?
Wait, which one?
Derelict Herds.
Yeah, no, that's on
Yeah,
the
that's on.
special edition we got.
Okay, it's on the regular version. Yeah, my bad.
I got the OG copy, which doesn't have all the bonus tracks, fortunately.
Right.
You're
so,
not part of the cool club, Rick.
No, I should be.
You're
So
invited.
a couple
It's
quick
okay.
notes on this one, real quick. Coil starts out with that beautiful, ethereal, folky 12-string. The duet between Axelrod's girlfriend, as Rick noted. It just kind of indicates, hey, this isn't gonna be like the regular Opeth album. It's gonna be pretty proggy. It's gonna be pretty unique, and it's probably gonna be pretty beautiful. And on to Heir Apparent. The blast beat section on this is just fucking epic, fucking mega. And this was the lead-off track that they dropped, I believe, like the single, so to speak, from this album. It was the first album. It was the first song I heard from the album, and it's a real mixture of, for me, the prog metal rock drumming mixed with the insane blast beat death metal stuff. Just absolutely fucking killer. The fade out of this song, the fade out section where it's fading out, is very reminiscent of the Drapery Falls. You guys hear that?
Yep.
Like, it just sounds like, it sounds like Drapery Falls. Lotus Eaters. You guys would think, because I'm the mega prog dork here, it's my least favorite song on the album, and it's one that drives me nuts. I actually don't like the song very much. I know, that's fucking bizarre, right? And here's why. It's almost too gratuitously proggy at times. I think it is. It just feels that way to me. Burden. Burden is a top 5 Opeth song for me. It is absolutely jaw-droppingly beautiful.
It's my favorite, on the album.
It's the harmonies, the guitar solo on it.
Oh.
It's just pure Blackmore. It's so Richie Blackmore. The bluesy solo in there, Blackmore Page, the unison solo when they're both playing the solo. Oh, goddamn, fucking stellar. Just makes you want to fucking bawl your eyes out like a little baby. And then, of course, nobody really mentioned it, but the final fade out with the nylon string where it's detuning.
I love that.
Fucking
You can hear him giggling.
Totally bizarre. You can hear him laughing like, what the fuck are we doing here? Porcelain Heart reminds me of Blackwater Park, Still Life era. It's not a favorite of mine. I like it, but I when I listened to it, I was like, okay, it's not as bad as... I remembered it not being a good song, and then when I really re-listened to it, I was like, that's pretty good. Hessian Peel, very proggy, very 70s beginning. It's totally fucking badass. And as I read, someone noted, I forget where I read this. Someone said, I saw one person explain this on like Rate Your Music. They said the most evil low-key build-up to a killer heavy section ever.
Yeah.
And that's true. That nails it perfectly. You get the familiar Opeth guitar motifs, the octave stuff, and then finally Hex Omega with, again, familiar sounding Opeth sounding guitars, intro sounds. Probably my favorite non-burden song. The song actually hints a little bit of what's the heritage vibe is on this song. And man, Freddie's solo, bits of Alan Holdsworth in there. The drumming is fucking amazing on this album. It is fucking amazing. And that last bit on Hex Omega where it goes down, boom. It's like fucking unreal. Just totally killer. So this album won me over, and it won me back over again.
The synths on that ending too, like the synths on the entire album, like they blended those well. They made everything so much more epic. I don't know. That album just does it for me.
It's great, man. Let's see. I'm not doing any comments. We'll do some quick, and then we'll get into Prog. We'll finish up the Prog stuff quick. I know nobody's going to say anything nice about Heritage, so.
Watch the viewer count just go boop 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 boop.
Oh, that son of a bitch! He's going to talk shit about my favorite album.
Let's see. What does this say? They tried to get Axe's girlfriend to sing on "Marrow of the Earth" from Heritage. Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember what went down. I think she was nervous about doing it or something like that. Why would this be? Oh, we already got through all that. I got through that. Okay. What do we got here? Okay, thanks for that info, Marty. I really didn't understand what was going on there. Oh, we didn't mention this. They did a cover of Wood, along with the covers of
Yep.
Burgesside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the
Wood
other
cover's
three
good.
covers?
It's
The Wood didn't come out till like. It didn't come out till later though. Sometime later,
Yeah,
like
never
even
mind.
now.
the Burden single.
Is that what it was on? It was on the single? Was it
Yep.
only digital?
I believe it was. Yeah. We looked it up because I downloaded it.
Yeah,
I've had it
'cause I
for
couldn't-
years, but yeah, it's
I
only on
could
the
not
Burden
find
single.
that for the life of me. I couldn't find where you could get it, and I couldn't even
iTunes.
find it on YouTube. I couldn't even find it. So I'll have to look later, but it's pretty standard and straightforward, right along the lines of.
It's on YouTube now. I mean,
Is
it
it?
doesn't have the grittiness of Lane. Obviously, that's it shows you how important that was to the song. You know,
Yeah.
Wow.
when you listen to it.
Hard to mimic a fucking legend, in my opinion. Hessian Peel, great. Amazing. Yeah, Marty, we talked about that. I agree. I mean, I'm not sure what the deal was with why he felt he had to kind of. I think he still listens to a lot of metal and still likes a lot of metal, but he seemed to want to distance himself from it, which was kind of odd. Where are we at here? Just a couple
I think it all
more.
came together for him. Like the Growler was kind of like gone at the time and ready to, kind of move on.
Yeah.
Well,
Bringing in
I don't know if I agree with this. I saw them both a lot, and Axe is pretty fucking good live. I don't know, man. I never noticed any kind of drop off with the playing. I think Lopez was a little bit more of a straight ahead rock drummer, perhaps. Maybe that's what you mean. I don't know.
I think what he means is, Axelrod was very loose. He's a very loose drummer, so
Yes.
seeing him live, like sometimes I noticed that too. Like seeing him live, I could tell as a drummer, like I could really tell what he's doing, but sometimes it wasn't as loud as I hoped it would be. So
Okay.
it kind of like wasn't as like in your face as like the Lopez drumming, which was more, kind of immediate in the heavy parts, I guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with this. Matej, I hope I'm saying that right. I would say he was possibly the best growler in the business. I don't think he is anymore. And if you go see him live in the last 5 or 6 years, something's changed. It's not the same. I got to see him a lot in 2003, 2004, and he was fucking unbeatable. What's up?
Ungodly.
What's up, Philip? Good to see you. Yeah, we just talked about that. Lotus, yeah, I don't know why I don't like that song very much. I'm weird. Every song that all these guys have liked tonight, it's the one song I've been like, I'm weird. I don't know what the fuck it is. Roundhouse tapes, good. Yep. Yes, it does have the porn music part. I agree.
I've had a couple of those.
There's Marty with that subtle wit that he has. Derelict Hearse, yeah. All right, so let's move on to the first of the Prog albums, the dreaded Heritage.
Oh
And I
boy,
have to-
here we go.
I mean,
What's that?
it's not my least
That's
favorite.
it.
Rick's like, man, dude, do I have to listen to Heritage? Do I have to? So this was released September 13th, 2011 through Roadrunner. I'm wondering what Roadrunner was thinking after 2 death metal Prog albums. Suddenly they get a full-on Prog album. This album was produced by Michael Ockerfeldt, engineered by Jana Hansen, and mixed by Steven Wilson, which is the first time he did any work with Opeth since 2003 because he was busy becoming a international rock star at that point in time. And again, this is the first album that does not have any harsh vocals on it. Rick, can you give me more than 30 seconds on this album?
Sure. For one, I think that you were saying what was Roadrunner thinking, right? But I think that Damnation was the elevator pitch. They put out that album and go, look, we put this out. It was not a metal album. this might work. I gotta admit, this is what I looked over for years. I told myself I was never gonna buy this. I was never gonna, but then late last year, you brought the idea in my head about doing this deep dive. So I said, all right, let me give this another chance. Get around to it. I don't think it's a bad album, but I think everybody will unanimously agree who love the metal stuff that this is not what they were looking for in a band called Opeth. But I think over time, as you progress through the albums, you start to understand what Opeth, the sort of spirit of what Opeth is. You know what I mean? As a band, what their aesthetic is like. And I think that Michael and the band wanted to do an album, that was apart from what they were typically doing. And here's the thing. Frederick was very, very. I think that was key. Frederick was very receptive to doing something different. Like you're saying, he was coming out of Arch Enemy and doing metal for years. And Michael kind of proposed the idea of doing something kind of in this direction. And he was very receptive. And I think that that kind of came into play. At the same time, before this dropped, there was a long gap between releases, Watershed and this. And it was sucks. Right before the stream, I was looking for my Storm Corrosion CD with the Blu-ray and all that shit in there. I couldn't find it, but that's what they were working on too. So this was supposed to come out a little sooner.
Yeah.
But it was delayed, right? Steve Wilson had his solo album coming out, and this was supposed to drop.
It was a Grace for Drowning album, the second album, yeah. And apparently, according to Steve claims that this album, his solo album, Grace for Drowning, and the Storm Corrosion album, which came out in 2012, right after this, actually, was kind of a trilogy. And you can kind of, you can kind of see that. I mean, I don't want to get into too much Storm Corrosion because we're going to do a Steve Wilson solo thing. But that's a really weird album. I really like it. It's really cool, but it's very proggy, weird, strange.
It's very experimental. Like there's just all kinds of ideas thrown in there. So, it's good to put on the background, but it's not something I actively sit down and try to listen to all the way. It's got some cool pictures in here. But after giving this several spins, I've gotten quite used to it. Actually, it's a lot of people who have not given this a chance are going to say, "What are you talking about?" But the thing about this proggy album is that it's so blatantly proggy. And as we'll go through the several releases after this, I think this one it kind of hit you in the face the most, as far as going. Look, it's also it's the thumpiest too. It's very fucking thumpy. Everything is just. That was my first impression.
I think the mix on it's incredible. I think the production is fucking incredible.
Oh, the sound quality itself, I have no issues with it. I mean, it's good.
Nick doesn't like me saying that. I'm not sure why, but I think that
the guitars are thin.
There's a lot of space in there. There's a lot of space.
There's room for guitars.
Well, they're not doing heavy guitars. I mean, there's some here, but a lot of it's acoustic based, man. I mean, the solo on, I believe it's on the Axe Process, maybe.
One of the songs is joined us in this entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, the real Alan Holdsworthy guitar solo, man. I love the sound of that thing.
I agree with Nick. I mean, Megan Trader said it best. All about that bass, right? Like, there's a lot more of that here. Yeah, hear a lot more of that going on here. That's why I say it's very thumpy, but it's very what do you call it? It's kind of like to throw in the influences right in your direction as far as what they're into, and the prog bands, the older prog bands that they're that their influences. It just again, it's so derivative. It's just kind of this and the other one after this one, just kind of comes through. But I don't hate it like I did the first time. Like I said, they never made a bad album, but regarding their catalog, what people were looking for, this was definitely a separation. But I've come around and warmed up to it. I wouldn't have if we haven't done this deep dive. So but we've been trying to do this live stream for several weeks, right? Well, months, right? I don't know when you proposed the idea, Jeff, but
back in like
a while ago.
Yeah, 5 months, 4 months, 5 months ago, and we
Some while ago.
couldn't get a couple people in, and then finally I just was like, fuck it, we're just doing it.
But I've been putting it on for listening to it since. Like I said, I have warmed up to it, and I have a different kind of appreciation for it. Devil's Orchard, title track. Which was the other one? I think it's Famine. It might be Famine or Lines of My Hand. I can't remember. That one, I've warmed up to also. But
this is a great comment right here, and I fully agree with it. It's a bit of a grower. It
is.
Really is. You gotta. Put
That's exactly what it was.
A little bit of time into it, and if you're
Yeah.
not fully invested in kind of trying to bring out the fruits of the album, you might not get into it. And I get it, Nick. I mean, I get a good friend of mine, John. He's the biggest Opeth fanatic. He's seen him 65 times. He's traveled to England to see him. He's just done, we've seen 20 shows together. This is his least favorite album. And his argument always is that it sounds like a bunch of different ideas that they're not complete ideas, and they're not complete songs. I don't fully agree with that, and I'll talk about that when I get to it. I'm not going to get too deep into this one, because unfortunately this was one I haven't listened to for a couple months, and I wanted to get to it today, and to reacquaint myself with all the tracks. Now, you could argue, yeah, but you don't remember all the individual tracks, so that means it can't be good. I don't agree with that. It's just that with all the stress and crazy shit that's been going on in my life the last couple months, trying to remember individual tracks for me sometimes is very hard if I didn't ingrain those tracks into my brain 20 years ago.
Even when you try, it still kind of runs together. Like the what he said about the ideas kind of running together, I don't disagree with that. I think when you first put this on, first few times, it does feel that way. It starts to feel a little more cohesive after several spins, but it definitely is a grower album. There's no doubt about that. This is not something that I think will appeal to you. I mean, unless you're like a super fucking old school prog nerd, and that's the thing that that's your main deal.
I like it so much because I'm a prog dork. So
I think you have to come from that arena. Like if you're just straight from the metal years, this is going to be very difficult to digest.
Oh, I get that. Yeah, I get that for sure. Jimmy, what you got, man? He's gonna be like, I came from the metal years. I hate this.
So I got this is the 2-disc.
5.1, right?
Yeah. I'm just going to refer to my notes here so I don't sound like
that. Also has the 2 bonus tracks, Pyre and Face in the Snow.
Face in the Snow, yeah. And the making...
Which are killer tracks that maybe should have been on the album, actually.
Yeah, well, might have saved it. For me, I will just read my notes. A new beginning for the band. Abrupt shift of the sound from an unparalleled progressive death metal band to a 70s prog tribute band. I remember reading that they were going like in a different direction, like when the record was going to come out, and I was like, that's great. Cool, man. Like whatever they're going to do, I'm sure it's going to be great. I mean, excited. Let's see where it's going to go. They've given us so many great records. I mean, if they're not going to do death metal anymore, I mean, at the time, we're just like, okay, this is just a new beginning, or maybe they'll go back to it. We don't know. So I was thinking at the time, I was like, okay, more progressive. Well, Opeth has always been a progressive band, so when I finally heard the record, I was just like, okay, they haven't really progressed per se. I mean, like maybe like some experimentation. They just did like a complete 180 on their sound. Right. I mean, they stripped out the folk, they stripped out the death metal.
Oh, and then some.
Yeah, and they focused on 70s progressive music. Cool, great. What I noticed is that they're slowly, in the last couple of records, even the death metal records, they've been elevating, the keyboards. That the keyboards were starting to become a more prominent instrument in the band, and I think that ultimately culminated. Not so much in this record, but I mean, this record was really like put that in the forefront in a way. And this is what I have a problem with in a certain way. at this point, it's not completely overbearing yet, but it's starting to get there for me. And so this is like the beginning of what I like to call, I was talking about the moods I feel from all the records. I like to call the new Opeth sound evil clown carnival circus music, because that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like fucking circus music to me. Okay? Those fucking organs. Ugh, I can't stand them. And I cannot stand the goddamn keyboards. It feels to me that the guitars have taken a back seat.
Yeah.
It's going to continue that way from here on out. There's an occasional good solo here and there, but I remember a time when Michael said that they would never ever let keyboards like overpower the guitars, and now it's happened. I think maybe not so much on this record,
on this album, or on all the albums coming up.
Well, I mean, just in general, And he said that a long time ago. He said that.
No. But I mean, I'm asking you, is it your contention that keyboards have overpowered the guitars on all these albums going forward?
I think it's starting to happen here. And look, maybe that's just what I hear, because the guitars are definitely there. But to me, Opeth is a guitar band, and the keyboards, like this goddamn organ, is all I hear. And
I think that if I could interrupt just a sec. Mm-hmm. You like Rainbow? You like Rainbow, like Rising, or Long Live Rock and Roll?
I like Rainbow, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or even Deep Purple. I think what happened is that they moved in the direction of being more of a, I guess if you want to call it a 70s infused hard rock band, and instead of being a metal band anymore, where the guitars in metal, let's be honest, in metal, what is the predominant instrument? It's the guitar. It's those riffs. It's the pummeling drumming. There's a lot more nuance in what they're doing right now. I'm going to tell you straight up, and Hacks will probably back me up on this, as a guitar player myself, what Mike is writing now is really pretty complex fucking stuff. And
I don't doubt it.
The guitar is there, and I can't disagree with you that the guitars in some tracks have taken a backseat to some of the keyboards. I hear that for sure. There's no question.
Well, and my point here, Jeff, is to illustrate that I think I think this is the start of what's going to become sort of a mainstay in the sound.
Yeah.
And like it's not so much like it's drowned at this moment on this record. But I think that this is the start of it, and I get it, because like I understand. I mean, like those sounds, those keyboards, the organ and stuff. It's bringing the 70s kind of sound to the forefront, which I get. They're going for that. So I think in retrospect, for me, I've tried really hard with this album, and there are two. To be honest with you, there's only 2 songs that I like on this. I don't think it's a bad record.
Right.
I just think it's just not for me.
I got you.
And and it's a weird thing, because I like progressive music.
Right.
I do.
Sure you do.
But,
you like Porcupine Tree.
Yeah. I mean, it's but I just don't like. I really don't like the sound here, and I really like Hack's Process. I think that's a great song. That to me, like, that's one song. I feel like the biggest thing that was so upsetting to me here was that I felt that the Opeth identity was lost in a way. Like they lost that folk, that ethereal just presence for me. But
I can't disagree with that. Yeah.
And I really love Folklore. I think that's a great song too.
Gorgeous
it really
song.
is. I think that's a really interesting progressive song that they really hit here. I think the rest of this record was just, they really were obviously experimenting at this point, and I don't fault them for it. I just, there are times where things work and they sound good, but I just, unfortunately missed the mark for me, and it's probably my least favorite record by the band.
I get that, and you wouldn't be alone. There'd be a lot of people in that line with you. I think the interesting thought process, or the interesting thing to note here, is that if becoming more mainstream, i.e., more classic rock, more radio friendly, which isn't really true because the only real quote unquote classic rock songs that are being played now are the shit from the 70s. Nobody's playing new Fleetwood Mac. Nobody's playing new. I guess if Led Zeppelin came out with a song, they'd play it and it would be forgotten about pretty quickly, probably. But what my point is that classic rock and classic rock stations on, not terrestrial, what's called, not terrestrial, what's the other, satellite radio, stuff like that, that they cater to an audience, and those people want to hear Crazy Train, they want to hear, it's those same fucking songs over and over and over. What Mike is doing is, okay, you could say, yeah, it's very, and I didn't say you said this, Jimmy, I'm saying that a lot of his detractors and people that don't like this are saying, yeah, man, it's just retro 70s shit. It's stuff that everybody already did before. Well, okay, that might be true, but and he just wants to get more airplay. No, that's not it at all. Mike doesn't give a flying fuck about airplay, and actually moving in this direction has lost him money. In my opinion, it's lost him money. It's probably lost him bigger audiences in a lot of ways. Because
that's why I don't fault them at all, man. Look, at this point, dude, like they can do whatever the fuck they want, dude.
Yep. But here's the point, and I think Hacks agreed with me a lot. He said, "Not sure why." Oh no, that's not it. Where the hell did it go? Where did I leave?
All the way down the bottom.
Oh, I jumped up way up. Sorry. He said, "Yeah, Jeff's 100% right. Mike's writing music is more orchestrated beyond guitar riffs, and that's right. But it's not even orchestrated beyond the guitar riffs. It's all encompassing as far as composition. He's doing things that he wants to do for himself as a musician and as a writer. He's expanding his palette. If you think of an artist, and when you start painting, you've got 7 colors that you use, primary colors, right? And then when you see the picture even before you paint it, when you see that fucking canvas and it's 6 by 8.
But the thing is, what you just said, I think it's just like if I was Roadrunner sitting in the big table right now listening to this, I'd be like, boy.
What the fuck is he doing? But here's the thing, and that's why after the Roadrunner thing went south, they started licensing, and they own Motor Bolagot, which is their own label now. So they're licensing their products, so they own all the rights to it. Mike got tired of giving his property away to a record company that's just going to repackage, and he gets a cut, but he doesn't get all the money from. So my point is, and I'm sorry because I'm pretty passionate about this, is that Mike is a fucking very, very elevated songwriter. You've seen it come from
of course he is.
Orchid through here. So what he's doing is he's writing music that he wants to hear, not that he really gives a fuck about what Jeff Kiefer wants to hear or what Nick Anderson wants to hear. Oh, I'm telling our last name. Ooh, shit. Sorry. Nick, some guy named Necrotic Nick. Rick.
Yep.
Rick
I'm the drummer from Entombed. I'm not me.
But the point is, and I totally get where you're coming from, Jimmy, but I knew we'd kind of get into this dynamic with talking about this big change that Mike has gotten a certain level of fame and a certain level of comfort in his career as a musician. He doesn't have to write anything that he doesn't want to hear himself. And if it's not interesting to him anymore, it's not interesting. I don't know if Marty's on anymore, but Marty left, and he was talking about how, that Mike pissed all over metal. Mike's not interested in writing metal songs anymore. He's just not. He wrote fucking 80 of some of the best fucking metal songs, in my opinion, in the genre.
Yeah.
That's why I don't fault him, man. I'm good with that, dude.
No, dude, I'm not shouting at you. I don't want you to think I'm.
No, I don't think you are. I'm just saying, like I get it, and I'm good.
I'm trying to talk about the dynamic of what this guy is doing. I think if you talk to most musicians in extreme metal and you brought up Mike Ockerfeld, you get one of two reactions, and the one would probably be, because there's probably a little bit of jealousy because Opeth rose about as high as you could in the extreme metal. There's not much higher than you can get than Opeth did or has been. They've played monstrous big festivals in South America. They've fucking they've headlined major tours in the U.S. They sold out Radio City Music Hall, which fucking even Dream Theater did a bunch of years ago. And Porcupine, you know, what I'm saying is they kind of reached the apex of what they could do. They were never going to play an arena like a Rush band because those days are kind of over for newer bands. What arena band other than Foo Fighters do you know out there, and Metallica? Who else do we know that's going to play arenas? Nobody. None of the bands that maybe Five Finger Death shit, because there's a lot of dumb fucking people out there that listen to that crap. But or Pantera or something, you know, when they were around. But my point is that Mike kind of reached the apex of that, knew that he was never going to be able to go beyond this without selling out entirely. And so his thing was, I don't want to write fucking metal anymore, man. And Marty, I see your comment, and I agree with you. I don't know that he went fucking hardcore like fuck metal. I never saw him say that. And I knew the guy pretty well at one point in time, talked to him a lot. And he just said things like basically what he said. Maiden, come on, man. Maiden's from 80. Opeth's from 95. There's a big difference there, I think. I agree. And Maiden is the flagship for metal. They are the metal band that can sell out arenas everywhere in the world. But how many more other than Metallica, Maiden? Name me 3 other fucking big metal bands, like big metal bands that aren't mainstream rock. You know, Sabbath. Okay, if Sabbath got back together, would they fill arenas? Would they sell them all out?
Well, and you know, again, Jeff, I'll clarify. You know that. Look, man, I don't care that they abandoned the metal. You know, like I was excited for a new beginning for the band. I was. You know, I mean, like, hey, look, dude, like they gave us as much metal as I'm just saying that I just didn't like it. You know,
yeah. Dude, I get that, and I don't want you to feel like I was coming at you or attacking.
Oh no, I didn't feel that way.
Position on this, not at all. It's just I've read a lot through a lot of years. I've read a lot of people slagging on Mike, and I think some of what he tried to say was misconstrued or taken out of context, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe at that moment,
smug.
But maybe at that moment he was just burnt out on metal. And he just couldn't go there anymore. But the truth is, has he gone there ever since? Has he written a real metal album? No, he's not. He's not
interested in that anymore, right? You know, and that's cool. You know, I mean, I sort of agree with Marty that he should not, I don't know what he said, but if he did say that, he should not, dismiss his past, but at the same time,
that's fair
enough. It doesn't
enough.
really matter. I mean, whatever they're going to do, he's a great artist. Look, you're going to like it or you don't. That's all that matters, man.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think you're right, Marty. I think Mike was getting sort of fed up with everybody going, dude, why no more fucking harsh vocals, man? What's the fucking deal? You don't like metal anymore? Yeah, I don't like metal anymore. I'm sick of it. I bet you if you went to Mike's house and you look through his extensive fucking record collection, I bet you there is a shit motherfucking ton of metal in that album collection. I know.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think he'd ever just hand it to you and go, yeah, dude, I'm not into metal anymore. Here's all my albums. Nah. And I also think there's another element to what's going on. And I remember talking to him before Radio City, and he was getting super into John Coltrane, super into jazz. And Mike's 10 years young. I think Mike's 47 now, or 47-ish, somewhere in that range, 46, 47.
Not 50 yet, yeah. He's getting there, but not 50 yet.
And, I'm almost 10 years older than him, and I got into the Miles Davis and Coltrane trip 20 years ago. So I sort of see where, and that trip is not for everybody, man. Some people just fucking can't do the jazz thing at all. And, I get that. But Mike was getting into it, and I think that was affecting what he was writing and how he was writing. Because if you listen to a lot of these newer Prog influenced albums, there's a shit ton of jazz in there too. A shit ton.
Well, and don't get me wrong, Jeff. I mean, look, there's a lot of people that think this is a brilliant record, and that's great. I mean, like, if you like this record, that's awesome. I mean, like, look, that's why I like Michael Arkerfeld. He's a true artist. Even if I don't like what he's doing, okay. I mean, like, he has the freedom to do that, and as a fan, as a huge fan, look, man, I'm good with it. Even if I don't like it, I'm not gonna down him for it. You know, I'm not gonna down the band for abandoning death metal. I mean,
and you have the right as a fan not to be into it. That's totally understandable. I think I was getting to the larger point of all these people that want to shit on the guy as being he ain't fucking metal.
One important point too is when Heritage came out, I never lost respect for him as a musician at any point ever. He was very accomplished. He wants to do what he wants to do. You know, all the more power to him. And Heritage, I wanted to emphasize the point. It's not a bad prog album, but like what Jimmy was saying, it was not what you were looking for. You know, that's what I wanted to say.
Like Jeff said, I mean, I'm a huge Porcupine Tree fan. It could have been amazing. It just didn't do it for me. You know, like, and I think there is those contingent of fans that are like, oh, fuck them. You know, they don't do death metal anymore. And so, you know, they're, you know, I don't look at it like that. I just think, you know, like they went in a direction that this is what he sees for it, and that's fine. We need to be okay with that. You know
what's interesting? Rick or I said, one of us said, you know what's funny? And Nick, I swear I'm not going to forget you this time. What was funny was we talked about the fact that we would get to these albums and we'd roll through them. I had a feeling we wouldn't roll through them, especially when we got to this one, because this argument, this dynamic of what
topic still.
Well,
look at that.
This is where the hill starts. You know, like
10 years later. 10 years later, we're talking about an album from 2011 that we're all kind of on various sides of, and we'll get Nick's side right now. Let me just. I'm going to go over comments in a minute. Just give me 1 second here. We'll hit all these in quick. Nick, your turn. I'm sorry, buddy. And Jimmy, again, man, I love you, buddy. You know that, and really respect your opinion. So it wasn't me attacking you.
Oh, no, I didn't take it that way at all, man.
I just wanted to kind of lay out this dynamic of we need to have this conversation about this as really deep fans, I think.
Look, this is a divisive record, you know, so.
Divisive, very good.
Well, I have the same edition that Jimmy does. I got mine signed at a meet and greet, too, which was really cool. And I don't know, like, again, this is one of those, it is musically talented. The songs are well arranged. It harks back to something that is an early exposure in terms of music in general, because my mom's an old fucking prog head. Like, she loves Old Yes, Gentle Giant, Hawkwind, early Genesis, all that stuff. And it definitely calls back to that. But I'm not that into it. Outside of a few tracks, I Feel the Dark. I do really like that track. That is a super good song. Slither, I guess, was intended to be like almost like a tribute to Dio, I believe.
Yeah, it was a rainbow tribute, basically. Yeah. Yep.
And it's a pretty solid song. It kind of has a little bit of that like classic heavy metal flair. Again, the production is an issue. Like stripping all the meat off the bones of the guitars. Like, I'm not saying bring in like full on death metal guitars, but give them a little bit of oomph, because I don't know, it really is missing that. That and the guitar style drastically changing. Like, this went from like really cool, like, you know, like proggy moments scattered amongst really catchy riffs. This album noodles to death.
There's a lot of noodling, I agree.
And again, with the keys being so prominent, it's just whimsical noodling, and it gets kind of old pretty quickly. I don't, again, dislike this entirely. There are still songs that I do like on this, but musically, I can never, talk shit about Opeth, because they're too damn good to really talk shit about in terms of just musical prowess.
Very well put. Very well put.
But it's just not my thing, even though this is the one that got signed. And I really thought that was cool. I got a bullshit with Michael Ockerfeld about his love of early Scorpions. Big Uli John Roth fan.
Yeah.
I can hear it. I can definitely hear it. But I was thankful they did not really play much from this album when I saw them the second time, because the first time they played nothing with any harsh vocals. And I think the heaviest song they played that night were maybe like Porcelain Heart and Hex Omega. That was the first time I saw Opeth, was when they were touring on Heritage. And
was that with Mastodon, right?
Catatonia, actually.
That was was that the second leg?
Oh, that might have been
I thought the
that was the
first
second
leg.
leg, yeah, because I missed the first
Mastodon
leg.
was the first leg, yeah. Mastodon and Ghost, actually. I saw
Yeah.
them both legs.
Yeah,
They did
again,
a lot.
like
They did a lot off of it. They did Slither. They did Devil's Orchard. They did.
I Feel the Dark.
What's it called? Lines in My Hand, I think, and I think they did Marrow. Wait, I think it was Lines in My Hand, and maybe Famine. I can't recall.
I'm pretty sure they did I Feel the Dark because I remember that. I was like, okay, I do really like this song. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, that album just.
So is that your least favorite album?
Nope, we're gonna get to that.
Okay, all right. We'll get to comments in a minute after this. I'll run through it very quick, because I made a lot of pretty passionate arguments there. But I will say that I understand you guys saying the guitar kind of disappeared to an extent on this album. What I would say is that the guitar that is there is pretty poignant. And by that I mean, for example, I think I feel that. Oh, what happened to Rick?
Nope, you're breaking up here.
Nate, God damn it! I hit 3 o'clock at night and shit starts. The mules, they're asking for food out there. I gotta go get the mules up. You got me back?
Kinda.
You are fucking kidding me.
There we go.
There we go.
Am I back?
You're back.
All right, I'm gonna move a little closer to the. I said the mules out back are asking for some fuel, some food, so I got to go feed the mules.
It isn't like Conan pushing a wheel.
Pretty much, it's like churning butter in Amish paradise.
They go out and churn the internets up.
I really like the intro Heritage track. The keyboard thing is really cool. The Devil's Orchard is a cool song. It's kind of a rock song. It's kind of a, you can almost hear that on a mainstream rock song almost. I Feel the Dark. Which one's the one, and because again, I told you I haven't listened to this in like 3 months and I could not get to it today because of my battery issue. Which the one with the nylon string guitar that's so high?
That's How I Feel the Dark.
That's How I Feel the Dark.
I Feel the Dark.
Yeah.
Killer
I love
fucking
that
track.
song. I think it's
Killer track. I love that song.
Best one on there.
The solo on it is the Alan Holdsworth solo, I believe, from Freddie, and it's fucking absolutely insanely good. Slither, we talked about. Slither is the Dio thing. I like it. It's a cool track. I mean, it's nothing super special. I like Hack's Process. I love Famine. I like Folklore. I do agree with, I think it was Hack's Process said, why didn't they put Pyre and Face in the Snow on there? They are better tracks than a couple of the other songs that are actually on here. I think they could have been on the main album and been better served to be on there. And this is the one, you have the one with the lenticular, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I'll tell you, man, I don't hate this album, and it's probably right up in the middle for me, but I'm a prog dork, so that makes kind of sense,
There you go. That's a prerequisite.
I'll tell you what, we're going to do Pale Communion quick, and then we'll hit comments, and then we'll do the last two, and then we'll sign off, all right? So I'm going to try to get this rolled up here by 3:30-ish, somewhere in that range on our end. Rick and I and Nick are the late ones here, but Jimmy's wide awake, guys. Unlike last stream when he was.
Oh God, let's not repeat that again.
That was fucking hilarious. Marty's like, Jimmy, wake up!
I was like, yeah. I went and looked at the stream for like a few minutes. I was like, I'm not even gonna watch this.
You were fine, dude. You were fine. You were totally fine.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so real quick, I know Nick doesn't have a lot of good stuff to say about this one, so we're gonna move on to Pale Communion, which came out. Checking my notes here. 8/26/14. It was produced by Mike Ockerfeldt and was mixed by Steven Wilson again. And it's the first album Per Weberg left after Heritage. I never really got a full story about what happened there. And we knew Per. I actually partied with Per a couple times, hung out with him. Super fucking awesome dude. I never really got I never really understood if it was creative differences. And I'll tell you, it was a bummer losing Per because he had a great vote. He could sing well. He really could sing backing vocals really good. He did the Steven Wilson part on Bleak when they would do that live. And I guess the guy now, Joaquin Salzberg, I guess it's Salt.
He's good.
Salzberg. Seems like he's pretty good too. He can sing really well. But he came in, and this is often kind of discussed as the Mike Singer songwriter album because the vocals are so prominent in the songs.
Yep.
They're very vocal dominated songs. I would say one thing about this album. This, to me, is Opeth's happiest sounding album. It's, with the exception of one or two songs, it just has a more upbeat sort of vibe to it than a lot of their stuff. It doesn't have the real more dark element to it, I would say. What you got there, Rick?
Well, I don't know if it's. I didn't get the impression it was so upbeat. I had more of a choir feeling more than any other album that they've done with this one. Yeah, more vocal harmonies than all their other stuff. This was the this. You know what? I have a confession to make. This is the one with the Blu-ray. I haven't even watched the Blu-ray yet.
I don't
man,
have that version. I got to get that version.
it's pretty cool. 5-1 mix again. I don't take advantage of all the features in these things.
Yeah.
I found this one to be probably the most derivative of all their prog albums. I hear like all these influences everywhere. I mean, look at this. A little Keith Emerson in there. Some of the stuff. There's a song in there called Goblin. That's actually my favorite one. I like Claudio Simonetti, and clearly they were harkening the spirit of Claudio in there with Goblin. Cool track, but it's the one that's very different from all the other ones. Instrumental. But I think that I don't know how much of what's his name, Joaquin, the keyboard player, like how much of the stuff was his own original material that he put in there versus Per's ideas that were also put in here. Although there was a rough transition, but I don't know. Like for example, the first track, it was Eternal Rains Will Come. Like I feel like that one also could have fit with Heritage. So I don't know if maybe that one didn't make it on there and then made it on this album. Custom of Eternity it's pretty good. Moon Above and Sun Below, I think that's like probably their magnus opus for this. It's the longest track I think on here.
Yep.
But I don't know. I like it better than Heritage. I think it's not as what do you call it? It's not as noodly as the last one. So it's definitely like a. There's definitely some development and growth and with this one. It's still not my favorite, but I don't hate it. It's but I don't really put it on that frequently. But I like the direction they were going though. Apart from Heritage, moving on from this, which I will explain with the next one. But yeah, it's okay.
I think the guitars are a little more prominent on this album overall.
Actually, yeah, they are.
However, I guess you could argue that there's still not that metal guitar tone in it. And, I think we can all kind of agree that that's probably not ever going to come back exactly.
I think when Roadrunner realized that, Roadrunner was like...
rock guitar tones, you're going to hear a lot of really cool solo flavors from Frederick because he's so versatile a player, because he really is a versatile guitar player. But you're not going to hear... You're just not going to hear that anymore. It's just... at least I don't think you're going to. You'll hear it in bits and pieces, but you're not going to hear blast beats. I'd be shocked if I ever heard a blast beat on a Opeth song ever again. I'd just be shocked.
There's a blast beat on this album.
There is?
Voice of Treason has like a brief little blast, I believe.
But it's not like a...
Oh yeah, there's no heavy guitars or
it's not like a wreath. It's not like a wreath blast beat, is what I mean.
I think
you know what I mean?
Maybe they just like recorded Axe and Rot practicing for like Bloodbath. It's like, oh, we can just use that. It's like, dude, I was just Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a reach to call it that. I think a little. It's just we're looking for it. We want it so badly, you know. But it's just not.
Jimmy, what you got on Pale Communion?
Oh, I actually got a signed copy of this. Seeing them
sweet.
live for the tour. It's kind of funny because they signed the jewel case. So if the jewel case breaks, you're kind of.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I know.
Strange.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Like these later records, I wrote a lot more notes about that. I'm not going to go through it all. I just this is more of the same for me as Heritage. There's my wonderful friend, the evil clown keyboard player, happening on here. You know, a lot of that. I really like the opening track, "Eternal Rains Will."
Oh, I love that song.
Great song. Yeah, I like it a lot. That one and the last track, "Faith in Others," I think that's a really, really good song as well. The rest of this, it's just not for me, man. I mean, you know what? The most annoying thing for me is like I guess I felt like they were and Hack's Process was saying if you're not a songwriter, you might not fully get this. And I guess I don't really understand that comment because, like, for example, the song "River." This could have been like one of the greatest Opeth songs ever because it starts off beautifully. And the first like 2 minutes of the song, "River," just a wonderful acoustic, you know, moment, guitar. Goes into this great chorus, and then it's all of a sudden like they felt like they didn't really know what to do with the rest of the song, so they just abruptly stop it, and then all of a sudden the evil clown carnival keyboard comes in, and then they go into this fucking noodly bullshit that like it's just like goddamn.
Which
like,
song is this?
"River"?
Oh, dude, you're hurting my soul, man. It's my favorite song on the album.
That's what I'm saying. The first half of the song is probably one of the best shit they've ever written, and then they just.
I like the guitar in it. Yeah,
They
they covered the guitar to completely changed, and it was like, what is this?
It's
Dude, it's
very.
like,
I know what
they're doing this wonderfully beautiful thing, and then all of a sudden there's the fucking keyboards, and it's and then they go into this, you know, stupid fucking noodly shit.
Well,
My
that's
point
where
is that like if you're gonna say that they're great, and if you don't, you know, if you're not a songwriter, you don't understand this. How did that make any sense at all? Because I mean, you just wrote a beautiful song, and then you just ruined the whole thing with all this bullshit. You know, like I'm sorry, man. Like. I've got some pretty harsh feelings about this record, but I don't think it sucks. I don't think Opeth has a bad record, but this one, it's slightly better than Heritage, but it just I kind of chalked it off to more of another experiment for the band, and I just don't like his vocals. I don't want to go into it. I wrote a whole goddamn paragraph for this, and I don't want to, you know, because we're getting late, and I'm getting emotional.
If you feel passionately about it, read it off, man.
Well, and, you know, like, look, I'm being uber critical because this is like one of my favorite bands. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it just, it just fell for me, unfortunately. So.
I think well, I'll put up what Hack says, and I hate to say I kind of agree with him. I kind of do. As a guitar player, you know, when you're a drummer, and I don't want to get into the, you know, guitar players are this and keyboard players are that and drummers are this. I think when you're writing from a drum perspective, a lot of it centers around the rhythm and dynamics of propelling the song along, right? When you're writing from a piano, you're usually doing a lot of improvisation when you're a pianist or a keyboardist. When you're writing guitar songs, for example, singer-songwriters, you're writing chord progressions that fit in with generally, unless you're an instrumental band, you know what I mean, like a fucking Focus or you know, an all instrumental band like Animals as Leaders or something like that. You're following the vocal lines, and so it's a little more difficult in many ways to, and keep in mind, by this time, guys, Mike is writing all the material. He's very rarely, Freddie gets a little bit of a mention here and there, and I think Mendez had one little bit of something that he did a while back, and but Mike is doing everything at this point. So he's orchestrating vocals, harmony vocals, choruses, verses, guitars, layering guitars, bass, drums. He's layering in keyboards. He's then also, with this album in particular, we've got a lot of orchestrations starting to. The band's becoming far more orchestrated at this point, which you didn't have that in older Opeth. You didn't have, orchestras in the background and string arrangements and stuff. And I don't know for 100% sure that Mike wrote the actual scores. I doubt he did, because I don't think he can read and write music per se. Maybe he can, and I don't know that. Maybe Hax will guide me out on that. But I don't think he reads and writes like Wilson doesn't read and write music. But he's very instrumental in writing the scores for the orchestrations that were in background of Porcupine Tree's music. And then he worked with like Dave Gregory from XTC to do all the orchestrations. It's a pretty. I don't think he meant that and I don't mean it as a dig that, well, just because you play drums, you don't understand what writing a song means. I don't think that's it. What I was getting more at was that you're trying to get all these elements in, and when you're trying to blend it, you're hearing things and you're trying to shift and move things. I agree with him that River's probably one of the best written songs on the album, but I get where that might sound jarring to you. I think it kind of comes from a jazz/prog sort of thought process that you don't always have to. It doesn't always have to flow. I love that song. That's
my point. Why didn't they just separate those into two different songs?
Well,
and make River just focus on that wonderful chorus and wonderful bridge that they had, and make a perfect song. And then instead of going into a whole fucking noodly bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but see, it doesn't bother me where it does kind of bother you. You know what I mean? That change kind of didn't work for you. For me, it did. And that's everybody's different ear. You know what I mean? That's the reality of it. Pete Pardo on Sea of Tranquility always says we all hear music differently. And for example, if Marty's still on, I don't know if he's still on. Marty fucking loves that band. Hold on, I'll get it. I think the band name starts with an H. You know that band, Rick? That band that starts with an H. I think they're German band. Harlot, is that it? Not Harlot. No, Hyrex. No, that's not.
It's also an H.
Halloween. I mean, he fucking loves that new album. I listened to it. I was like, yeah, it's okay.
I heard of them.
It's okay. I like it. I don't love it, but it's okay. And for me, it's great. I mean, musically, it's really wonderful, and they're great songwriters, and they're good vocalists on the band in the band. Michael Kiska and all the guys, and Kai and all the dudes. They're all good, but to me, the songs don't really move me a whole lot, and that's because I hear it differently from Marty. So that is one of the things that. That's how it works with all of us. And so, but I could see why you feel that way, Jimmy. I do get that. So did you want to read what your original notes were? Just to get
I think I made my point.
You're like, I'm fucking burnt out on this, dude. Move on.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, what you got, man? Nick's going to I pissed on this before I came on.
No. Well, maybe a little.
Just a dribble.
This is my least favorite Opeth album. Again, I can't fault them musically because they're good. It's just I'm not really into this, and I feel like this is more listless and to a degree less listenable than Heritage. None of these songs really grab me outside of maybe like Voice of Treason has some moments I really liked. Cost Me Returning, when they played it live with the guitar tone that was actually like nice and rich and full, it actually sounded like a pretty decent song, a little single-ish, but nothing on here really grabbed me. It just felt like they kind of slept their way through this album, and it's just missing, I don't know, any sort of like urgency or anything. Like I don't know, I feel like the soul of Opeth kind of just left the band at this point. And again, if it's Michael doing most of the writing at this point, I mean, this is definitely what he wanted to do. I don't know. Like this is the least Opeth sounding Opeth album outside of Ackerfeld's vocals. That's about it. That really.
I completely agree with that. That's why I said it was the most derivative. It sounded like I hear all these influences from all these other bands on that one.
I had high hopes because I remembered like him talking about it and saying like, oh, there's going to be like some more focus on the guitars and such on this one, and yeah, they're a little bit heavier. Like he adjusted the knob. Like, all right, that's good. But yeah.
Again, Nick, are you listening to it in the context of still clinging to the old Opeth that was a metal band?
It was kind of half and half because after I'm pretty much reading his interviews after Heritage and listening to Heritage. Yeah, I kind of figured like, all right, this is the direction they're heading in. I'm kind of hoping some things change because, again, 70s prog I really dig, but I don't want to hear a tribute to it. I want to hear something fresh and interesting, and this kind of felt like just a tribute. Like before Opeth was writing, I would say their own stuff. Like it was flat out their stuff. They really created a sound, and then this, they kind of, I don't want to call it a cover band, but I mean it feels like a tribute act.
Not a bad point. Not a bad point at all, actually.
Again, I can't fault them musically. I can't say shit about their songwriting, musical talent, because holy shit, one of the most talented bands on the fucking planet. But this is definitely my least favorite. And yeah, I'm gonna go put it back in the stack and go back to not listening to
it. I'll hit some quick notes on it because I don't have a lot, but I will say that this continues obviously in the vein of Heritage. I probably like this less than Heritage, and there are some high points in it. Obviously, Eternal Reigns, killer track. The keyboard stuff on it is just gorgeous, so cool. And the vocals are very, very cool. The interplay, the harmonies are just really neat. Cusp of Eternity kind of sounds to me like a mainstream rocker. It's good, has some Middle Eastern vibe to it, but it's nothing crazy good. I don't, it's not like I go, oh God, I can't wait to listen to that track, but I like it. I don't skip it. I rarely ever skip an Opeth track on any album that I put on, which I don't know that I do, actually, strangely enough. Moon Above, Sun Below, that's the real King Crimson track. I think that's their Crimson nod to them. What I do like on this album is Mike's cleaner vocals have a much more raspiness to them. And I don't know if that was because he was quitting cigarettes and his voice was changing a little bit, but there's that, the part in Voice of Treason where it's, this is treason, and he's just got that, it's just that grit in his voice. So I really like Mike's voice on this album because it's more of a vocal album. But I get where you guys are kind of like, that's a good track. Elysian Woes, not much to it. Goblin, very much an homage to the band Goblin. If you know Goblin, fucking amazing band. It's a great track.
Love that song.
But you're right, Nick. It's essentially a cover version, sort of, kind of. River, we already talked about it. River has a very Straubs, almost Kansas vibe to it in a weird way. I hear Kansas in there, the American arena rock band Kansas. Very 70s sounding. Voice of Treason, very staccato rhythm, Middle Eastern, very Middle Eastern vibe on that one. It gets kind of pompous sounding, I will say. That one gets kind of almost overblown to a degree. But I like it. It's an amazing song from a writer's standpoint. And I got to tell you, man, Faith in Others, wow.
That's a good song.
Wow.
They played that one live on the last tour.
Wow.
And it was good.
Like, that one from an orchestration standpoint, and I don't know if Haxbros is going to agree with me, that one is right up there with Burden for me in terms of being a tearjerker. And I mean, just when he goes into that part where it's, you're just like, wow, man. Like, where did he come up with that? Where did that melody come from? And I fucking love that tune. Like, if I had to hear one song off that album live, that's the song I want to hear. Because it's just, and Eternal Rains probably. And I saw him on this tour. I can't remember. Did you see him on this tour, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I saw him on the Sorceress
Remember who
tour.
opened?
In Flames when I saw him.
Oh, they did that joint thing with In Flames?
Yep. Mm-hmm. And they
I
sucked.
didn't see that.
That's probably why I didn't go to that
Yeah.
tour.
That's why I didn't go, because I fucking hate In Flames. Yeah, maybe I didn't see him on this one. I thought I did. Oh, wait. Whoa. I'm wrong. This is the one that they played. This is the one they played with Mastodon on and Ghost. The first leg, yeah. It was like a summer show. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, this one, it's near the bottom for me. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I don't, it's just that song though, man. Fucking Faith in Others just blows my fucking mind.
Faith in Others. That was the one I really. I meant to mention too, like when I was talking about my moods for the record. This record for me is showercore.
It's what?
Showercore. Because it sounds like
Showercore.
Michael Arkefeld is singing in the shower. That's what it
Oh,
sounds like.
that's a good one. I like
There's
that
many
one.
parts when it sounds like he's in the shower just singing.
The Eternal Rains, that's the shower. Holy shit.
Yeah.
We figured it out. Cracked the
Ooh,
code.
ouch, I caught my one ball. That hurt. That's pretty interesting. Showercore.
Was it because there was more of that double tracking stuff happening on this
it.
album? I think that's
it,
what it was,
yeah.
right?
Mhm. Yeah, it
Let's
sounds
get
like
some
he's singing in the
comments
shower.
quick, and then we're gonna rock on with the last two and wrap them up. I sadly did not get to listen to Sorceress, so I'm not gonna have a lot to say. I know that's probably
I'm going to refill
everybody's
tea
happy
and
about
go smoke.
So this was talking about, where are we at? Nick was talking about the guitar tone, and Cauda's guitar tone is exactly, because it still has weight to it. Yep, I agree, Hacks. I don't know what that is. Cauda Venenum, great guitar tone. I agree, we're getting there. Listen to that tonight. It's a real good album. Scorpions too, they also could sell out arenas. Not around here, man. I don't think the Scorpions would sell out more than a 5,000 or 6,000 seat place. I just don't think they would, unless they had a really good co-billing or 3 or 4 bands that could do that. I wouldn't see it. Pale Communion top 5 for me, dude. I can't go there. I like it a lot, and I totally get what you say about the songwriting. I agree with that, but I cannot. Yeah, dude. No, not better than Blackwater Park. No way. You just lost all credibility with me. I'm just kidding.
No comment.
Least favorite. I don't think it's my least favorite. I think Morningrise is my least favorite, but I get where you're coming from. What else we got? It was just so well written. Yep, I agree. We went through all that. I don't know why people like this album so much. It sounds like dull and uninspired. It feels like recycled prog rock. I could see that. I like a lot of songs on it, though. Enough that I don't just stick it on and skip tracks. Great tune.
Yeah.
It's the VH1 of Opeth. I must have missed something there. Oh, Storytellers. Okay. I guess Jimmy doesn't like the Cardiacs or Bungle. We'd have to ask him. Rivers, one of the
I think he
best
said he
songs. I
did.
agree. Tim Smith and Mike Patton. Yeah, man. If ever, I like Faith No More. I don't know that I'd have enough to. I only own 3 of their albums. I like them. I don't love them. Probably not.
Unless you did a Mike Patton specific one, then they go over to all the bands.
Christ, I'd
Like
go on for
that would.
6 days.
Yeah.
I'd go on for
So
6 days.
either this or this.
Yeah, right. I don't. Somebody asked this question here. Whether you were a Mike Pat? Oh wait, are you a Cardiacs fan, Jimmy,
Not even familiar.
or Mr. Bungle?
I like. I answered him. Yes, I
Oh,
do.
did
like
you?
it.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Mhm.
Nice. I discovered. Okay, no Michael cannot read. I didn't think he did. Take no more. Yeah. Sorry, I don't think that one's gonna happen, dude. I just do bands I really love and ask people that can tolerate me to join me for that. So after tonight, maybe no one will join me anymore. I don't know. Jimmy would be like, "Yeah, dude, I'm busy for the next 3 years." Change up drastically when drumming for.
Well, I saw Heritage coming. I know that was coming. That's
Okay, what else we
that was
got?
the
There?
impassioned speech.
I got it.
Yep.
We're all spinning different wheels. Yep, Marty, no doubt. We all hear things different. Michael said it in an interview somewhere. I don't know what we were talking about. Sorry, I missed that. New Halloween is amazing. There you go, Marty. Simple but not so long name. Loves the new Halloween.
I do too.
And you already saw that. Anthem wrote Skyfall. Got that. Amazing track. Yeah, got that. Wait, Marty, are you saying that you
He's
really
saying
like the
Skyfall
new
is an
Halloween
amazing
and it's
track,
an amazing track?
And it is.
Skyfall. Faith in Others. 11 out of 10. Totally agree, man. Totally agree. Okay, could have sworn you didn't write it. Okay, that's the only track. Where are we at? Regarding post-metal Opeth, granted, Michael's endlessly talented, but to deny all the amazing musicians in your band a voice, and the songwriting strikes me as a massive dick. You know, I'll be honest with you, though. He has solicited stuff from the guys, and Akison has put some stuff in. You know what I think? A lot of the guys in the band, from what I gather, they're pretty happy to let Michael do all the hard work. That's what I understand. I've talked to Akison about it, and he's like, I'm cool with Mike writing it. He writes, when you have a stellar songwriter in your group, why don't you just let him do what he does best? But maybe there's more. Maybe there is more to it. But think about this. None of those guys, with the exception of Mendez, has a band where they write in. Mendez does write. What's the name of that called? White Stones or
White Stones, yeah.
White Stones, is that it? And I got to be honest with you, it's like older Opeth, if you ask me. It sounds like old Opeth. I don't find it all that amazing. That's just me. Maybe it's just not that good. Death Dive, that could definitely happen, although a lot of people have done them. About Michael reading music. Okay, cool. Fates Warning Deep Dive, that's coming very, very soon, and I think Marty is doing also something very similar. He's going to have a guy on his show that wrote a book on it, so Marty can either speak to it or not, but Fates Warning definitely coming up. I think we're going to do Alice in Chains first because the catalog's smaller. Fates has a pretty extensive catalog, and I got to line people up to get the right combo of people in on that. But Fates Warning, one of my top 5 bands forever. So last 2 albums, and then we're going to wrap it, guys. I knew this was going to go long. I didn't know that it was going to go this long. But we got Sorceress. There's my signed copy from Rough Trade in New York City when I saw them on the at the Radio City, and that's a 2-disc jobby there. You guys have the same one. And this, they started their own record label now, Motor Bolagot, and they're licensing product out. And there's that one. Rick, what you got?
Well, I just have the standard jewel case version, which is fine. Okay, so by this point, they put the nail in the Roadrunner coffin and moved on to Nuclear Blast, which I thought was a good move. I think by this point, the first 2 albums, a lot of people pretty much have completely dropped off with the band, based on the conversations we were just having, if it was not your thing. With this one, I saw the semblance of, man, I might actually enjoy the material they're putting out. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they fucking brought back the guitars, man. Guitars are back. Not like they're completely disappearing like that. It's just a lot more prominent. Woo. Here. It's got the hooks. They got some riffs, you know. They can actually have riffs. So yeah, I think right out the gate, Sorceress was the leading track, right? That was the single.
Yep.
Obviously when it was released, and yeah, it's a good song. You know, quite catchy. They did move on to Wildflowers, a little more thumpy. The thing about Sorceress, though, it starts off a little noodly at first. It makes you, if you haven't heard that song, you're like, okay, what's going on here? And then I think the lead-in, when they move into that you know, right when they get to the nitty-gritty of the song, you know, it starts to get pretty good and catchy. So yeah, it's got a good groove to it. Wildflowers. I think the first half of this album, it's probably where I feel really good about. So I really do like it. But again, mostly the first half, the most. Still not my favorite, but I think it's very strong. So you have Heritage and Pilgrim Union. I think Pilgrim Union, in my opinion, is slightly better. But I think if I were to compare Pilgrim Union to this is like a whole lot better. To me, anyway. A lot more listenable. And whereas the other ones don't have much of a repeat listen value to me. This one does. Will of the Wisp, another cool track. Chrysalis, it's a good song, but it's not something I return to that often. Sorceress 2, I like that one too. Then you get to a little more strange. What is the one? Strange Brew. They use all kinds of weird scales. Does it get really exotic with that one?
Yeah, it's very psychedelic sounding.
It does, yeah, and that's what it is. It's a sort. They get a little more exotic, a little more psychedelic. You can kind of tell a little bit just by looking at the album. You can kind of see the little bodies down here. It's like it's. I think they're meant to be a little darker, a little weirder. That's at least the idea that they're giving here with the visuals. As far as what you're about to dive into.
Keep that peacock away from my head, by the way.
Peacocks are assholes.
Yeah, even the back. Look at that. It's like it's some kind of. It almost looks occult.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
You know, it's kind of a. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I thought this was a bit of a return to form, not metal wise, but I think as far as gaining my interest back. Again, I'm glad they brought back the guitars. It's more prominent. The keyboards are still there, obviously, the way it is, but. I don't get much of the noodling like the previous albums. This is a little more focused, in my opinion. But I think the move to Nuclear Blast was a good thing for them. I don't know if they're going to stay on there with the next one, but you know whatever they end up doing. The thing about this band.
Remember, there's one that came out since that in Cauda.
Yes, we'll go to. I was about to say that if you notice. Of course, it started in the 90s, right? And then 2008. But by the time they hit the 2010s, that was the Prog era. It almost makes you very curious if the 2020s, you know, if they're... Obviously, it doesn't seem like they're going to go back to metal anytime soon, you know, but what other thing they're going to go for. You know, but we'll leave that for the ending as far as that conversation. But, yeah, again, I felt this was a good return to form. Again, it's not the metal years, you know, but as far as the 2010s era, I thought this was very strong, and you know, I don't love all the tracks, but the tracks that I do love, I really do dig. I guess what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Cool. I forgot to mention, when did this come out? Because this is one I didn't look the info up on. Can someone?
2016.
2016.
I want to just address one quick thing here. Simple. Yeah, I know Wild to Run. They're fucking amazing. They just dropped their latest album, I think, last week.
Might be
something like that
tomorrow.
Out of Boston I think they're out of Baltimore now. They were originally from Boston. Now they're based in Baltimore, I think. Incredible fucking band, and they're very Opethian, kind of in the old style with a little bit more exotic orchestrations. And the singer, man, whoa. Dude's fucking awesome. They're crazy fucking good. What was the one? Veil of
Imagination or something like that?
Nah, it's not is it? I don't think it's Veil of Imagination.
I don't know that band. I need to check them out.
Dude, you'll fucking love them because it's kind of like the older Opeth with a little bit of orchestra stuff in it and some keyboards, but the guitars are super fucking heavy. And the vocals are incredible. The dude's got an amazing fucking death growl, and he's got beautiful cleans too. Yeah, definitely.
One more thing. People have questioned the production on this, and I haven't listened to this on a 5.1 system or anything like that, so I can't quite comment on that part of it.
Yeah,
you know
I can't remember what the production sounds like. I thought it was pretty good, but Hack's saying it's crappy. I don't remember that. So, Jimmy, what you got on Sorceress?
Yeah. Everything Rick said, I completely agree with, like 100%. I think he encapsulated the whole thing perfectly. This was a step in the right direction, and I really, really enjoyed this record. I like it a lot. It's definitely my favorite of the later date
Prog era.
Yeah, for sure. You know, like Rick said, you know, I think the guitars are a little bit more back at the forefront. You know, there's still my old evil clown keyboard friend on here, but yeah, it's in there, but it's not as aggravating as it usually is. Yeah, I really like this record a lot. I like every single song actually, especially you know, Sorceress. There's a little bit more heaviness. You know, again, I don't need Opeth to be heavy for me to like them. I just need to like their focus. I need to like.
Right.
Been very critical about the last couple records, and you know, I stand by that. But this has really good songs on it, and it's also like I think Michael sounds great on this. His vocals. You know, the only thing I would disagree with, or not disagree with, but just counter Rick on is I like the back half of this record a lot. Strange Brew, I really like that song.
I like the ending of the ward when he goes that yeah, I love that part.
A Fleeting Glance, that's a great song.
That's a really interesting track. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I even like the song Era. I mean, that's like a cock rock song, you know, but
Oh yeah.
it's great. I love it. I mean, it's just it's again, you know, if we're going to talk about songwriting is strong on this, you know. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
like, you know, it's not about like, oh well, the drummer's not doing whatever, or there's no death growls. That doesn't matter to me. The song needs to make sense, and that's where they went wrong, in my opinion, on the last two records. This one, it feels more like they weren't trying to just like pay tribute, like Nick was saying. You know, like it felt like they found a good balance with the new sound. And I was very, very happy with this record, excited to see where they were going to go from here. Saw them on tour with this, great. You know, again, you know, the guitars are back a little bit more. And proof that they don't have to be death metal to write a great record, you know, and that's my point, is that I don't care. You know, look, I mean, like, that's what made them so special,
Right.
for sure, was the old days. But this is, again, proof that they can write a great record just doing what they do and not try to be fucking, you know, Mr. King Crimson, you know, Prog tribute or whatever. So, great record. I really enjoy this one, for sure.
Rick, you mentioned the Ward. Is that on your
Yeah.
version? Because I thought that was on the special limited edition version. Or do you have the limited edition one?
This one has Reward and Spring.
Right. Rick.
No, it's not on this one. It's not on this one.
Oh, it's not on that one. Okay, I was wondering. 'Cause
No.
I was wondering. I figured it was on the vinyl. Does that also have Spring MMX, whatever it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great
Then
cover.
again, the Ward and that song Spring MMX, two amazingly killer tracks that could have been on the regular album. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
weird.
I was wondering about that. I was like, damn.
What I found was funny was their pictures. I mean, that's just hilarious.
Yeah, right. Oh God, that's pretty cheesy, actually.
That is really cheesy. I don't know. I like King Axelrod. King Axelrod is really cool.
He's the king. Yeah.
Your wife, is she a goer?
You know, does she go? Nudge, nudge,
Nick,
wink, wink.
what you got on Sorceress?
An improvement. That's what I got. I mean, I don't know if I was dreading the next one, but I was like, I'm a little hesitant. I've bought pretty much every Opeth album as it came out, but I heard the lead-off song, and that being the title track, I was like, oh my God, I can hear the guitars, and they're not just noodling, there's riffs again. And I think that's what really mattered to me on this. Like, they weren't just kind of floating about in the prog ether. They were trying to write like some songs with some big hooks again, and kind of, I don't know, like, I feel like the desire to at least rock was back. Like, honestly, as much as I love Ackerfeld's death metal growls, I could give a fuck if he never growled again, as long as he's singing beautifully over really well written music. And this showed me that was possible again. You know, that he was going to get back to like writing songs that had like definitive hooks, and they weren't just kind of just floating around. solid songs in here. I mean, I love the Wildflowers and of course Will o' the Wisp. I think those are great songs. Strange Brew is a wild track. I kind of like that because it's kind of like what they were doing, except I feel like it wasn't what they were doing all the time on this album. Like versus, Heritage and Pale Communion, the noodling and the weirdness and the listlessness, it was kind of all over the place on that album. It's kind of confined to a few moments. It isn't the main thing. The main thing on here was writing just clever songs with good riffs and memorable hooks, and they succeeded. This is a solid album. This one definitely didn't take very much for it to really grow on me. I pretty much embraced this one after a couple of jams. Like, yeah, dude, I think Opeth are, well, I mean, they never left, but they kind of left like a part of my heart for a bit.
Oh,
I know. I'm a shitty fan. I'm the worst. Don't stop your weeping. Come on. But yeah, I don't know. This is a good album. I really dig it, and I dig what came next too. So, thank you, Opeth.
Nick, was that kind of like mean old Opeth taught me to weep and moan?
They may have shit directly into my heart for 2 albums.
You know what song I was referencing there, right?
Yep.
I'm trying to think which one.
Rick, what song was I referencing?
I didn't catch that.
Mean old Levy taught me to weep and moan. Led Zeppelin. God, am I that fucking old? Really? When the levee breaks? I said
all
mean
right,
old Opeth.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You guys are fucking lame. Anyway.
That's it.
And I stopped drinking. I stopped drinking a while ago, so I guess the comic effect has rolled off. I'm going to just say a couple quick things about this because I haven't listened to it probably in 2 years, and I hate to say that. That's not an indictment on it. It's just there was a lot of other music going on, and I just didn't get to this one. Sorceress, that killer riff, that starts out on the keyboards, killer, and then it goes into the jug jug jug, which is actually Michael tuned.
There you go.
Tuned in standard, but he's dropping his E string down to A, so he's got 2 A's in there, and it gives it that super heavy low thing, which is an interesting sort of thing that I'd never thought of myself.
It was so gratifying to hear a chug again.
And by the way, you ever notice that song, that riff is just like Scourge of Iron by Cannibal Corpse? Like it's the
Is
same.
it really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you listen to that track, it's the same gun 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 gun. Yeah.
I have an admission to make here. I barely ever listen to Cannibal Corpse, so no. Stefan would be so disappointed in me right now, I'm sure. The Wildflowers, I believe, or is it Will o' the Wisp? The one that's very Jethro Tullian. I think it's Will o' the Wisp.
I think it's Will o' the Wisp, yeah.
Yeah. Chrysalis, cool tune. The Seventh Sojourn is very, if I recall, very Moody Blues influenced, and hence why it's called The Seventh Sojourn. Strange Brew. I really love that song. It's so fucking wild and psychedelic and trippy, and I think Hacks talked about it being something regarding, there's a Hendrix riff in there, really cool chord progressions that are kind of unorthodox. I really, really, really like A Fleeting Glance. That's got the weird, and it's funny, Jimmy, you said you don't like the circus sound of Opeth, but that song has a very circus-like section in it. Do you remember? It's got that almost dun 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 dun, almost like
the
a
part where the clown's chasing you with a machete.
Yeah. That's it. And again, I happen to note that the 2 bonus tracks are fucking great songs, man. They're killer, But
Later, Marty.
Good album, and
Marty.
I don't know that I can make the same statement as all 3 of you, which is it's a return to or an improvement. I like it as much, but I think I liked it a little bit more because it was a little ballsier. And the ballsier part of it mixed with the proggier part of it really hit my sweet spot, and I dug it a lot. So, all right, we're going to head to the last home stretch here and get us out of here before 4 a.m.
Real quick, I just got to call this one out just because
I
was at this show.
Ah.
So.
Yeah, you were, you son of a bitch.
So the fact that like this is the only record in my collection that I was actually there. So yeah,
That's
That
fucking
was
killer,
pretty
dude. That was Gojira and Devin Townsend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That, man, dude, at Red Rocks of all fucking places.
Gojira crushed the place. They just
Gojira's badass, band, man. Maybe a Gojira deep dive in the future.
But yeah, good live record for sure.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. I
Cool.
I know why you got it because you were there and I would have too.
Yeah,
but
you have to.
I kind of stopped collecting every single live DVD or Blu-ray or whatever because I just kind of got like it was like I started looking at my collection going, do I have to own every single fucking thing that comes out like Nick does? No, I don't have to be like Nick.
What are you talking about?
All right, so September 2019, September 27th, Opeth comes out with their 13th album. It seems like they should have like 40 albums out now, but and that album is called In Cauda Venenum, which means poison in the tail. And I will wrap up showing my special box set edition, unless somebody else has one. But otherwise, Rick, what you got? And I listened to this today before we came on, and I really liked it a lot. So,
it's the last one with Axelrod. Everybody knows.
Yep.
And I think they went not they went a different direction, but not in a bad way. It's not as thick and in your face like the way Sorceress was. It's a little more somber. It's that this aesthetic, the whole Twilight look. That's the way the whole album feels.
Yeah.
And I think overall, this is probably my favorite one out of that whole era. I think that since Heritage, it's pretty cool. This is one of the ones that I put on and I just let it play. I don't go. I never skip a track. I just like the experience of the entire album as a whole. Whereas the previous albums, I kind of just went around through select tracks that I like more than others. What was more particular? This one, for the first time, I think since they moved to this direction, I didn't feel particular at all about any particular track. I love just the way the whole vibe, just the whole feel about it. As a matter of fact, I also picked up the so this is the English one, and so if you got this, you got both languages, which is and something. I actually enjoy the Swedish one. I let this play in the background. I actually enjoy the cadence of it a little more, even though I don't know what the hell they're saying to some extent. It's just cool. I don't know. Also, I thought it was worth showing. So this is a little different than the gatefold I showed on the vinyl. So they did make some changes, but yeah, it's great. But I feel like this might be like a one-time thing. I don't think they're gonna do this style again. So I think it's very anticipated where they're gonna go from here. Like I said, we're in the 2020s now, and so I enjoy this experience. So again, my favorite one from this era.
Did you get the box set? Did you get the box set?
No, just the just the what do you call it? The regular digipack.
Oh, wait, you had the album there though, right? Or is that a
Yeah.
post? What's the thing?
No.
You got the vinyl too. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I was just showing that the artwork is different inside. That's what I was
Oh,
trying
I
to show.
didn't even know that. Oh shit. I never looked at
Yeah.
that. Like a dumb shit.
Yeah, they went all out with this one, man. Like, it's again, they took a direction I was not expecting, but I enjoy it, man. Like, again, I like the whole experience. Love Lord Crime, Charlatan.
Love
Yeah. So, continuing, all things will pass. Like, it's just the whole thing, man. It's just, again, I just love the whole experience. I love but my favorite thing is just the whole feel, man. Like no other album sounds like this one. They went for a whole different sonically. It's just not like anything else they put out. So I don't know.
Jimmy, what do you think? You agree with Rick this time, or?
No.
No.
And, yeah, this is the final record, right? So I love the cover art. So what I ended up doing is I bought the 2 CD set so I can get both the the Swedish and the English versions. Then I thought, like, if I really like the record, I'll buy it on vinyl. I don't like this record. I think the best thing that is going for this, and please people don't crucify me, but I'm just going to give you my honest opinion, because this is one of my favorite bands. The best thing that this album has going for it is the song Tar Slut.
What's that?
The song Tar Slut.
Are you talking about what's that? Is that the Swedish
It's the last
version?
track. It's Elsing Tar Slut, but it's a Tar Slut, right? So
Okay.
Tar Slut. All right.
Tar Slut.
Right. Kind of went. Didn't really go over. Okay, but
Dude, I'm having trouble hearing you, man. That's the only problem.
oh, okay.
So you're making a joke.
Yeah, joke. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, think about a tar slut. I mean, that's
Gotcha. I got you.
pretty hot, right? Yeah. Ugh.
It didn't hit that emotional center for you, right? I feel like it was the most emotional one they put out.
I got that too. I really did.
So I'll just read you my notes, and hopefully this.
Go for it.
I thought this was better than Heritage, better than Pale Communion, but for me, a step down from Sorceress, and kind of just going back into the realm of Heritage and Pale Communion. I guess Michael is content to continue in the same style, which to me has just become tired at this point. More of the same shit organs, and Michael's honestly most annoying vocal performance yet for me.
Well, we got some crackling audio.
Crackling audio?
Yeah, I hear it.
Let me try muting.
Yeah.
Hello.
Is that better? Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, we went most of the night, Jimmy, without your audio being. Remember, it tended to do that sometimes. It would just.
I have a new camera, and it
Oh, okay.
sucks. But yeah.
Okay.
And Mike. Okay.
So go ahead, read it off.
Okay. So as I said, I can't stand his vocals on this, and there are some moments on here that are pretty great, and there's a couple songs that I like. So I'd like to end it by saying that, let's face it, Opeth will never be as unique and inimitable as they once were. And that's okay. They gave us 8 or 9, 10 out of 10s, in my opinion. They've done the work. They created a wealth of amazing material. They're only human, I'm not mad at them at all. And I'm perfectly fine with them doing whatever they want at this point, whatever the hell they want, whatever Michael wants to do. You cannot deny their legacy at this point. I know some people consider these last records masterpieces, and that's great, man. I'm glad people enjoy them. For me, still to this day, I'm waiting for Opeth to blow me away again, But unfortunately, they didn't do it with this one. I guess I'm just going to have to wait and hope. And that's it. I mean, is this a bad record? No. I mean, I think it's just not for me. And I just don't like it at all. Do I think it sucks? No, I don't think it sucks. I don't think any of their records suck. I don't think Heritage sucks. I mean, it's just not for me. And I think it's for other people. And we all hear, like you said, we all hear things differently. And, there are certain good moments on here, but I genuinely do not like this record.
Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, it pains me to say it. But again, it's not without some good stuff. I mean, there's moments in here that are pretty cool. But I just feel like if they're going to just keep doing this sort of thing, this sort of sound, cool.
You're kind of done.
Well, I'm never going to be done. I'll tell you that. I mean, anytime they release a new record, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to, I've gone back to this over and over again, try to convince myself otherwise, because I love Sorceress. I thought Sorceress was great,
Right. So you remain hopeful is what you're saying then?
Yeah, absolutely. And I always will be. And, I mean, maybe one day they'll do something that I really dig, but it doesn't really matter what I think, I mean, it's,
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm going to jump out into panel real quick. I think the thing that happens with a lot of us is a good example, Jimmy. A very good example is Rush. Rush put out a group of albums that are pretty much beyond reproach. They're almost untouchable in the pantheon of prog or rock, okay, from the 70s, the mid 70s until mid 80s, right? And then they went into this weird phase for a lot of people that was like, what the fuck is this? They sound like the Police, and that, and some of us went along, like you went along. In fact, one of the albums that you fucking love, maybe one of your favorite albums, is an album that John despised. Remember that?
Yeah.
And John's a long-term lover of that music. He's, my age, so he's been there from the 70s on. And I think, and even I, as a Rush fanatic and Rush dev, fucking, they're my fucking end-all be-all band, put out some kind of mediocre, crappy albums. And but I couldn't let go. I couldn't say, it's over, man. I'm not that into you anymore. And that's the thing about when you develop a relationship with a band that you fucking fall in love with, it means everything to you in a lot of ways. And people that don't understand and don't love music the way we do can't get that. They just don't get what that means. What do you mean you fucking love what? People would look at you like you're mental or something, but they don't get what that shit does to us up here. What the synapses do when we hear that riff or we hear that vocal or we sing that line, they don't get what that means. And that is a critical thing. So when things change, and everything in life is like that, things change. Rick, I think we're getting...
Yeah. Are we hearing that? I was like, is it me?
What is it?
It was, yeah.
Well, I mean, again,
we're almost there.
Jeff, I mean, like, totally. I mean, like, for example, Hack's Process, I mean, like, he loves this record. And that's great, man. And that's the point, man. That's just my opinion, man. Like, I will never shit on Opeth. They're one of my favorite bands. They're so close to my heart, dude. Like, they're such an important part of my life.
But,
I mean,
let me disagree with one thing he's saying here. Hacks, you and I've been on, we're here, bro. We're here almost the whole way through. But the one thing I will say is that what you say here, you really have to try and get past that. I don't necessarily agree with that. You don't necessarily have to get past it if you don't want to. You don't have to like something that you don't really. Let me give you a good example.
I don't like because they're not doing harsh vocal. You're totally missing my point, dude. Like,
yeah, let me give you a good example. I don't fucking like mushrooms. I'm never gonna, and not the magic kind, Nick, by the way. I don't like fucking mushrooms. I fucking hate them. I've tried again, and I've tried again. I don't like them. I'm not going to like them. I'm not going to get past it. I don't want to eat them. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at with that. So I get what he's saying. I didn't like harsh vocals when I first came to it. I was willing to go there with that and see if it worked, and it did work. But my point being is that, Jimmy, for you, this band is, they're up on God tier, right? A lot of their stuff is on God tier for you. But they've changed, and you're not down with it as much as you were, and that's okay, man. That's not a problem. I think I get that. It's just, again, going back to the Rush analogy, is that I couldn't quit them, man. It was like that girlfriend that I just couldn't get over. And so I didn't let myself get over it. And what did they do? Their final album was maybe one of the best albums they've ever put out. So maybe it'll happen again at some point, and maybe it won't. And if it doesn't, at least you're buying the albums and trying. And if it doesn't happen, I mean, I don't feel about this album like you do, but I get why you might feel that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, maybe I'll come back to it like in 10 years and feel completely different. And Hack's Process, thank you for saying that. I didn't mean to like call you out. I mean, like, and I see, thank you for your clarification. Yeah, it's just the thing is that my point is that it doesn't matter, you know. Like I mean, if anybody gets pissed off at my opinion because I don't like it, you know, I mean, like.
I think, Jimmy, I think there's still quite a bit of hope. I think even if you didn't like this one, to me it felt like like a Twilight album, the end of the decade. I feel like there's something happening with the 2020s. They haven't revealed what it is yet, but I know they're not going to put out something like this again. I know it's going to be whatever it is. It's going to be different.
I think they're doing a full-on improvisational jazz album that like makes no sense, like Pharoah Sanders or something.
Maybe a clown concept album, you know.
Or maybe they're
What
going
if
to
they
do.
don't? Like again, like I said, I mean, like dude, they gave us so many great albums. I don't care, man. Like,
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of hoping they're going to do a Gordon Lightfoot tribute album. That's all I'm saying. You know? and don't any of you motherfuckers say anything bad about Gordon Lightfoot, because I'll get really pissed and you'll never.
Gordon Lightfoot. Yeah.
What's that? I got a lot of Gordon Lightfoot. I fucking love that motherfucker, man.
You played in the NBA, right?
Jimmy, I get you, and I totally get it. I don't feel the way you do about the album, but I can kind of understand why you feel that way.
No, and that's cool, you know.
Mr. Necrotic.
If Sorceress hasn't come out, you have that to compare it to. Yeah, that's the other thing too.
This is the best of their prog years. I'm right with Sir Rickerfelt on this one. I actually love the songwriting, and honestly, all right, this one hit me hard enough to the point where, all right, if I reach for Opeth, I generally go for the classics, like the shit that I really love. I actually reach for this one to listen to. Like the songs hooked me that much. That hadn't happened in a while. So that was kind of a magical experience. Dude, Heart in Hand is one of the heavier songs they've written in a while, but it's really good. They infuse all that progginess. I love the production on here. They kind of stripped away a little bit of the mud that was a little bit on Sorceress, and I don't know, it feels organic and clean. All Things Shall Pass, or Tar Slut, I like that name better. That is such an amazing song. I absolutely love it. I love that slow build and that giant sweeping end, the vocal hooks, the melodies. Like they really wrote a killer album, and I mean it's different Opeth, but it feels 100% like Opeth again. I think the songwriting dynamics on this are just truly exceptional. Dude, Charlatan, I love that song too. Like most of this album, Dignity, that was the first song I heard and was like, man, those are some great riffs.
He's asking if you're a harlot or a charlatan.
Or Tar Slut. Don't leave out the Tar Slut. But yeah, this is a great album, and I really wouldn't mind seeing them build on this into whatever they do next, but it is Opeth, and Michael does what Michael wants. I don't know. I don't really know what happens next. But I kind of like that. That's going to keep me going back to Opeth.
That's a good observation, Nick. What happens next? None of us know. Only Mike Ockerfeld knows, and the guys in the band. I gotta believe they're fairly well into the writing process, if not already recording it. I saw a mini interview with Michael on Jordan Rudess's Patreon page, and Mike was saying that he was writing a lot of soundtrack music for Swedish movies.
Well, that's kind of an interesting thing because Rick brought up like playing it all the way through. There is a lot of movie excerpts from a Swedish film, I believe, all throughout that. Yep. So you kind of have this like kind of narrative. So it makes it kind of a really interesting, like one cohesive piece. Like it's not like one long song, but the tracks segue into each other really well. And I don't know, it does have a cinematic appeal.
It does.
The songwriting is top notch.
I think that, but it's an interesting question. Where do they go from here? Hard to say. Let me give my thoughts on it quick, and then we'll do a quick run down the comments and tie everything up and wrap up here. And hopefully before we can get it done in 10 minutes or so. This is our longest studio album at 67 minutes. For me, I think it's kind of where Mike sort of realized his full-on Prog tour de force in this thing. And I think that for me, it's the most mature of the Prog or album of the Prog era albums. And by mature, I don't necessarily mean, oh my God, they're America songs. You know what I mean? Or they're fucking Air Supply songs. I don't mean mature in that way. I mean, again, from a songwriting process, the maturity of these songs is pretty fucking epic. And but that doesn't necessarily mean it's my favorite, because it probably isn't, because Sorceress is probably my overall favorite of the Prog era albums, just because there was a little more ballsiness to it and had some psych weirdness to it and stuff. And I will admit, I've only really listened to this. This came out in September of 2019, and I, as some of you guys know, went through a hellacious drug withdrawal from a drug that I was put on for anxiety around November. And when I tried to listen to anything that was metal or anything that wasn't Gordon Lightfoot, I wanted to fucking slit my wrist, because it was too intense. So I was not able to get into this album when it came out. And so I tried to revisit it again last year. I wasn't in that mood for it. And I listened to it today again, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember this. Oh, I remember this. And I've listened to it a couple times in the last year, but most recently just today before the program, and I was like, man, this is way better than I remembered. I kind of forgot it was this good. Quick notes on it. The orchestrations on this album are fucking epic. They are just amazing. They're just stunning. It's the most lavish and complex batch of songs that Mike has written, and from that perspective, what I mean is not complex because it's got 9 million notes in it or it's got riffs galore. It's the whole package: the bass, the orchestrations, the drums, the keyboards, the synths, the vocals, the multi-tracked harmonies, all that stuff. Dignity, really cool track. I think that was the lead-off track. I think it was the first track that dropped. I really like that song, man. It's got a real 70s arena. As Jimmy said, it's got a cock rock vibe to it. Really dig it.
I found out that Frederick could sing courtesy of that track.
What's that?
I found out that Frederick could sing courtesy of that track. Oh,
that's right. Freddie sings on that. That's right. I forgot.
He's got killer vocals.
Next of Kin, probably my favorite track on the album overall, because it's got this amazing balance of prog heaviness and lush progginess that really hits me in the feels. I just fucking love that song. The Garroter.
I think it's Garroter, like the...
Yeah, you kill somebody. It's unquestionably the most un-Opeth-like track. It's super jazzy, almost lounge jazz, trippy jazz. I fucking love it. I think it's super fucking weird, super cool, just badass. What I really love about it is towards the end, when Mike starts doing the scat vocals with the guitar. It's like George Benson. It's like, yeah, man, fuck yeah, cool as fuck. And then the final song, which is right there with Next of Kin, All Things Must Pass. Wow. Let me tell you something. And I'm going to say this, and I don't give a fuck what anybody says. If you are going to call a song All Things Must Pass, which is, in my opinion, a direct homage, at least in title alone, to one of the greatest motherfucking albums that's ever been made by George Harrison, that's ballsy. I know he wasn't writing a Beatles song there, and I know he wasn't necessarily pointing to George Harrison's All Things Must Pass as a reference point, but that album is one of my top 3 albums of all times. And when I saw that, I'm like, whoa, dude, you're actually calling a song All Things Must Pass. Whoa. Okay. And I almost expected it to be Beatles, but it's not. And not that Harrison's album is Beatles either. It's not. It's an epic fucking album ender. It's everything going on. It's very Middle Eastern vibe. It reminds me of, here it comes again, you've heard this before. It really reminds me of Gates of Babylon by off of Long Live Rock and Roll from Rainbow. It's so rainbowish to me. And Jesus, and I hear Deep Purple in there, and what a fucking epic track. And probably my second favorite of the 4 Prog albums, I would say pretty easily. But I don't know where they go from here. And I don't know, I'll be along for the ride like Jimmy. They haven't disappointed me in in a way like maybe I'm using the wrong word, Jimmy. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but they haven't disappointed me as yet as far as what they've done. Yeah, they've changed, and I've not always dug everything that they're doing, but um, this is a top 5 favorite band for me, probably or close. It's in the top 10 easily. Yeah, that's hard, I guess, but for me, they are there. It's Rush, it's Fate's Warning, it's Opeth, it's Porcupine Tree. I'd have to think on a couple other ones. Those are 4 I can throw right out there with no problem. Rainbow, Sabbath. There's a couple ones, but just a stunning band with a pretty amazing catalog that has kind of spanned a lot of different genres in a lot of ways, and I think in a lot of ways opened a lot of doors for a lot of other bands. We talked about it the other night, Nick. I think we did. We talked about how many bands started to do the Opeth thing. Bands like Novembre from Italy were very Opethian. Dark Suns from Germany,
Yep.
very, very. You had that first album, Swan Lake. It is a mega Opeth ripoff. November's Doom from Chicago.
I was gonna say Neo Blevascaris. There's definitely elements of that in their
Oh, yeah.
their style too. Like there's tons. Like literally, like any extreme metal band that gets remotely proggy. Of course, Opeth is the first band I think. It was like, hey, you guys listen to Opeth. I get it. I do too.
Yeah,
They're amazing.
So, an incredible band with an incredible catalog, and I want to thank you guys for spending damn near a work day here. That's crazy. I'm sorry.
Checks in the mail, right?
Huh?
Checks in the mail, right?
Well, yeah. Yeah, and there's other things like I won't. Never mind. Anyways.
And you get a pubic hair, and you get a pubic hair.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. I want to thank Rick again for the killer fucking thumbnail. So good. I hope you don't get mad at me. I know I should be sending you money. I'm gonna have to just send you other stuff. I don't know, pubic hairs.
Wait, no, that was a joke. Don't do it.
I know it's a joke.
I'm good with the Tangerine Dream, man.
All right, cool. And Tangerine Dream's another one I'm gonna do a deep dive on, but it's just gonna be the era that I gave to you, Rick. I'm not biting off a 50 album.
I'm not nearly ready for a deep dive yet.
No, I know. That one may be.
Here we are in week 2 of the deep dive.
That one may end up being just me. I don't know. You know who I'd really like to do that with? I would fucking love to get Paul Rydell from Blood Incantation, because he's a massive fucking Tangerine Dream fan. I'm actually thinking about maybe sending him a stream and say, hey, watch the stream, see what you think. Would you be at all interested in jumping on and doing a deep dive to talk about, and all he can say is thanks, dude, but I'm not interested. But anyway, Rick, thank you so much again for everything that you do. Nick, thank you so much for the friendship and the amazing commentary. Jimmy, I love you, man. You know I do. It's been wonderful having you on all these, and please don't feel like I ganged up on you or anybody else for that matter.
Oh, not at all. That's the point, man. I found this a very awesome and engaging conversation with you guys. For 7 hours talking about the Opeth discography. I mean, that's a lot of fun for me.
And listen, I do want to make one other apology. I tend to be pretty animated and talk a lot. I know. It's hard to see it. I get it.
Surprise me.
You did cut me out like twice. Like,
I know.
Oh, I forgot Nick was here.
Dude, dude, I feel so fucking bad about that.
It's all right, dude. It's all right.
When I get really animated on something, and I really, I dig in, man, and I want to dig down into it, and I don't know. I do think I have a lot of good points to make, and I do think I have a lot of good commentary to make, and so I apologize if I get a little too overzealous and sometimes interrupt on occasion, but it's what I It's what I love to do, and I love the fact that you guys are willing to join
This is like
me.
NASCAR, man. The people watching, they want to see a crash, man. Like they want to see us just go at it.
Yeah, we're not.
Disagree.
Man, I've done
fucking
five.
wild.
This is my
Jimmy threw a
fifth.
fucking chair. It was cool.
This is my fifth one, man, and every one of them has been incredibly civil and incredibly. It's been a beautiful experience to share this stuff with you guys, and all the other guys that come on. You know, whoever they are, Serge, and you know, I guess I need to work on paring my commentary down a little bit, but this one was pretty special for me because I really wanted to dig into these albums deep, and
Yeah.
so it's been cool. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And
Yeah, fucking wow.
Oh, yeah.
That's fun, man.
you guys want to hit comments quick, or you want to roll?
Yeah, go ahead.
Want to hit comments quick, Nick?
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Hack's Process, man. I don't know if it's he or she,
Yeah,
but
Max, thanks for
very
fucking
active in
sticking
the
with
comments.
us.
Yeah. I really, Hacks. I don't know if you were on. I don't. Is that one of your subs, Nick, or one of yours, Jimmy?
Don't-
He's definitely on my channel a lot. We actually
Hacks, man.
exchange a
I
lot
hope
of
you
comments.
signed up to my channel because we're going to be doing a lot of these, or as many as we can. I got very sick with COVID. This was supposed to be done back in November, and I got very ill, and a lot of bad shit happened here in this household. And hopefully, once I get I'd like to get Alice and Jane's done by the end of January, and then we'll look at Fates in February maybe or something. But let me just hit these real quick.
Yeah, got some new names here. Mataj, Taos, I don't know how you say it. Stone Gizzard.
Okay, here. I think we were here. Yeah, this was the last one I brought up. Yeah, we talked about Wild Run, so Killer Band, definitely. And Jimmy, you got to check out Wild Run. If you
Yeah,
don't.
I do. Yeah.
And so, Nick, do you have it? You have it, don't you? Have everything.
No, I'm gonna jam it tomorrow, and I think
Bro,
possibly John and I might review that one.
dude, you got to get their two albums. They're fucking incredible. Rick, you already know about them, I think, right?
Yeah, I actually don't want anything by them though.
The new one just came out. When? Friday? Today?
Yeah, it was this week.
Okay. I love every Opeth album, including Sorceress, but this is my least favorite. Strange Brew, title track, Wildflowers, Some Soldier. I don't agree with you. That's the first time we've kind of definitely disagreed. I do like the album a lot. And the other guys seem to too. What's this? Title track, man, saying that communion, weird production. I don't know, man. I got to re-listen to that. Maybe I'm forgetting something about the production because I don't remember that being strange.
It's a little muddy, I guess.
Is it?
Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say gritty. I don't know. I was just happy to hear the guitars out front.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
the tone.
Maybe that's what it is. Who
that warmed the
who produced-
cockles of my heart.
Who produced that one? Was that Mike Soley?
Come back here, you.
I guess there's no remastered version of that. It's probably too early for that.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, that would be acknowledging they fucked it up.
And then there's that.
Maybe it was because Mike did it. I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's Strange Brew's crazy good, man. What we got here? We got very Opeth, all them.
Yeah, produced
Yeah, they are
by Michael Ockerfeld.
That's what I thought. Okay. Bought the first on album. Okay, then we're talking about Wild Run here. Can appeal to fans of heavy music albums, straightforward. I think I like stuff like Persephone, Sorceress. Yeah, they are kind of interludes that don't make a lot of sense. Maya, I don't know if you left. Yeah, got to try it, man. And maybe it's just not for you. You know, not everything is for everybody. Like Cannibal Corpse, not for me. Don't care about it. Won't ever own any of their albums. But Nick loves them, and Rick loves them. So, wanting to write music. I think Lotus Eater. Man, Maya, you're so young. You're not old like us fucks on here. Old fucks. What do we got here real quick? Never heard of Cannibal. Wait, what? Oh, never liked it. Yeah, same here. Me, I've never been either. Marty left a while ago. See Marty, blah, blah, blah. Can't relate. And so happy with Thing Cauda. Heart and Hand, Universal Truth. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't mention Universal Truth. That's a great tune. Heart and Hand, you know what it reminds me of? It's kind of like, in a weird way, it's kind of like Cusp of Eternity 2, only heavier.
Better.
You know what? Universal Truth is probably my favorite track on that record. That is a really good song.
That's a great one, and the
As much
vocals.
as I don't like the album, yeah.
So close to being perfect message. Yeah, I would agree with you in many ways there, Hacks. Best since Watershed. Actually enjoy that album a lot. Watershed, yep.
Yeah.
Charlatan, great. Yep. Tarsal on Love, Lore, and Crime. Yeah, it's killer. Human Nature Resist Change. We talked about that.
Yeah.
Jimmy and Hacks almost got into fisticuffs.
Oh yeah, this is all just.
No, I know.
I misread his comment and
Yep.
I clarified to him, so we're good.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I appreciate you being more objective on the modern albums, and you're a long-term old school fan. In fact, you were there before me and Nick and Rick, I believe.
I'm just being honest, man. That's all.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, no, I agree with Jimmy on Pale Communion and Heritage. Like, I don't necessarily think they're bad, but I'm really not into those. Like, those are ones I reach to, like, out of morbid curiosity. Is like, let's try it again.
I like with Heritage, I never would have visited that if we haven't done this deep dive. Like I never considered picking it up ever. But
yeah, I made him. What Rick's saying is, I made him spend money on that album.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. We're very opinionated.
Yes.
That's very true, and there's nothing wrong with that. Thanks, man. I appreciate you watching there. Artist formerly known as. If you didn't sub, please sub. Would appreciate it. I will try. I'm gonna seriously send him a DM and say, dude, I'm a big time electronic music nut. I'm curious. I have a YouTube channel. I do live streams where I do deep dives into stuff. Would you be interested in joining us to talk about the Virgin era of Tangerine Dream?
You know, Jeff, he's a really nice, cool guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he took you up on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'm kind of hoping and I'll say, look, here's my channel. Go check we did one on Rush. We did one on Opeth. I know he loves all those bands. He probably loves Porcupine Tree. I'd be shocked if he didn't. So I'm going to try it. Why not, man? Yeah, definitely sub. Thank you. What chick is into Opeth?
My wife?
Yeah,
yeah, he found the unicorn.
My what do I say? My friend, she's a girl and she's my friend, but you can't talk about it openly except to 14 people on the internet late at night and the 300 that might watch later. So we'll just leave it at that. What else we got here real quick? Almost done. Yeah, man. Hey, dude, you threw a lot of great commentary into the chat tonight. Really appreciated it. I'd like to hear about your band, so if you want, leave a comment, drop a comment down below, where to go and what to check out, and I will do that, and we'll go from there, man. I'll check it out, and maybe we'll have you on one of these. We should have had you on this one, but maybe we'll have you on one of these Hacks. And last one, do you have a favorite punk? Oh, man. You're not going to like me, Simple. I'm not a real punk, dude. I don't hate punk, but I just don't. I like the Ramones. I like the Pistols. I like all the popular ones. Yeah, the ones that everybody knows. Exploited. I know a little bit of this. It's just not a genre I gravitated to. I do like, the New York hardcore. I do like the Cro-Mags. I do like a little bit of agnostic. It's just
think of it all.
The funny thing is I was there. I could have fucking gone to those CBGBs. I could have easily driven up there in 3 hours and been at those shows. I just didn't. It didn't do it. Maybe I was a little too straight-laced back then. I don't know. I doubt it. I smoked pot, drank, and partied, and ate mushrooms, just regular mushrooms, but I didn't like them. That's a joke.
It's anyway, a fork route. The punk route or the hairband route. You just got.
Yeah, and that's the truth. And actually, Rick just brought up something. I did like a lot of hair metal, or I don't like calling it hair metal, but that era of metal. And you know what? I don't apologize for liking Dokken. I don't apologize for liking Rat. I don't apologize for okay, maybe Winger. No, just kidding. I like Winger. Actually, Winger has some good tunes, man. Good guitar player, good singer. But I wasn't into fucking Danger. Sorry, Alan. I know that's gonna piss you off. Some of those bands I didn't like. What was it? Brittany Fox and those bands. Not my thing. But anyways, guys, it was fucking awesome. Go sign up to these guys' channels if you don't or haven't. And anybody that watches this, please sign up to these channels. Nick has a killer channel. He reviews every motherfucking CD that drops in the world.
Some of them.
I love Striper, man. I love
You.
Striper. I love Striper back then, dude. To Hell with the Devil, killer song, man. Dreadful Rick does, again, the best thumbnails in the biz, and he has his YouTube channel. He does a lot of killer reviews and stuff on there. I sense there's going to be a review of some Tangerine Dream somewhere down the line in a couple of years. And Jimmy does, in my opinion, the best, coolest, most unique vids in YouTube, where he goes out hiking and melds in black metal and camping and survival stuff. And I think Marty said you're like the Les Stroud of the metal VC, man, and that is totally true. It's like you're like fucking your Survivor man out there. But this has been brilliant, guys. Love you, dudes.
I love you guys. You guys rule, man. This
Hails
is so
to
awesome.
Turtle.
Thank you guys so much.
Oh,
And
dude, I'm super
for
glad
the
to be part of
14
this.
that are hanging on, be on the lookout for an Alice in Chains one coming up. I think that's where we're going to go next. I
Yes.
think Nick's going to be involved in that, and I think Brian Arkham, the great Brian Arkham, is going to be involved. And maybe we'll, I will say the one thing I learned a little bit about tonight is that any more than 3 people, it's going to go on for several hours if they have any kind like now. I could probably do 4 or 5 people for Alice because it's only 6 albums, but when you have more than that, you're looking at a 6 or 7 hour stream with 5 people. It's just almost impossible not to do it.
Yeah.
So
Alice in Chains is a much more known band. Somebody's got to dress like a rooster. I'm just saying.
but
Or
3
pull their
seems to
cock
be the
out.
sweet spot. So for like, some of these bigger bands going forward, I'll be in touch, guys. And love you, dudes. You fucking rule.
That was a
for
great
joining
weekend,
us,
man.
guys.
Hails!
It's been fun, man. See
Cheers,
you guys.
guys.
Later.
Later.
Peace.